is already on them. They are evil even in the womb. Mhm. Oh, black babies are beautiful. I love their curly. It's already on them. They are evil even in the womb. Mhm. Oh, black babies are beautiful. I love their Oh yeah. My son was I back in the day I had a do something they won't destroy it. They won't mess it up. So I start showing him how to change the channels. He would be sitting there with his little tiny hands. He would know how to change the TV turn. Oh yeah. My son was I back in the day I had a VCR, and my son knew how to use the VCR when he was 1. I was letting him put the videotapes in and take them out. He was doing all that on his own. You know, in the beginning, he would grab the remote and I would stop him, but he was grabbing it so often. I said, well, you know what? Let me just teach him how to use it. If you teach a child how to use something, they won't destroy it, they won't mess it up. So I start showing him how to change the channels. He would be sitting there with his little tiny hands. He would know how to change the TV, turn it on, turn it off. He knew how to do all of that. He was doing that. He knew how to turn on and watch his little favorite shows. Yeah, when he was 1 years old, I showed him how to use the remote, and he knew how to turn the TV on and off, change the channels. He did all that stuff. Hey, and I realized if I would show him how to do something or how to use something, then it never got destroyed in my house. A lot of people, oh, I don't want my kid to do that because they're going to tear that up. If you teach them how to do it, they won't tear anything up at your house. Yeah, I didn't really like them around him though. It started very young for me. I didn't like them. I didn't like a lot of white kids around my son. I never did like that because I know how. Yeah, yeah, it was something, being that he knew how to do so much young, but our kids always catch on fast, Annie K. That's one thing. They catch on fast. You'd be amazed when you show them something, and sometimes you can show them one time and they got it. You can show them one time. That's how smart and advanced they are. It's not until they start going to school that's when everything changes, because that's when they get their first hit of racism, unfortunately. Yeah, yeah, it was something, being that he knew how to do so much young, but our kids always catch on fast, Annie K. That's one thing. They catch on fast. You'd be amazed when you show them something, and sometimes you can show them one time and they got it. You can show them one time. That's how smart and advanced they are. It's not until they start going to school that's when everything changes, because that's when they get their first hit of racism, unfortunately. You know what, True Royal, that you know what, True Royal, that is so true. My son couldn't wait to go to the bathroom. He wasn't wearing the pull-ups long at all. He was out of those in no time. Oh wow, golden black. Oh, that's funny. And I didn't even it didn't he was very easy to potty train, very easy. And then he would get up in the middle of the night and he would go all by himself. I think that I only had to buy because the pull-ups. I think I only had to buy a pack of pull-ups for like 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, he wasn't even wearing them anymore. He was wearing regular underwear. He wasn't wearing the pull-ups long at all. He was out of those in no time. Oh, wow, golden black. Oh, that's funny. No, he never peed on me, but and he never wet the bed. I was amazed. He never wet the bed. And she had a tough time breaking her out of it. I remember one time she was playing outside and she came in wet. And I said, "Why didn't you just come in and use the bathroom?" You know what she said? "I didn't want to stop playing." I was like, "What? Girl, you better get your ass in here and go to the bathroom." Tough time breaking her out of it. I remember one time she was playing outside and she came in wet. And I said, "Why didn't you just come in and use the bathroom?" You know what she said? "I didn't want to stop playing." I was like, "What? Girl, you better get your ass in here and go to the bathroom." That's true, Lord Mall. When my last dog that I had him for 19 years. When I brought him home, he was paper trained. And then I had to get him used to going outside all the time. And he caught on pretty quickly. It wasn't too bad. Cap, you crazy. Yeah, yeah. A lot of black babies do walk young. Like I was 8 months, and I think my brother was maybe like 9 or 10 months, but we got up and walked. It didn't take us that long. She switched. One day she put the bottle in my hand and I looked at her and I put it back in her hand. Like, what are you giving me that for? One day she put the bottle in my hand and I looked at her and I put it back in her hand. Like, what are you giving me that for? I don't want that. She said she just gave it to me to see what I would do. And she, yeah, yeah. And it's not hard to train your pet to use the bathroom either. You'd be surprised how quickly they catch on. That's because we're made in the image of the Most High. He gave us the breath of life. He never gave these. Yeah. Yeah, and it's not hard to train your pet to use the bathroom either. You'd be surprised how quickly they catch on. That's because we're made in the image of the Most High. He gave us the breath of life. He never gave these cockadevils the breath of life. They never got his breath of life. That's why they're so damn evil. Cockadevils the breath of life. They never got his breath of life. That's why they're so damn evil. Yeah, the bottles, that was actually their creation because they didn't like to breastfeed their babies. But we always breastfeed, our baby. That's definitely the truth. That's exactly what they have. That's why they're not a spiritual people at all. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. They always use. That's definitely the truth. That's exactly what they have. That's why they're not a spiritual people at all. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. They always use drugs. Always. All right, y'all. It was really a pleasure getting together. I'm going to go ahead and upload this video. So if you want to watch it again, or if somebody missed this live stream, you'll be drugs. Always. All right, y'all. It was really a pleasure getting together. I'm going to go ahead and upload this video. So if you want to watch it again, or if somebody missed this live stream, you'll be able to see it again. And those of you that have supported me on Patreon and GoFundMe, I just want to say thank you for all of the help. I do deeply appreciate it. And that's why each and every day when I put my videos out, I family, and you all have a wonderful night. Peace. Be able to see it again. And those of you that have supported me on Patreon and GoFundMe, I just want to say thank you for all of the help. I do deeply appreciate it. And that's why each and every day when I put my videos out, I try to do my absolute best for you, and I will continue to do so. And on that note, I want to say shalom, family, and you all have a wonderful night. Peace. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the police department, and I don't trust anything that a cop says is confidential. I really don't. All right. Warren residents who tell police about drug dealers can receive $500 for information leading to arrest, the city announced Wednesday. The program means all Warren residents will be the eyes and ears in our war against drug pushers. Warren Mayor Jim Faust said in a news release, The program called People Against Illegal Drugs, PAID, of all things, right, offers rewards for confidential tips and cash rewards determined case by case. The information must lead to a search warrant and arrests involving illegal drug sales from a Warren resident, according to the news release. I don't trust cops. So why would I trust that they would keep my name confidential if I did tell you who a dealer was? Okay, moving on. Warren, Michigan, third largest city with an estimated 134,000 residents, went from 8 heroin deaths in 2015 to 32 in 2016. A 400% increase, Faust told the Free Press. This year, the number already reached 32 in August. I call Warren kind of ground zero when it comes to the opiate and heroin plague, he said. My position is that heroin is an illness, not a crime. That's why you're not going to resolve the issue. That's why you're not going to resolve it. He said that with Narcan, a drug that can reduce the effects of heroin overdoses, now issued to police officer, the city has been able to help save people's lives. People with a heroin addiction are encouraged to seek help at Warren police stations where they can be connected with counselors, Faust said. Meanwhile, he said police are pushing the people selling the drugs, pursuing the people selling the drugs, people with tips, and it just gives you the hotline number. I'm not going to get into that. Okay. So once again, no, to me, if you want to snitch on your local drug dealer, go ahead, but $500 is not worth me losing my life over. And number two, like I said, I don't trust that cops will keep anything confidential. I really don't. I really don't. I don't trust them at all. But tell me what you think, ladies and gentlemen. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. This is an article that came out October 6, 2017. Opioid Crisis Prevention Court is a new kind of drug court program looking to stop people from dying. So, ladies and gentlemen, they didn't have this during the crack epidemic. They only had criminal court. You went to court, you went to jail, period. Now they have come up with all these new kinds of courts. Now they have like a separate drug court for these addicts. So in exchange for going for treatment, they don't have to go to jail. And in many cases, if they complete the treatment program, all charges of their crime dropped. So this is another reason why the crime statistics in America will never, ever be correct. Numbers will always be off because of this and other things, slap on the wrist that they get that we don't get. So now they come up with all these new ways and all types of programs and drug courts to keep them out of prison. Don't recall them doing this during the crack epidemic. In fact, there's people from the crack epidemic still sitting in prison. And they never did any crimes. It was just a crime to themselves. Non-violent drug crime, but they're still sitting in there. Drug court is a common diversion program across the nation that attempts to keep non-violent drug addicts charged with crimes by placing them in a supervised treatment program in lieu of the traditional justice system. See how they come up with all these things just for them? Oh boy. In exchange for successful completing the program, participants can often get a reduced sentence or have charges dismissed entirely. So they committed the crime, but it'll probably be knocked down to a misdemeanor or it's erased altogether. The city of Buffalo, New York, has a new experimental drug court program aimed specifically at opioid addicts. NPR reports that the Buffalo program, which is overseen by Judge Craig Hanna, is the first of its kind in the country. Opiate Crisis Intervention Court prioritized treatment over criminal prosecution. Isn't that amazing? It was criminal prosecution first for crack addicts. Right now, we're trying to save them. We're trying to save their life, Hannah told NPR. I want them to have another sunset, another time with their family, to see another Christmas. Yeah, whatever. This is why I don't feel any sympathy for these people, because see, when it's their time to be a big junkie, now all the rules have to change. Hannah's program differs from other drug court programs in that if a defendant expresses a desire to help in kicking his or her opioid or heroin addiction, the court defer ad so in other words, as long as they stand in court and express their desire to get off the drug, the court will accommodate them. This is bullshit, y'all. I'm sorry. This is straight bullshit. Okay, right from arraignment, we put the clock on hold. We turn off the court reporter, everything off the record. So they get to talk off the record. Oh my God. We're talking about getting you help, Hannah said. And once we get you help and you stabilize and get you stabilized, we put the criminal case back on the calendar. So once they express they want to go to rehab, everything comes to a standstill until they're done with rehab, and then they go back to the case and they have to return back to court. And I guess at that time it either gets reduced or thrown out altogether. Wow. While treatment is also a component of traditional drug court programs, it often takes weeks or longer to get the defendant enrolled in an inpatient treatment or detox program that could help them get sober, because a delay in treatment can prove fatal for those addicted to opioids. Time is of the essence. NPR reports that Erie County, which includes Buffalo, is on track to have the highest opioid overdose death total in its history. Wow. The county averages just over one overdose per day. John Flynn, the district attorney for Erie County, told NPR, "We couldn't wait 3 or 4 weeks until we got the individual into a treatment program or plan, because they didn't get it right away. They're going back out on the streets, shoot up fentanyl, and dying." In Hannah's program, participants go through 30 days of inpatient detox, followed by 30 days of outpatient treatment. They have to appear in Hannah's courtroom at 11 a.m. each day to check in with him and have a one-on-one talk. If they fail to show up for that 11 a.m. check-in, Hannah issues an arrest warrant. So the program also includes regular random drug testing and an 8 p.m. nightly curfew when participants have to check in with a court staffer and let them know their location. One-on-one and group counseling is also part of the program. Hannah's program was created in May with a $300,000 grant from the U.S. Justice Department. While it's too soon to draw conclusions about its success, the preliminary numbers show that it may be onto something. You know, it's anything just so these white drug addicts don't have to go to jail. That's what this is. They'll do anything to keep them out. But, you know, they didn't go above and beyond for crack addicts. Of the roughly 140 defendants who have participated in the program so far, only 4 have washed out. Both the National Association of Drug Court Professionals and the Bureau of Justice see the program as promising, especially the intermediate treatment aspect of it. Christopher Deutsch, who is with NADCP, told NPR, this fast tracking is really unique and generating a lot of interest out there. Bureau of Justice Policy Advisor Gregory Terrain agreed. That's a big piece of it. That's very new. In the meantime, Judge Hanna is acting as a champion and a cheerleader for everyone who comes through his program. He told NPR, I always tell everyone we play by Vegas rules. What happens here stays here. You tell me what's happening. We're not going to charge you with new charges. We're going to give you the help you need because we know that this is an addiction. Okay, so when they commit a crime, it's not really a crime, y'all, it's an addiction. But we can't help you, Hanna added, until you're honest with yourself. So look at all the chances and opportunities these people get that was never allotted to the Black community during the crack epidemic. This is just amazing. But tell me what you think, ladies and gentlemen. My stomach is turning. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an article that just came out in Life Science, October 6, 2017. San Diego hepatitis A issue is still spreading, everybody. They are not getting it under control. Now, over my last few videos that I did on this subject, what they did was put these hand washing machines on the street. But of course, it's not enough. You know, they're going to have to try to find a way to clean the streets up and let these people shower. I'm serious. I think the hand washing is not enough. I mean, what's the point in hand washing if the rest of your body is completely filthy? You know? It's got to go, or you're wearing dirty clothes because you're homeless. You know, how do you get it under control? Hepatitis A spreads through San Diego. Why is it so hard to stop? San Diego, more than 480 people have become infected with hepatitis A over the past 10 months in a large outbreak of the illness in California in decades. But why is it so hard to stop? About 20 new cases of hepatitis A per week have been reported during this outbreak. Dr. Eric McDonald, director of San Diego County's Epidemiology and Immunization Services branch, said at a news conference here yesterday, October 5th. Part of an infectious disease conference call, ID Week 2017, most of the hepatitis A cases have been among people who are homeless or use illegal drugs or have a close contact with those populations. Of the 481 people who have been infected, 337, 70%, have been hospitalized, and 17 have died, officials said. Dr. Monique Foster of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention's Division of Viral Hepatitis says it is not uncommon for large hepatitis A outbreaks like this to last a long time, around 1 or 2 years before they are completely halted. The downside is, these homeless people, sometimes they don't stay in the same place for a long time. So it's easy for them to branch out in other areas, and then it begins to spread in other locations in California. Though the hepatitis A virus isn't typically deadly, it can affect the liver and cause inflammation and damage to the organ, according to the National Institutes of Health. Symptoms can include dark yellow urine, fever, joint pain, nausea, and vomiting. People with the infection usually get better on their own without treatment, the NIH says, but in some cases the infection can lead to liver failure, particularly in older adults or people who have other liver diseases. Hepatitis A spreads when small amounts of stool from an ill person contaminates objects like food or drink at another person that touches or ingests, and also sexual contact. It can spread that way as well. This can happen when people with the illness don't properly wash their hands after going to the bathroom, according to the CDC. In San Diego, officials have installed 66 portable hand washing machines in the streets to address the hygiene issue, with 100 more stations on the way. The virus can also spread among drug users, also through poor hygiene when sharing equipment related to illicit drug use, which they are doing. And this is why HIV is now spreading among drug users as well as hepatitis C. One reason specialists and doctors have a hard time stopping the spread of hepatitis A is it's a long incubation period. The time it takes a person to show symptoms after he or she is infected, which lasts on average 28 days, can be up to 50 days, Foster said. People infected today probably won't show symptoms for 4 weeks, Foster said. This makes it hard for people to recall what they were doing or who they had contact with at the time they were exposed to hepatitis, Foster said. And both of those factors help officials track and control outbreaks. It also means people don't yet appear sick, can infect others, causing more cases. And that's probably what's going on in San Diego right now, without a doubt. Another challenge in San Diego outbreak is the specific population at risk for contracting hepatitis A in this outbreak. People who are homeless or use illicit drugs. This is a population that has limited access to clean toilets and hand washing facilities, which are important to prevent the spread of hepatitis A. Additionally, vaccination, which I don't believe in. I don't believe in anything government wants to give you, especially if it's a free shot. With the hepatitis A vaccine is one of the key ways of prevent the infection, the CDC says. Yeah, always some vaccine, which I don't trust any shots that the government gives. I just don't. It takes time to set up systems in order to deliver vaccines, McDonald said. I think those systems are now strongly in place here to address the ongoing outbreak. And then you have another issue, ladies and gentlemen, of the people even showing up for the shots. Being that homeless people move around, how do you track them down to even give them the shots if they're, a lot of times the police will run them out of a location, which means now they're infecting a whole different part of the city. In general, hepatitis A vaccine is recommended for children at age 1, which no. Okay, moving on. Prior to the San Diego outbreak, the hepatitis A vaccine was not specifically recommended for people who are homeless, but now the state of California is recommending that this vaccine be given to the homeless population. CDC officials will also consider whether this should become a national recommendation. Well, it can become one. I'm not taking no shot from no government. But ladies and gentlemen, please tell me what you think. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can, make a donation to my channel, please do. Peace, family. This is going to be a quick video. Somebody had asked me about how many people are hooked on illicit drugs and opioids. And this is a report that came out in the American Society of Addiction Medicine in 2016. It's always 1 year behind. So when 2018 comes, that's when you'll get the figures for 2017. Opioids are a class of drugs that include illicit drug heroin, as well as illicit prescription painkillers, oxycodone, hydrocodone, codeine, morphine, fentanyl, and others. Opioids are chemically related and interact with opioid receptors on nerve cells in the brain and nervous system to produce pleasurable effects and relieve pain. That's why so many people don't even want to get off. They will fight you before they get off of these drugs. I was reading heroin addicts said they love the high because they said it gives them that feeling like they are in love. And they love that feeling and they don't want to give it up. That's why so many of them fight when you suggest rehab to them. Addiction is a primary chronic and relapsing brain disease characterized by an individual pathologically pursuing reward and or relief by substance use and other behaviors. Of the 20.5 million Americans 12 or older had a substance abuse order in 2015. 2 million had a substance abuse disorder involving prescription pain relievers, and 591,000 had a substance abuse use disorder involving heroin. So when you add up all those figures, you have over 23 million people abusing drugs in the US. It's estimated that 23% of individuals who use heroin develop opioid addiction. Drug overdose is the leading cause of accidental death in the US, with 52,404 lethal drug overdoses in 2015. Opioid addiction is driving the epidemic, with 20,101 overdose deaths related to prescription pain relievers and 12,990 overdose deaths related to heroin in 2015. From 1999 to 2008, overdose death rates, sales, and substance use disorder treatment admissions related to prescription pain relievers increase in parallel. The overdose death rate in 2008 was nearly 4 times the 1999 rate. Sales of prescription pain relievers in 2010 were 4 times those in 1999. And the substance use disorder treatment admission rate in 2009 was 6 times the 1999 rate. In 2012, 259 million prescriptions were written for opioids, which is enough to give to every American adult their own bottle of pills. That's ridiculous. And America actually prescribes more than any other country on the entire planet. 4 in 5 new heroin users start out misusing prescription painkillers. 94% of respondents in a 2014 survey of people in treatment for opioid addiction said they chose to use heroin because prescription opioids were far more expensive and harder to obtain. Impact in special populations. Adolescents 12 to 17 years old. In 2015, 276,000 adolescents were current non-medical users of pain relievers, with 122,000 having an addiction to prescription pain relievers. In 2015, an estimate of 21,000 adolescents had used heroin in the past year. An estimate of 5,000 were current heroin users. Additionally, an estimate of 6,000 adolescents had a heroin use disorder in 2014. People also share their unused pain relievers, unaware of the dangers of non-medical opioid use. Most adolescents who misuse prescription pain relievers are given them for free by a friend or relative. The prescribing rates for prescription opioids among adolescents and young adults nearly doubled from 1994 to 2007. Women are more likely to have chronic pain, be prescribed prescription pain relievers, be given higher doses, and use them for longer periods of time than men. Women may become dependent on prescription pain relievers more quickly than men. 48,000 women died of prescription pain reliever overdose between 1999 and 2010. All right. And I will leave the link to this article in the description box. All right here. Pain reliever overdose deaths among women increased more than 400% from 1999 to 2010, compared to 237% among men. Heroin overdose deaths among women have tripled in the last few years, from 2010 through 2013. Female heroin overdoses increased from 0.4 to 1.2 per 100,000. Okay, so over 23 million abusing opioids and heroin in the US. And this is why you don't see any end in sight. That's a lot of people. You know, as I had stated before, that's a whole nation of people when you really think about it. There are countries that have fewer people than that. So tell me what you think, ladies and gentlemen. I will leave the link to the article in the description box. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can make a donation to my channel, please do. And I want to thank everyone that have made a donation over the past few weeks. I really deeply appreciate it. And I just want you to know that I think you are the greatest subscribers a person could ever have. And I really mean that. Peace, family. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with me. I'm just battling with some allergy problems today, but I'm going to get through my videos the best that I can. Here's an article that came out October 4th, 2017 in the Washington Post, and I will leave the link to this article in the description box. Companies can't find workers to rebuild after Harvey and Irma. If you've been following my channel, and especially the drug news that I give, you know why this is happening. So let's get into this article. And the picture right here is actually Florida. after Hurricane Irma, and you can see, um, the rubble and debris and the houses blown apart still down on the ground. After Hurricane Irma pounded the Florida Keys, flooding waterfront homes and shredding docks, Brett Ekblom phone kept ringing with homeowners desperate to rebuild and fast. I'm hearing from people who have had quite a bit of destruction, said Ekblom, who owns Native Construction Contracting in Key Largo. On a typical day, he get one inquiry about a renovation. Now he's getting four. But Ekblom is struggling to grow his staff of 20 who had a packed schedule before the storm hit the Keys and tossed seaweed everywhere. The chances of finding a skilled carpenter today, even with a Craigslist and ad offering higher than usual wages, slim to none, he said. From late August to mid September, Hurricane Harvey and Irma destroyed properties across Texas and Florida, causing up to 200 billion in damages, according to an early estimate from Moody's Analytics. Maria brought further devastation, setting Puerto Rico's economy back decades. However, the island commonwealth has 11.4% unemployment rate, which makes for a different labor situation. Economists fear the otherwise tight U.S. labor market could hold back reconstruction compared to previous disasters. In 2005, Hurricane Katrina brought about 108 billion in damages. Demand in New Orleans soared for carpenters, electricians, and plumbers. Immigrants flocked to the city for the blue collar work. At the time, the country's unemployment rate was higher than 4.7% when Katrina struck, compared to today's 4.4%. More people were looking for jobs, particularly men. Male participation in the workforce was 73.3% in 2005, while today is 69.2%. Now, listen to this, ladies and gentlemen, because this is why they're having a problem rebuilding. Opioid use, now seen as a factor keeping men out of work, wasn't yet regarded as a national crisis, and immigration restrictions weren't as tight. That made it easier for construction firms to find laborers in a hurry when it came time to fix things up. So, because of the immigration situation in America and drugs, and we know the drug epidemic is off the charts, they are finding it hard to locate people to help rebuild. And it's not going to be just here, it's going to be in Puerto Rico too. Can you imagine that? They're having problems finding enough workers. And see, this also should shed light on how serious the drug problem is in America, where you got disasters that have taken place and there's not enough workers they can locate without a drug problem. What does that tell you? It tells you that not only is this a major drug problem, it's an economic problem. If you can't get everything rebuilt, then that lowers the economic in America.
if you can't get it all built. And I can tell you for a fact, they never even rebuilt parts of New Jersey after Hurricane Sandy. People never got their homes back. Never. But at the time, I did not put two and two together and realize they never could find enough workers to construct all those homes again. So they pretty much gave up. Okay, let's move on. In contrast, monthly job openings in the United States reach a record high this summer at 6.2 million. There were 6.2 million job openings in America they could not fill because people kept failing drug tests. Then came the hurricane season aftermath. Adding on to those vacancies in communities began to put themselves back together. Employers nationwide are complaining about a labor shortage, especially in traditionally male dominated fields such as manufacturing and construction. Business owners say a lack of skilled workers who can pass a drug test has stalled their growth. Ladies and gentlemen, just hold tight. I know, we talk about having our own and doing for ourselves, but let's be real, that still has not really happened in a big way. As time goes on, a lot of these business owners are going to come to the black community. You just watch. You just count on it. See, right now they are desperate to fill a lot of these jobs with white people, and they are simply not finding them because of the drug plague in the country. And they wanted to use immigrants. Okay, well, if we can't use white workers, we'll just get the next best thing, the immigrants. That ain't working out so well either. That's why these jobs are sitting there. If immigrants was the real answer to America's problem, you wouldn't hear a peep out of these people whining. The fact that they're whining is telling you immigrants ain't the answer either. They're going to come back to the original man and women of this country to fill these slots. Right now, they have too much pride to do it. I promise you, when they realize their businesses are going to sink, they ain't going to have no more problem with you. They'll choose money over falling over these drug addicts. Mark my word. You're going to see a major turnaround. Joe Brusulas, chief economic at RSM, said post hurricane reconstruction will prove especially challenging because of the tight labor market. There is not a significant surplus of labor ready to re enter the workforce to take relatively higher paying construction jobs that will be available in Houston and across much of Florida, he wrote in an analysis ahead of Friday's job report. While it's understandable that the focus is still on human costs to hurricanes in Texas, Florida, and the Caribbean U.S., the likely economic narrative going forward will be, where are all the workers necessary to rebuild? Charles Chuck Mason Jr., president of Mason Construction in Beaumont, Texas, said people are still trying to dry out their houses after Harvey. Starting work while the walls and floors are still damp, he explained, would seal in mold. It would be nice if black men could come together at this very moment and form construction companies and go down in these areas where they need rebuilding. This is the time to seize that opportunity, especially for our black men. I think this would be phenomenal if you could get down there and show you got enough workers to get everything done. So church halls remain full of people sleeping on on donated mattresses. This is going to be the biggest demand probably ever in this area for housing trade, he said. And there's a severe shortage of qualified workers. You know what? There are no workers that can get it done better than black men. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's the truth. It's the truth. Houston, about 85 miles east of Beaumont, has swept up many of the area's craftsmen, he said. Mason Jr., 67, having trouble hiring just one more carpenter to help clean up the area's petroleum plants. He's looking for an extra 25. When you add in all the demand in Florida, there's going to be a shortage nationwide of people with those skills, he said. The labor shortage is already boosting salaries. Median pay for construction workers in the United States is 16 an hour, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Elblom, who runs the Key Largo construction company, said he's offering between 17 and 20 an hour. So, depending on experience, he's looking for at least 10 more workers. That's a shame. They're not even looking for that many, and they're struggling to find these people because they keep coming, the people that are coming forward are all junkies, and they don't want them. Many are still fixing their own homes. Elkblom cleared a tree off a neighbor's roof for free. Now his staff faces sand all over construction sites, tipped porta potties, flipped dumpsters, broken gates, trash roofs, and soaked basements. Almost every dock in the entire key is gone, he said. We're just getting started. Ladies and gentlemen, this labor force problem has been bad for a few years. But now that these disasters have struck and you now got another potential one over the weekend, woo, I don't know what's going on. But is it me, or do you see how many things are going wrong since Trump been in office? And I mean, I don't mean to make things up, but I'm just telling you guys, I just see so many things have gone wrong, and he hasn't even been in there a year. And just look at how many things have gone wrong after the eclipse. The eclipse was probably maybe a little over a month ago, and it just seems like it's been one disaster after the next after the eclipse. As I stated to you before, this drug plague, this is going to be one of the major things that's going to economically cripple America. We're heading in that direction now. What do you do when you have 23 million people that are hooked on opioids and heroin in your country? They're going to bankrupt the place because right now they are taking from society and they're not making any contribution at all. But if they want to continue to call it a public health issue, you're going to see this labor force problem just completely implode after a while. That's what's going to happen. They ain't going to fix this, ladies and gentlemen. They're not. They're not going to fix this. And some of these companies are so damn racist, they don't want black labor. They'll sit there and just keep trying until they can find a needle in the haystack white guy to bring in. But hey, it's their wallet. Please tell me what you think, ladies and gentlemen. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can, make a donation to my channel. Please do. Peace, family.
Done stories on criminal activity that drug addicts do. I haven't done these recently, but I did one where they were robbing banks, robbing pharmacies and supermarkets. And this is what happens when they have a drug habit. You know, sooner or later, they run out of money, they run out of the drug, and they turn to crime. And in many cases, these crimes are felonies because what they'll do is they'll break into homes looking for any item they can take to a pawn shop. And now the new thing is they go to, you know how sometimes they'll have an open house for a home that's up for sale? Well, what they're doing now, ladies and gentlemen, is they go through the medicine cabinet while they're touring through the house to steal the owner's medication. That's a new thing that they're doing now. So, I mean, they're coming up with more craftier ways to rob places. This is Oakville, Burlington, and you're going to see people up in Canada are doing the same thing they're doing down here in the US. All right, so this is a robbery, two men that robbed a pharmacy. Okay, and the pharmacy is called Shoppers Drug Mart. And this is the first guy, and these guys were together. This is the second. And they were after mainly opioids, narcotics. And they apparently got caught. And this is what they do. And these guys are going there armed, fully armed with guns, which make what they're doing a felony. So they can't even count this as a drug crime. All right, and here's robbers at a pharmacy called Atmore Pharmacy in Alabama. Let me go ahead and play this video.
Believe the recent pharmacy robberies in several area cities may be a part of a network of criminals targeting pharmacies. Two armed men stormed an Atmore Walgreens Tuesday night, just minutes before closing. This is surveillance video. The suspects you see there are carrying a tire iron and a gun, wearing dark clothes and masks. Atmore police say they forced the employees into an office, took prescription pills and cash before taking off.
Gosh. They were well equipped, well trained for what they was going to do. You can tell that.
I was just shocked. I was shocked, you know. Yeah, because this don't normally happen around here, you know. I was shocked.
That same store was burglarized back in May. Officials say this video is very similar to an armed robbery at a Walgreens in Grand Bay, May 17th. Detectives say it's likely the robbery in Grand Bay and this one in Atmore are connected as part of a network of criminals targeting pharmacies after hours and just minutes before closing while employees are present.
Okay.
All right, and this article came out on the 25th of September, and I'm telling you, there's a whole bunch of these that come out every week from different pharmacies all around the country that get robbed. This is another one in Canada, Nova Scotia. And they're also, again, have a drug problem. And these junkies are going to these pharmacies and robbing it of the narcotics up there. And you can see some of the firearms that they retrieved from some of these pharmacy robberies. I mean, this is serious. And as long as the drug problem is going strong, these robberies will continue to go strong as well. Here's a guy that robbed CVS twice, and this is down in Richmond, Virginia. And here he is right here. His name is Jesse A. Riddell, 28 years old. He apparently robbed the same pharmacy twice. During his robberies, the robberies occurred on December 11th and December 20th, with Riddle robbing the store of $322 the first time and $102 the second time. The citation notes that Riddle admit to the robbery, stating that he wanted money to support his heroin addiction and to buy Christmas presents for his son. Well, he got 10 years in prison, and it don't look like that's going to be happening for this guy. All right, here's another robbery, and this one is, and this just to show you how worldwide these pharmacy robberies, this one is actually in Bahrain, okay? I'm going to go ahead and play this robbery. So you can see this is a worldwide problem with the drug addiction and the robberies.
والله العظيم مرة ترى من اللي ضبطوه الدوريات اللي ضبطوه هو اللي ضيع راح المكتوب عندك نظارة ايوه عندي ايه اللي بتيجي اي حد بيتعلم حتى كلها محلات اصلا ممكن تكون هلا هلا حبيبي
All right, so again, just to show you, this drug problem is worldwide. It's worldwide. All right, here is one in Palm Beach, and this is September 22nd, 2017. All right, and you can see the guy right here. He's identified as Michael Prouty, 33 years old. And it don't look like they caught this guy, but he's wanted for a string of strong-armed robbery in Boynton Beach. And it looked like it was 4:50 p.m. and he went in and robbed this pharmacy. And it looks like he took money from the cash register. Okay. And like I said, most of the time these guys are drug addicts, and that's why they're robbing the pharmacies in the first place. So, ladies and gentlemen, some things never ever change.
And as you can see, the drug plague and the crimes associated with the drug plague is not going anywhere. I will leave the link to all of these articles in the description box. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family.
Well, this is one I haven't done in a long time. There's an article on gray death that came on NBC rightnow.com, October 2nd, 2017. Gray death. A new mixture of drugs now threatens the lives of first responders. I'm going to go ahead and play this video.
Stay up to speed with the latest in high school sports. Tuesday night at 7 is your home for Prep Countdown on SWX. Our expert analysts break down all the stats for you. Join co-hosts Rob Jesselson and Kelly Hinsett, covering the biggest sports storylines and counting down to the action ahead with coach and player interviews and the week's top highlights. Prep Countdown on SWX, Tuesday nights at 7. Brought to you by Rustine RV, A1 Refrigeration, and more furniture for less. Health Alert, brought to you by Sunnyside Community Hospital and Clinics.
In your Health Alert tonight, 91 people die every day nationwide from overdosing on opioids like heroin, fentanyl, prescription painkillers, and even elephant tranquilizers.
Now, drug dealers are making a deadly mixture of these drugs that's being called gray death. As Caitlin Miller reports, it's so strong you don't even have to take it to be at risk.
911, 819 on Fire 5.
Mel Holtz knew he wanted to be a firefighter when he was just a kid.
I started early on, just kind of got hooked.
This is our monitor. This is how we're going to get patient vitals.
Now he's logged 14 years as a first responder. His department takes about 700 calls a year. From fires to traffic accidents and medical calls.
So what have you been taking today, sir?
In this training exercise, Holtz and his team work on another firefighter. But in the field, they're seeing more patients who are dealing with real overdoses.
The calls have changed. The drug use is seeing an uptick.
And there's a scary new drug that's putting first responders at risk.
Bottom line, my concern is that it's going to kill people.
James McCubbin, Deputy Missoula County Attorney, is prosecuting his first case dealing with gray death, a dangerous mix of drugs including heroin and some form of other opioid like fentanyl or carfentanil, a drug so strong it's used as an elephant tranquilizer.
You never really know what you're getting with this.
Even for scientists like Scott Larson, it is extremely difficult to identify and extremely dangerous.
And it's not just addicts who need to be concerned about gray death. It is so strong that it can be absorbed through skin and even through the air. Something as simple as washing your hands could put you at risk.
If there's a drug user with fentanyl in a public restroom or something like that, and then a small child can go in and just put their hand on the sink and get an overdose.
First responders are at especially high risk. A police officer in Ohio recently overdosed when trace amounts of gray death got on his uniform. Police Detective Eddie McLean tells me departments across the region are changing their policies to keep their officers from accidentally overdosing.
It's scary enough to us that we're requesting our officers not conduct field tests on it.
And even small departments are stocking up on Narcan, a nasal spray that counteracts the effects of an opioid overdose. It's a last-line defense to make sure first responders like Mel make it home safe to their families. I'm Caitlin Miller, KHQ Local News.
Okay. You know,
Stay up to speed.
I hate when they say that. Oh, they want to make it home to their families. Everybody on the planet want to make it home to their families. I never met anybody that want anything less when they're on their way home. You know, it's not just first responders and cops that want that, and they make it seem like that's the golden phrase for them. I don't know. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so you can see this is actually Montana where they're seeing the gray death, but we know it's spread out in other parts of the country as well. So gray death is very dangerous. It's a drug that you don't necessarily have to even take in order to feel the effects of overdose. If you remember, it's a mixture of heroin, fentanyl, carfentanil, and they call it gray death because it looks like concrete when you look at it. And this particular drug can pass through your skin. You can inhale it. You don't necessarily have to take this drug at all in order to feel the effects or even die from it. So tell me what you think, ladies and gentlemen. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can make a donation to my channel, please do. Peace, family. Okay, here's an article that just came out September 29th, 2017. Declining birth rate in Wisconsin, U.S. could be good or bad. All right. Wisconsin birth rate declined in the past decade, and the national birth rate hit a record low last year, causing some to worry about workforce and economic instability, while others applaud a dramatic drop in births to teens. If people are having fewer children, there's going to be a smaller pool entering the labor force 20 to 25 years down the road, said David Egan Robertson, a demographer at UW Wisconsin Applied Population Laboratory. But much of the decrease in the birth rate is driven by a significant drop in births to teens, which most consider a good thing. Many millennials are entering the peak fertility years of their late 20s and early 30s. So they could boost the birth rate soon, but millennials, they're not quite as interested in marriage and giving birth now. It's a positive thing, said Dr. Deb E. Rental, a UW Madison Associate Professor. All right, so the state had 66,496 births last year, a rate of 61.3 births per thousand females ages 15 to 44, according to the State Department of Health Services. That's down from 72,757 births and a rate of 64.5 in 2007. Nationally, the rate dipped to 62.0 last year, a record low, with 3.9 million births. There were 4.1 million fewer babies born from 2008 to 2016, that expected based on previous birth rates, according to Kenneth Johnson, a demographer at the University of New Hampshire. At average of 1.85 births per woman, Wisconsin and the United States are below the replacement level of 2.1 births per woman, the level at which a generation can replace itself, Egan Robertson said. So we know that just from, the fact that 5,000 from a 1 year period, that you can't replace a population. You got to think about it, even 20 years from now, when those 5,000 people get of working age, they can't do every job out here in the U.S. That's not enough. They're going to have a big problem. That could cause problems in the workforce and the economy in future years, along with challenges to programs such as Social Security, he said. However, immigration offset slow native population growth in the U.S. more than in places like Japan and parts of Europe. So the concerns aren't as great here. Yes, they are. That's why they're acting out. You can tell who got interviewed for this article. Okay, countries without active immigration are facing stagnant population totals, Egan Robertson said. Demographics say the Great Recession from December 2007 to June 2009 spurred the decline in the state and national birth rates starting in 2008. Birth rates typically go up after recessions end, but that hasn't happened this time, Egan Robertson said. This is likely because of the continuing drop in births to teens and women waiting longer to have children, he said. Oh, don't want to blame it on the genetics, huh? Because we know that's what it is. There were 2,807 births to females between the ages of 15 to 19 in Wisconsin last year, for a rate of 15.0 per 1,000 females that age. The rate has dropped 53% since 2007 and 66% since its peak in 1991. So they've been on a decline, ladies and gentlemen, for decades. This didn't just start. It really, from what I was reading, the decline really started in the 50s, and it went down from there. It's probably related, at least in part, to better access to effective birth control. The birth rate has been going up in Wisconsin among women in their late 20s and 30s. If this continues among the millennium, people born between 1992 and 2000, some say up to 2004, that could boost the birth rate overall. That's not going to do them any good, but let's go ahead. Older parents generally have more secure lives, which is better for children. The kids born will be more successful ultimately, so we could expect to see more robust workforce for that reason. Yeah, right. Okay. Nationwide, America is not having a lot of children, and it's a fact. It's been documented. It's a fact. It's a reason why many of these people are acting out and acting so crazy out here. And you can see other articles based on what I had told you about in the past. The white population on this earth is getting older, okay? And all of the other populations on the planet are younger. And this is just another example of that. Map where your population is moving, aging, and finding work. And the population among the Europeans is aging. And you see right here birth rates low and lower. So this is a phenomena that's going on nationwide. And right now, the Europeans are all up in arms because they're fighting all of the immigrants and migrants that are going there, and they're outnumbering the white European now. And of course, they're petrified of that happening in America because this is why Trump is coming up with all these travel bans and all that crap, because they're petrified of all that happening here. So ultimately, the population's got to change. It's inevitable. I mean, all of this paranoia is just not going to change a thing in the long run. But I'm just going to go ahead and, oh, there is one more I wanted you to see. Here's another one. Finland birth rate plummets to its lowest level in nearly 150 years. See, this is worldwide. This is worldwide. This is not just a U.S. thing. Okay, Finland's birth rate is continuing to fall and has reached its lowest level in 148 years. The number of children born has declined gradually over the last 6 years, with 52,814 babies born in 2016, a figure down by 2,658 on the previous year, according to Statistics Finland. So, of course, it's frightening to them. It's frightening, you know? So, this is a phenomena that's global, but it's not among all groups on the earth. It's mainly hitting your Caucasoids. No matter where they are in this world, they are the ones with the low birth rate, especially in Europe and the US and Canada, Australia. Okay. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family.
Let's get some more of that good old American drug history. The greatest drug fiends in the world, an American opioid crisis in 1908. See, in 1908, ladies and gentlemen, Black people were sharecropping. Black women were working domestically inside the homes of white folks. And they were being picked up on bogus charges like vagrancy and not having a job and laughing out loud in public. You know, those real violent crimes that we're told we're doing all the time. While we were in hard labor, our white counterparts were getting high. They were working hard at getting high. But let's get into this great American white bread history. In this illustration of McClure magazine story, a woman left displays her needle marks. Oh man, oh man. Genteel women with easy access to doctors and drugs made up the majority of late 19th century addicts. She's gazing down at those track marks on her arms, ladies and gentlemen, working hard at getting high. The president, a swaggering populist from New York, was worried that a national crisis of opiates addiction was weakening America and diminishing its greatness that it never had. So, in 1908, Teddy Roosevelt appointed a handsome doctor with a handlebar mustache. Yeah, right. He probably looked like a monkey with a mustache. Hamilton Wright to be the nation's first opium commissioner. See, they had to do the same thing back then as they do now because so many of these Caucasoids were just straight up junkies. While we were working hard, they were working hard at getting high. Americans, right warned, have become the greatest drug fiends in the world. Now, what's going on now? The biggest junkies on the planet are in America. America leads the entire world in drug addiction. See, ladies and gentlemen, these people just simply can't change. They just can't change. But let's get a little more into this great white bread history. The United States developed a pernicious narcotic habit in the decades after the Civil War. Anguished veterans
were hooked on morphine. Now, aren't the VA veterans of today hooked on opioids? Some things never change. Gentile society women dosed up on the laudanum and tincture of alcohol and opium. So they were mixing alcohol and opium just like they are today. The wonder drug was widely used as a cough suppressant and proved very effective in treating diarrhea in kids. So see, look, they were doping up their kids with opioids, talking about it's good for diarrhea. Opiates were wickedly addictive too. And as more and more Americans began abusing them, their control became a cause célèbre for progressive era reformers like Wright. The habit has this nation in its grip to an astonishing extent, he told the New York Times in 1911. Our prisons and hospitals are full of victims of it. It has robbed 10,000 businessmen of moral sense and made them beasts who prey upon their fellows. It has become one of the most futile causes of unhappiness and sin in America, United States. More than a century later, America has relapsed. The current opioid abuse plague is more lethal, with record number of fatal overdoses, public health experts note. But it's not the first time in U.S. history that the lax commercialization of legal opioids led to a national plague. But see, this time the plague is worldwide. It's just that America has the biggest junkies in the world because they got the biggest people that are the most full of shit in the world too. So it all makes sense. The little-known history of America's first experiment with narcotic and the federal government response to it are today a source of optimism for those who argue that tougher regulation and enforcement can bring the current crisis under control. Well, it's been 20 years of waiting for you to bring it under control. I guess, well, whatever. That is your problem. Faced with a late 19th century dope scourge, doctors, pharmacists, and federal law enforcement officials eventually managed to contain the country's first addiction plague. And look, here's their soothing opioid cough syrup for infants, drugging up the infants, working hard at getting high. Miss Winslow will relieve gripping in the bowels. Sounds disgusting. Instantly cure when colic. Soothing syrup for children. Yeah, just drugging up the children so they can shut the hell up. That's what it was for. And its active ingredients was morphine. Yeah, I guess it was popular. Too lazy to deal with your kids, so you drugged them up so they could leave you alone. Over the last 150 years of drug use in America, when a problem has emerged, the government has responded, said the DEA official Sean Ferrens, the former director of the agency's small museum on the ground floor of its headquarters near the Pentagon. I wish we wouldn't have to keep learning about the dangers of these drugs the hard way, he said. But ultimately, the turning point comes only when people really begin to see the damage we are doing to our society. Well, you must not be seeing that at all, because y'all been drug addicts since you've been on American soil. But let's move on. Lesser waves of opiates abuse, especially heroin, returned several times during the 20th century, especially in large cities, and most notably in the 1970s, ladies and gentlemen. Drug use all through the centuries. America famous for being the biggest druggies the world over. But let's move on. But the late 19th century was the only other era in U.S. history where the opiates addiction was truly a nationwide crisis, scholars said, afflicting urban and rural areas alike, up and down the country's social and economic strata. Then, as now, it started with drug manufacturers, doctors, and pharmacists not push us on the street. The advent of the hypodermic needle. The sticky sap of the opium poppy has been relieving pain and getting people high for at least 5,000 years. Ancient Sumerians called it the joy plant. The Egyptians traded opium throughout the Mediterranean, and itinerant Arab merchants probably introduced it to China in the 7th century. Just druggies worldwide. Opium became an engine of human commerce and conquest. English merchants, led by English East Indian Company, arguably the world's first modern drug cartel. The English, the first drug cartels. Okay, set up extensive colonial era opium supply chains that dominate sales in Europe and East Asia. When the Chinese emperors tried to stop them, the British waged the Opium Wars of the mid-19th century, occupying Hong Kong to make sure the drug markets remained open. Now, do you wonder why China is shipping over so much fentanyl and opioids to the US? Maybe it's revenge for those opium wars. But don't expect the Caucasoids to wake up. They just simply won't piece it together. So let's move on, ladies and gentlemen. English poets romanticized the recreational use of drugs. You know what? This makes me laugh because I read an article on heroin addicts saying they love the feeling of the high because it makes them feel like they're in love. And they romanticized about drugs. And by the time Thomas De Quincey published Confessions of an English Opioid Eater, Confessions of an English Opium Eater, Oh, yeah, that sounds really romantic. In 1821, the British were importing tens of thousands of pounds of it per year. Historians said it wasn't until after the American Civil War that the use and abuse of opiates spread widely across the United States. Some of the first addicts were morphine-dependent veterans of the war, suffering from all manner of physical and psychological pain, an infliction known as soldier's disease. Boy, they come up with these elaborate names. I just don't know what I'm going to do. So in other words, your soldiers were a bunch of junkies. You know, you really think about it, the most animated these people ever were was when they were lynching black people in the Civil War. Other than that, the history is already written. They didn't work. White people did not work during slavery. Okay, look at them old, probably drugged up morphine looking soldiers here. Let's move on. Go take a bath. Okay. Morphine was invented in the 1820s, but sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I gotta get the phone. I'll be right back. You know, I love my family, but they have some rotten ass timing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on. Now, where was I? Morphine was invented in the 1820s, but it was the advent of the hypodermic needle that allowed the drug to be injected for the first time. The quick delivery to the bloodstream dramatically intensified the euphoric payload. Soon, syringes were being sold through the Sears and Roebuck catalog. You know, they also sold cocaine, ladies and gentlemen, in the catalog. Let's move on with DIY, do-it-yourself drug vials, according to the DEA's Ferns. Around the same time, you began to see an admonitory literature appear in medical journals saying, you need to be careful with this. Don't leave the syringe with the patient, according to David Courtwright, a leading historian on American drug abuse at the University of North Florida. For decades, opium, morphine, and other narcotics had been the active ingredients in an array of unregulated tinctures and cure-alls sold by neighborhood apothecaries. Itinerant peddlers or doctors making house calls. Oh, so the doctor came right to your house with the opium, huh? How convenient, ladies and gentlemen, working hard at getting high. Just as the contemporary opiate crisis appears to have a gender imbalance, with increasing proportion of women getting hooked. The 19th century addict was typically female and middle class, according to Courtwright, author, Dark Paradise. The history of opiate addiction in America. Women were prescribed opiates after childbirth. Oh my goodness. And to treat female problems, menstrual cramps. Yeah, while the black woman got nothing. Moving on. Many migrant workers from China who were hired to build roads and railroads and became addicts in labor camps and tenements of Western cities. Remember, they had the drug dens. In fact, that's what they're sitting in right now. The first drug control ordinance in U.S. history were issued in San Francisco in an attempt to stop the spread of opium dens, where the white clientele gladly visited with their $8. Unbelievable. Looked like a roach hotel, but moving on. And then 1895, German pharmaceutical giant Bayer came out with a new wonder drug, more powerful than aspirin, that worked phenomenally well as a cough suppressant. Its name was Hiroshik. It was hero shit. Meaning strong, heroic. But in the United States, it was marketed under a different brand named heroin. I like hero shit better. I'm calling heroin hero shit. Hero shit. Along with cocaine, it was recommended as safe alternative to morphine for addicts trying to shake their dependency, and flooded the markets in many forms: tinctures, pills, even heroin throat lozenges. These people are such junkies, man. So they had liquid form, pill form, and a throat lozenger. They're all loaded with with heroin. It possessed many advantages over morphine. The Boston Medical and Surgical Journal wrote in 1900 advancing claims with a chilling similarity to early advertisements for OxyContin. It's not hypnotic, and there's no danger of acquiring a habit. You don't have nothing on the streets now but a bunch of habit-forming drugs, and this is why those addicts have grown over 20 years to 23 million in America. No danger of acquiring a habit. Yeah, right. The first drug kingpins. Around that time, the specter of the junkie and dope fiend began to appear as a stigmatized character in lurid newspaper accounts. The early 20th century was also a period of racial anxiety and growing hostility towards migrants. And didn't Trump just put another travel ban in effect? Still showing all that all that anxiety and hostility towards immigrants. Ladies and gentlemen, some things never change. Some things never change. Change is not what they can handle. That's why they're going to be crying on their way out. In their push for narcotics, crackdowns, crusaders like Wright and the Opium Commission played to fears that opium smoking white women would end up trading drugs for sex with Asian men. No, see, that's where your woman is a willing participant. They just don't want to believe their women will sleep with any man on this planet and don't give a damn. Don't want to believe it. The temperance movement wasn't just alcohol. It was also drugs that were ruining the moral temperament of Americans, said Lloyd Setterer. the chief medical officer of the New York Office of Mental Health, and the author of a forthcoming book about the current opioid crisis. Again, Black people were sharecropping and on prison farms over vagrancy and laughing out loud in public. Our women were domestic workers and they were getting high. The US government began taxing opium in 1890, and the passage of the Pure Food and Drug Act of 1906 forced manufacturers to disclose the content of their products, so consumers wary of the drug would know if it was lurking in their kids' cough syrup or not. You see them passing all kinds of legislation and, about the drug plague that's going on. And you can see they were doing the same thing back then. These people are like a broken record in history. 3 years later, Congress passed the Opium Exclusion Act, banning its import for the purpose of smoking. Okay, so it was okay to do as long as you weren't smoking it. People are silly. No wonder why you got a drug problem in 2017. Roosevelt sent Wright to lead an American delegation for the first International Opium Commission in Shanghai in 1909 and another gathering at The Hague in 1912 that produced the first global attempt to regulate narcotics. And I guess these were your people that were there at the conference. No wonder why you still got a drug problem. Wright continued to push for U.S. legislation over the objections of drug manufacturers, an effort that culminating the Harris Narcotic Tax Act of 1914. It taxed and tightly regulated the sale and distribution of opium and cocaine-based products, the first broad crackdown in a century of American narcotics prohibition. Opiates remained available for short-term medical use. Isn't that what they're now saying? The doctors are trying to prescribe opioids only for 5 days now. Ain't working. But not to maintain addiction, and thousands of doctors and pharmacists were arrested under the Harrison laws, according to Cetera. A younger generation of physicians viewed opiates far more warily, issuing fewer prescriptions, said Courtwright, and made crucial differences in the prevention of new addicts. Isn't that what they're doing now? See, these people, they can't change for shit. You can see why their society is failing when it comes down to the drugs. They struggled with drugs in the past. They're struggling with drugs now. Oh, let's move on. Prohibition-era gangsters like Arnold Rothstein, who trafficked it in illegal heroin, would become the country's first drug kingpins in the 1920s, but the number of opiate addicts, Americans, would never be as large again until now. At the peak of the 19th century addiction crisis, roughly 300,000 Americans were probably hooked, according to Courtwright, despite higher estimates by Wright and other activists that were probably inflated. See, they couldn't get an accurate number then, and they can't get one now.
Some things never change, ladies and gentlemen. You can count on these people never ever changing. Today, the United States have 4 times as many people, but perhaps 10 times as many addicts. Dependency and flooded the markets in many forms, tinctures, pills, even heroin, throat lozenges. These people are such junkies, man. So they had liquid form, pill form, and a throat lozenger. They're all loaded with with heroin. It possessed many advantages over morphine. The Boston Medical and Surgical Journal wrote in 1900 advancing claims with a chilling similarity to early advertisements for OxyContin. It's not hypnotic, and there's no danger of acquiring a habit. You don't have nothing on the streets now but a bunch of habit-forming drugs, and this is why those addicts have grown over 20 years to 23 million in America. No danger of acquiring a habit. Yeah, right. The first drug kingpins. Around that time, the specter of the junkie and dope fiend began to appear as a stigmatized character in lurid newspaper accounts. The early 20th century was also a period of racial anxiety and growing hostility towards migrants. And didn't Trump just put another travel ban in effect? Still showing all that all that anxiety and hostility towards immigrants. Ladies and gentlemen, some things never change. Some things never change. Change is not what they can handle. That's why they're going to be crying on their way out. In their push for narcotics, crackdowns, crusaders like Wright and the Opium Commission played to fears that opium smoking white women would end up trading drugs for sex with Asian men. No, see, that's where your woman is a willing participant. They just don't want to believe their women will sleep with any man on this planet and don't give a damn. Don't want to believe it. The temperance movement wasn't just alcohol. It was also drugs that were ruining the moral temperament of Americans, said Lloyd Setterer, the chief medical officer of the New York Office of Mental Health and the author of a forthcoming book about the current opioid crisis. Again, Black people were sharecropping and on prison farms over vagrancy and laughing out loud in public. Our women were domestic workers and they were getting high. The U.S. government began taxing opium in 1890, and the passage of the Pure Food and Drug Act of 1906 forced manufacturers to disclose the content of their products, so consumers wary of the drug would know if it was lurking in their kids' cough syrup or not. You know, you see them passing all kinds of legislation and, about the drug plague that's going on. And you can see they were doing the same thing back then. These people are like a broken record in history. 3 years later, Congress passed the Opium Exclusion Act, banning its import for the purpose of smoking. Okay, so it was okay to do as long as you weren't smoking it. People are silly. No wonder why you got a drug problem in 2017. Roosevelt sent Wright to lead an American delegation for the first International Opium Commission in Shanghai in 1909 and another gathering at The Hague in 1912 that produced the first global attempt to regulate narcotics. And I guess these were your people that were there at the conference. No wonder why you still got a drug problem. Wright continued to push for U.S. legislation over the objections of drug manufacturers, an effort that culminating the Harris Narcotic Act, Tax Act of 1914. It taxed and tightly regulated the sale and distribution of opium and cocaine-based products, the first broad crackdown in a century of American narcotics prohibition. Opiates remained available for short-term medical use. Isn't that what they're now saying? The doctors are trying to prescribe opioids only for 5 days now. Ain't working. But not to maintain addiction, and thousands of doctors and pharmacists were arrested under the Harrison laws, according to Cetera. A younger generation of physicians viewed opiates far more warily, issuing fewer prescriptions, said Courtwright, and made crucial differences in the prevention of new addicts. Isn't that what they're doing now? See, these people, they can't change for shit. You can see why their society is failing when it comes down to the drugs. They struggled with drugs in the past. They're struggling with drugs now. Oh, let's move on. Prohibition-era gangsters like Arnold Rothstein, who trafficked it in illegal heroin, would become the country's first drug kingpins in the 1920s, but the number of opiate addicts, Americans, would never be as large again until now. At the peak of the 19th century addiction crisis, roughly 300,000 Americans were probably hooked, according to Courtwright, despite higher estimates by Wright and other activists that were probably inflated. See, they couldn't get an accurate number then, and they can't get one now. Some things never change, ladies and gentlemen. You can count on these people never, ever changing. Today, the United States have 4 times as many people, but perhaps 10 times as many addicts. Stop overdoses, carry naloxone. You seriously put this billboard up? Stop overdoses, carry naloxone. You seriously put this billboard up? Oh my God. It's a billboard in Ohio. Moreover, 21st century dope, especially heroin, spiked with synthetic opioids like fentanyl, is more addictive than anything before, according to narcotics experts. The highs are higher. Isn't that what they like? As are the risk of lethal overdose. U.S. law enforcement agents have never had to confront criminal networks as sophisticated. God. It's a billboard in Ohio. Moreover, 21st century dope, especially heroin, spiked with synthetic opioids like fentanyl, is more
addictive than anything before, according to narcotics experts. The highs are higher. Isn't that what they like? As are the risk of lethal overdose. U.S. law enforcement agents have never had to confront criminal networks as sophisticated and well-financed as the drug traffickers who dominate narcotic distribution today. And the flow of American opioid continue over and under the counter. While new prescriptions for sophisticated and well-financed as the drug traffickers who dominate narcotic distribution today. And the flow of American opioid continue over and under the counter. While new prescriptions for opioid-based drugs peaked in 2011 and have declined slightly, prescribing levels in 2015 were still 3 times that of 1999. The latest figures show dependent Americans who can no longer get the drugs from pharmacies are turning to illegal markets in greater numbers than ever before, or they're just holding up the pharmacy altogether, or anywhere that got drugs. That is the biggest difference between the 19th century crisis and the contemporary one, said Dr. DuPont. The drugs peaked in 2011 and have declined slightly, prescribing levels in 2015 were still 3 times that of 1999. The latest figures show dependent Americans who can no longer get the drugs from pharmacies are turning to illegal markets in greater numbers than ever before, or they're just holding up the pharmacy altogether, or anywhere that got drugs. That is the biggest difference between the 19th century crisis and the contemporary one, said Dr. DuPont, the former White House drug czar, who helped develop the first methadone maintenance program in the 1970s to treat heroin addiction. So treat drugs with drugs. Former White House drug czar, who helped develop the first methadone maintenance program in the 1970s to treat heroin addiction. So treat drugs with drugs. Ladies and gentlemen, this drug plague ain't going nowhere. These high IQ people never fail to amaze me. Let's move on. Both plagues began with over-the-counter prescription of pain medication, but today illegal traffickers are far more able to step in as the government cracks down. The sea change is the illegal market, DuPont said. The move Ladies and gentlemen, this drug plague ain't going nowhere. These high IQ people never fail to amaze me. Let's move on. Both plagues began with over-the-counter prescription of pain medication, but today illegal traffickers are far more able to step in as the government cracks down. The sea change is the illegal market, DuPont said. The move towards synthetic opioids like fentanyl will make everything much harder. The dogs can't sniff it. You can send it through the mail. It's very scary. Move towards synthetic opioids like fentanyl will make everything much harder. The dogs can't sniff it. You can send it through the mail.
It's very scary. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what this proves? It proves that America has never conquered a drug problem since she's been colonized. Okay? They had an inability to stop drugs then, and they have an inability to stop drugs now. But these are the ones with the high IQs. They are the ones that know everything. They are the ones that got everything. Even when you give them all kinds of advantages, they still can't overcome a drug addiction. Those same opioids are prescribed to Black people, but since doctors believe we don't feel pain, we didn't get hooked on it like white people did. So, ladies and gentlemen, drug fiends of yesterday are the drug fiends of today. Please tell me what you think about this great white bread American history, y'all. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what this proves? It proves that America has never conquered a drug problem since she's been colonized. Okay? They had an inability to stop drugs then, and they have an inability to stop drugs now. But these are the ones with the high IQs. They are the ones that know everything. They are the ones that got everything. Even when you give them all kinds of advantages, they still can't overcome a drug addiction. Those same opioids are prescribed to Black people, but since doctors believe we don't feel pain, we didn't get hooked on it like white people did. So, ladies and gentlemen, drug fiends of yesterday are the drug fiends of today. Please tell me what you think about this great white bread American history, y'all. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. Article that came out on Pain News Network September 29th, 2017. Fake fentanyl pills found in 40 states. Counterfeit painkillers and other prescription drugs made with illicit fentanyl have killed Americans in at least 16 states, according to a new report that found the fake and highly dangerous drugs have spread from coast to coast. We have documented the spread of counterfeit pills made with illegal fentanyl throughout 40 states. There is documentation that counterfeits made with fentanyl have killed Americans in at least 16 of those states. The other 24 states probably have deaths attributed to the counterfeits made with fentanyl, but because of limited awareness of the problem, those deaths may not have been investigated for counterfeit drugs, said the report by the Partnership for Safe Medicines, PSM, a coalition of pharmacy groups and other healthcare organizations. The report is based on a review of court records, statements by law enforcement and public health agencies, and news reports. And if you look at this map, what it's showing you in the burgundy color are the states where they found the counterfeit drugs across the country. And you can see it is a lot of states, including the state I'm in, New Jersey. And the brown indicates the actual deaths that occurred from the counterfeit drugs. And you can see that spread all over the map.
And the gray area are states they have not found the counterfeit drugs in so far, and it's about 9 states altogether. Okay. Many addicts look for a high, or pain sufferers looking for relief have no idea what they're buying. Experts say a single dose of fentanyl as small as 2 or 3 milligrams can be fatal. Up until now, it's been difficult to grasp the scope and pervasiveness of the counterfeit drug problem, said Dr. Marvin Shepard, chairman of the PSM board and former director for the Center for Pharmacoeconomic Studies at the University of Texas at Austin College of Pharmacy. We've had a number of examples of counterfeit pills, seizures, and tragic fentanyl-related deaths, but this report paints a picture of a nation under siege from fake and lethal drugs coming across our borders. Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Ohio, and several states now report they have more people dying from overdoses of illicit fentanyl than from prescription opioids. Most of the illicit fentanyl is manufactured in China and smuggled into the United States by drug cartels. In August, the Mexican military found 140 pounds of powdered fentanyl hidden inside a tractor-trailer rig at a checkpoint near Yuma, Arizona. The shipment, which had estimate street value of $1.2 billion, wow, also included nearly 30,000 counterfeit pills made with fentanyl. Okay, now the reason why you see so much fentanyl is because it's so cheap. Apparently it's so cheap. That's why it's being laced in with everything right now, including marijuana. And this picture is showing counterfeit oxycodone pills. Okay, and like they said, a lot of this is coming in from China and then moved across the border into the US. Okay, now we all know about the dark internet, which is used for a lot of drug activity. All right, it's used to be dominated by legal made medications that were stolen and diverted from medicine cabinets, pharmacies, or drug manufacturers. All right, so now a lot of these drugs are counterfeit. You know, people are making copycat drugs, and listen to where these drugs are coming from. I would say 99% of what we're seeing on the streets bought and sold is from China, India, Mexico, or from second or third hand distributors. And don't forget about South America. South America still distributes a lot of drugs, and those drugs make it across the border. So it's a lot of countries involved in producing this fentanyl that you're seeing hit the American economy. While the DEA and other law enforcement agencies have been warning of fentanyl problems for years, federal health officials have been slow to recognize or even address it, focusing ahead on limiting the use of opioid pain medication. That's only one slice of the pie. You know, I know they're trying to get doctors to write less scripts, but if you don't get rid of the illegal drugs, it's really counterproductive. For example, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention recently launched a new marketing campaign using videos, online advertising, billboards, newspapers, and radio ads to raise awareness about the risk of prescription opioids. The campaign completely ignores the role of fentanyl and heroin in the overdose crisis because the CDC didn't want to risk diluting its primary message. Specifically, is a best practice in communication, and the pharmacy awareness campaign messaging focus on the critical issue of prescription opioids. Given the broad target audience, focusing on prescription opioids avoids diluting the campaign message, the CDC explained. Politicians are also focused on prescription opioids. Several states have adopted or are considering laws that limit opioid prescriptions for acute pain to only a few days' supply, a move that Trump Opioid Commission appears to be considering as a recommendation in its final report. And he's still not talking about signing the National Emergency Declaration, is he? This is a prevention measure to limit the number of drugs that are out there for improper diversion, and to make sure that we don't inadvertently turn people into addicts by giving 30, 60, and 90 pills the first time, said Commission Chairman Governor Chris Christie of New Jersey, whose state was adopted a 5-day limit on new opioid prescriptions. And you saw that map that I showed you in my other video. It's not putting a dent in stopping these drug deaths. So this week, the Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers of America, an organization that represents virtually every major drug maker, told the commission that it would support a nationwide 7-day limit on opioid prescriptions for acute pain. All right. I tell you, the problems when it comes down to this drug plague is endless. Endless. Please tell me what you think, ladies and gentlemen. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can make a donation to my channel, please do. Peace, family. When it comes down to this opioid plague, price gouging is just through the roof. They jacked up the price of the Narcan, and now just to transport a dead body now costs a lot of money. Let's get into this article that came out on BBC News, September 28th, 2017. Opioid crisis. More transport costs double in West Virginia. All right. The state paid nearly $900,000 in 2017 to transport corpses, more than double the cost in the last 2 years, officials say. The number of body transports jumped from 2,200 in the fiscal year 2015 to about 4,200 during the same period in 2017. Trump has created a commission to study the plague. He has called addiction to opioids a class of drug covering everything from heroin to legal painkillers, a serious problem that likes of which we have never seen, and we haven't. I mean, this thing is through the roof. U.S. First Lady Melania Trump hosted a discussion about the crisis on Thursday. All right, I'm going to play this video.
Acid overdose.
just a business. If you've been able to have record profits, then invest in healing people injured by your product. People are dropping like flies, and it makes no difference what their economic status is. They could be wealthy, they could be mired in poverty. This scourge takes no prisoners.
My name is Brandon Adkins, and I work for the Huntington Police Department. When I first started with my job and I started seeing it, I had a little bit of excitement into it because it was something new to me. And it didn't take long. I've got a year and a half on now, and I'm just completely jaded about it. It just seems like each case, it's just the same old. What's going on? You got needles?
No
needles?
Like
Not today?
I snorted my straws right there. I was just pleased.
Snort it?
Yeah.
In a 10-day span, I think we had like 14 deaths. So I ended up having to take a few days off just to kind of regroup myself and not just be unhappy all the time. What they'll do is they'll put the product in here, a little bit of water, heat it up, put a cotton filter in, draw out the filter.
It started with the pills. I had a motorcycle wreck and started with the doctor first.
And what kind of dosage was he giving you, and how often and all that?
It was Roxy 15, 2 a day. And started overdoing it.
Steve Williams, mayor of the city of Huntington, West Virginia. Most of the heroin addiction that we have began with individuals who had a prescription with some pain medication, and that prescription led to an addiction. Huntington is a town of just under 50,000 people. Our county is 96,000 people. Yet over a five-year period, just a 5-year period, there was over 40 million doses of opiates that were distributed in this county alone. I don't need to get in and don't even seek to get into what the motivation was. The numbers speak for themselves.
My name is Brian Scott Littlejohn. I've been using since I was 10 years old. I've been clean since September 28th, 2015. We'd go see the doctor, get prescription pills, come back. Like it was easily accessible. They kind of, if you just show up down there and say, hey, I have a back injury, they'll pretty much prescribe you whatever you wanted.
Let's take a couple cleansing breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth.
You go to the doctor, you pay them cash, no insurance, and then leave the doctor's office, go straight to the pharmacy. They fill the prescription, no questions asked, and you're free to go.
Rather than going to the taxpayers of my community and saying, we need to raise your taxes so that we can fight this epidemic, we need to go to those who are complicit in causing the epidemic, and they need to be held accountable. If you've been able to have record profits, then invest in healing people that have found themselves injured by your product.
My name is Michael Smith. I'm a lieutenant in the Huntington Fire Department here in Huntington, West Virginia. Most of our call-outs now are for drugs. They probably make up somewhere around a third of our calls. Fires generally are about 15% to 10% of our calls. So obviously the drugs are much more. Sorry about that. That's me. That's me. That's an overdose. Come on, We're responding to an overdose of a middle-aged male in a local grocery store. He's been reported to 911, and we're currently there now. Ma'am, it was called restroom. Thank you. It's the second one we've had in here. What we got? His mom is supposedly outside. Hey. What's his name? What's his name? Timmy.
Hey, look here.
Just lay there.
How long you been doing heroin?
It's been a while since you've done it.
Done it, or you've been doing it for a while? Yeah. Did you overdose? You weren't even breathing. Yep. Maybe about 6 times a minute. Normal's 20. All right. Let's go ahead and stand up here. We're going to sit up here against the wall. Get your bearings.
Can I just ask, did you start on opioids first before moving on to heroin?
Yes.
And how did you get into it?
I was on pain pills, and actually I've been trying to get off since, hopefully.
Yep. You got to take the PC. So you want to go to the hospital?
I would just as soon be able to hear from these companies that say, we'll come in and we'll partner with you to be able to fight this addiction, rather than spend their time saying, if it's not our fault, we're just a business. When I was in the investment business, if I was giving advice to somebody that caused harm to them, I would lose my career, lose my license, and possibly have to pay money. Do no harm. And there's plenty of harm that we can point to all around.
Okay. Boy, I tell you, you see the way some of these people are living when they're junkies? They're living in squalor. Damn. Okay. West Virginia public health officials believe the increase in caseload at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner is a result of overdose deaths. Toby D. Wagner, a public health spokesman, told the BBC, the Appalachian state saw an estimate of 880 people die of drug overdoses last year, the highest death rate across the country, according to a report by the Charleston Gazette-Mail newspaper. It's just another expense going towards the drug plague that our state and our nation is under the grips of. Dr. Ruhal Gupta, West Virginia Public Health Commissioner, told the BBC. This particular cost is just the tip of the iceberg to indicate the cost that Americans, certainly West Virginians, are bearing from cradle to grave. It's touching every fabric of our society. He added, the state is grappling with a host of drug overdose-related costs, including a backlog on postmortem examinations, as well as babies who are born drug-dependent. Earlier this year, West Virginia lawmakers approved $500,000 in extra funds to pay for soaring body transport costs. Licensed embalmer Jim Laurie told the Charleston Gazette-Mail he came out of retirement 3 years ago to help Charleston mortuary services handle the influx of bodies. Wow, he had to come out of retirement? Mr. Laurie said it was not uncommon to send up 2 or 3 people who died from a drug overdose to a morgue each day. About 124 deaths each day in the U.S. are due to drug overdoses, the equivalent of September 11th, every 3 weeks, according to the Trump administration. And in 2016, they're estimating about 64,000 deaths, but we'll know the true number around December. The plague started with legally prescribed painkillers like Percocet and OxyContin. It intensified as these were diverted to the black market. There has also been a sharp rise in the use of illegal opioids, including heroin. Many street drugs are laced with powerful opioids like fentanyl, increasing the risk of overdose. The use of injectable opioids has contributed to hepatitis C cases doubling. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will leave the link to this article in the description box. And then you can come out here and look at it at your own leisure. But this just go to show you how not only is the epidemic not going away, it's now taking toll on states financially, trying to keep up with all of the 911 calls and transporting dead bodies and using up Narcan. I'm telling you, this, and I will say it again, I believe is the one thing that's going to break America. It's too many people on the drug. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, ladies and gentlemen, please do. Peace, family. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to see how bad this drug plague is in my stomping ground of New Jersey. This is an article that came out on NewJersey.com, September 28th, 2017. All 1,901 people killed by opioids in New Jersey last year mapped. At least 1,901 people died from opioid overdoses in New Jersey last year, well over twice the number of people from the state who died in the attacks on September 11th. Deaths involving heroin and fentanyl continued a meteoric rise in the Garden State, according to new data obtained by New Jersey Advanced Media. Those involving heroin have more than doubled since 2013, while fentanyl-related deaths have risen an eye-popping 2,000% in the same span. That is outrageous. But that just goes to show you how dire this plague really is. I don't think the American people can sit by and tolerate this level of death for much longer, Governor Chris Christie said in an interview earlier this month. Using a database of opioid deaths in 2016, New Jersey Advanced Media mapped the approximate address of every person who died while stripping out any personal identifying information. The result, a grim portrait of a crisis that has blanketed the state from end to end. The dots represent one person. So take a look at this map. Every single red dot on the map represents a death that has occurred in the state of New Jersey. This is crazy. You're just looking at one state. Can you imagine if you had to look at those red dots all across the country? That's how bad it is. It is really, really bad. I think this is the one thing economically that's going to bring America to her knees. The majority of the deaths involve heroin, but the meteoric rise of fentanyl could soon make it the state's most deadly drug. Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid originally designed to treat end-stage cancer patients, but it can be up to 25 times more powerful as the street-level heroin. Data also show an uptick in deaths involving cocaine. And I actually did an article on that probably a few months back, where they're lacing the cocaine with fentanyl. And New York is hit exceptionally bad because there were a lot of cocaine users in New York. And they're dropping like flies now. And it's now something that's going on across the country. The stimulant was found in the system of 498 people who died as a result of opioids, up from 310 in 2014. And you can see right here, New Jersey heroin and fentanyl deaths from 2004 to 2016. And you can see it just steadily rise every single year. This is 2016. And of course, wow. Fentanyl deaths, 878 in 2016. And heroin deaths, 1,297 in 2016. So the red is showing you the fentanyl deaths. Wow. No. Sign of the times. The trend in New Jersey mirrors that of the countries at large. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention recently announced that 64,000 people had died from drug overdoses in 2016. And I really believe that's far lower. You know, they don't count in meth deaths. And if the family requests not to put the drug overdose on the death certificate, so that's another one that's not counted. So the number is really far from accurate. The majority of which involve opioids. Christie, the head of the National Commission on Opioids, has urged Trump to declare the crisis a national emergency, which they already made the announcement, but it was never signed by Trump. While Trump has voiced his support, has yet to make a formal declaration. So in other words, he ain't signing it. And I don't really believe he's going to sign it, ladies and gentlemen. I think he's doing this committee shit just for show. Ultimately, it's going to be the people that hold the purse strings and have the bigger bully pulpit than the one I have, Christie said. But this is a good time to do it. The crisis is disproportionately affecting millennials. While opioids killed scores in every generation in New Jersey last year, nearly a third were between 25 and 35 years old, according to the data. Yep, you can see it right here. 25 to 35. All right. Early indications from law enforcement officials are that 2017 is not expected to yield any significant change in the trend, but there are indications it could be much worse. Bergen County, for example, has recorded 79 overdose deaths thus far in 2017, but law enforcement officials have been able to save 177 more with Narcan, an overdose antidote that is now in the hands of most law enforcement agencies in the state. Still, just 7 years ago, the number of overdoses exceeded the population of only a handful of towns in New Jersey. Today, that number is 74. All right, so there you go. So it's no better in New Jersey than it is in any other state, and As far as I'm concerned, it's getting worse. You really can't go too many places now and not see these junkies, all zombified, walking around, And look at this. It's only going to get worse. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, ladies and gentlemen, please do. Peace, family. This is an article that came out in the Cannabis, and this is really going over how bad it is in the U.S. as far as morgue room is concerned. How bad is the opioid crisis? Morgues are literally out of room. Wow. But we know this has been going on for a while. But this go to show you how strong this plague is still going in the U.S. One by one, on a single day earlier this month, coroners from 8 counties contacted the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's crime lab. Each had opened a death case that required an autopsy, and each was told to call back the next day. There were no available tables, they were told. It's a response that isn't unusual. Several times on any given week, coroners have been told there's no room at any of the state's forensic labs until other bodies are released. The backlog has sometimes left local officials who rely on the state facilities scrambling to find ways to store bodies. Wow. Ooh, man. Meanwhile, anxious family members must delay funerals, burials, and cremations. Officials hope the measure on the lab will lessen when a new, larger 6.68 million morgue, 17,511 square feet opens in November. Wow, they got to open bigger facilities for all the bodies that are coming in from drug overdose. Expanded intake and body storage areas at the Decanter site opened last week, but others caution the backlog could continue, fueled by a surge in opioid overdose deaths, a rising number of suicides, and Georgia's growing population. Wow. So they're saying they're getting a high number of overdose deaths and suicides coming in at the same time. Oh, man. Oh, man, that is crazy. It's tough. Catoosa County Coroner Vanita Hollinger said about the delays, these families have given up someone. Their whole world is upside down, and they can't even start their grieving. Hollinger said she has waited as long as 5 days before there was room at the morgue at GBI's Division of Forensic Science in Decanter, a 2.5-hour drive away. Recently, she alerted the medical examiner. There had been 2 deaths on the same day. The morgue could only take 1 body, and the second one could be delivered the next day, she said. Fewer autopsies. Autopsies are required in some states, like in obvious homicides when a child dies, or if illicit or prescription drugs are suspected in a death. While Fulton, Cobb, DeKalb, and Gwinnett counties have their own medical examiners and handle their own autopsies, the 155 remaining counties rely on the GBI's 15 pathologists and 3 morgues, Rockdale, Hall, Barrow and Henry counties sometimes turn to DeKalb County for their autopsies. Wow. This is crazy, but this is America's reality now. This is a daily reality in America. Prior to the opening of the new cooler, there was often not enough space to accept bodies until others were released. Coroners would have to hold the bodies until notified when space became available. Wow. Until there's an autopsy, there can be no funeral. It's common for us to hold them. Richmond County Coroner Mark Bowden said of bodies that have to be stored for a day or for days because of the frequent lack of space at any of the state's 3 morgues. Boy, I couldn't do that job. I seriously, I could not do this job. I could not look at massive amounts of bodies coming in every day, and you know they're either suicides or drug overdoses. Hollinger called some of the changes alarming and arguing, for instance, that those over age 55 shouldn't automatically be disqualified from autopsies as the new changes require. The rise in overdose deaths has increased the workload for pathologists. Okay, so I guess if you're over 55, they don't even want to autopsy you. It's probably, they're overwhelmed, so I get it. They have been increasing steadily since 2013 to 776 last year, according to GBI statistics. So far in 2017, a quarter of all overdose deaths have been attributed to fentanyl, a powerful synthetic opioid. The whole process sucks. According to GBI, there are a total of 26 full-time forensic pathologists working for the state and in the 4 metro Atlanta counties that have their own medical examiners. That is well below what is recommended for a state of its size. As a general guideline, there should be 1 full-time forensic pathologist per 200,000 population. The GBI wrote in a report to the governor asking for funds for more staff for the morgue based on Georgia's population of approximately 10 million. Georgia needs nearly twice the number of forensic pathologists as the currently working in the state. Last year, each of the medical examiners performed 325 to 350 autopsies, a total of 3,609 autopsies. So far this year, the lab has performed 2,657 autopsies. Meanwhile, the national standard is 250 autopsies per pathologist. Wow. I mean, where do you keep getting all this funding from? That's what I'm talking about. Like I said, we are looking at what's going to bring America down. Seriously. We're looking at exactly what's going to bring it down. On August 27, Bates called to request an autopsy, but there was not an autopsy table available until August 29th, which meant uncertainty in that family's funeral planning. That was not bad. It has certainly gotten better since the first of the year, said Bates, who stores body at the local hospital until the state's crime lab has room. This year, the state legislator have the GBI money to hire 5 additional part-time morgue staff, as well as give pay raises to pathologists to make the crime lab more competitive. with Georgia's counties and other states and hospitals in hiring. The lab can now pay a starting board-certified pathologist $195,851 a year. Hey, y'all, we need to become pathologists in the Black community, which is more than the GBI director's salary, but less than other states. The chair of the Augusta University Pathology Department makes almost $429,000, and an associate there makes more than $218,000. I think our new morgue will hold us 10 years, said GBI Director Vernon Keenan. What we'll need is more doctors. A lot of times doctors will also do work at the morgue, and these are sometimes doctors that you're looking at, in a family practice or at a hospital, and they also will do work at the morgue. I do know that from talking to a few doctors before in the past. Contributing to the morgue backlog is one persistent problem. Remains that either remain unidentified or otherwise in limbo. The number of identified bodies at a morgue changes day by day. On September 13th, there were 33, including the body of a 66-year-old woman that had been there since November 27th, 2015. Her relatives cannot agree on burial arrangements. Wow. You can't agree on burial arrangements, so you leave your loved one freezing there all that time? That's disgusting. The body of a 60-year-old woman who died of natural causes in Clayton County has been stored at the morgue in Decatur since November 27th, 2015, because the GBI and local authorities cannot locate her relatives. A recently located friend has offered to pay for a funeral. At the same time, the morgue is storing 277 unidentified remains. At least one set of skeletal remains date back to 1969? Oh my God! We're working to have them buried, but we have to have the authority to do it or get a court order, Keenan said. It's time to bury the unidentified. 1969? Yeah, you should have been put that damn thing in the ground. I mean, oh my God, a set of skeletal remains since 1969? That's outrageous to keep something like that in the morgue for this long. Wow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will leave the link to this article in the description box. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. We always talking about the opioid plague, but there's another plague actually going on in the U.S. at the same time, and that is meth. The not-so-new epidemic, meth addiction. Here we go. Some crystal meth right there. Meth is surging in the U.S. again in the shadows of the opioid plague and may not be getting the attention it deserves. Meth addiction is another worsening drug plague. Wow, they said it was a drug plague in the article. Woo! That is increasingly becoming uncontrollable. In contrast to the last methamphetamines epidemic, which began in the 1990s, rural meth labs are now a rarity, and the fires and explosions that made headlines back then are practically non-existent today, because a lot of it is coming in from Mexico, and they said the Mexican meth is a lot purer than what people made in their garage or in their homes back in the day. Unfortunately, this had led to a very false assumption that if meth labs are down, meth use is down. But large quantities of pure, affordable meth of clandestine labs in Mexico have taken the place of local labs all over the country. The majority of methamphetamines is now smuggled across the southwest border, according to the Drug Enforcement Administration's 2016 National Drug Threat Assessment Summary. Its purity is high, and its street price is relatively low, much cheaper than heroin. According to the same assessment, nearly a third of American law enforcement agencies rank methamphetamines as the biggest drug threat in their areas, and the problem seems to be growing. In 2016, 43% of law enforcement agencies in the Southwest and 71% in the Southwest listed methamphetamines as the biggest drug stimulant. So locally, it's a big threat in certain areas of the country. Nationwide, regular use of the inexpensive and widely available illicit stimulant increased from 3 to 4% of the population between 2010 and 2015, according to SAMHSA. During the same period, heroin use shot from 1 to 2% of the population. 4 million people abuse methamphetamines on a regular basis, and another 12 million have tried it at least once. In 2015, the most recent year for which federal data is available, nearly 4,900 meth users died of an overdose. That represents a 30% increase over 2014. Researchers on longtime meth users reveal that almost always become addicted, and the effects of methamphetamines on chronic users are severe, especially in the brain. The most infamous effect of meth on long-term users is psychosis, also called tweaking. Yeah, that's when they're shaking around and talking, incoherently, where the user loses contact with reality. Meth psychosis closely resembles acute paranoia, schizophrenia, and can be difficult differentiating the two on the scene. The definitive diagnosis of methamphetamine psychosis is made after performing a thorough history, physical exam, urine drug screen, and reality testing. However, there are usually additional telltale signs of meth-induced psychosis when an officer arrives on the scene. Methamphetamines overstimulates the temporal lobe of the brain, which can create psychosis. This is also the commonly affected area in human brains in patients with schizophrenia. Studies report that psychosis is experienced by 2/3 of methamphetamine users. Dependence on methamphetamines is the key risk factor for psychosis. Additional factors affect the occurrence and course of psychotic symptoms: number of years of abuse, sleep deprivation, concurrent mental illness, and mixing meth with alcohol or other drugs. And I tell you what, it does more than that. You see the way they age on this shit? It's almost like they go from being someone young to looking elderly in a very short period of time. The characteristics of psychosis is the presence of 3 prominent features: hallucinations, delusions, and paranoia. And you can see it all broken down here. All right, I'm just going to go over that. Aggression. This is obviously one of the most fundamental concerns for law enforcement. Methamphetamines impairs the frontal lobe of the brain, which controls judgment and impulse control. Meth overstimulates. Okay, so because their behavior is aggressive, that's where, because you do occasionally hear about law enforcement saying how they'll go out on the scene to a drug addict and they'll actually fight the officers. And I guess this is a good example of what meth does as far as altering your behavior. And they also have obsessive compulsive behavior. All right, so go down a little further. In methamphetamines overdose, death is typically caused by a stroke or heart attack and is characterized by extreme sweating as the body overheats prior to death. Because methamphetamines represents a lower risk of overdose than drugs such as opioids, many use it for decades, which often results in gradual organ failure and death. These deaths are typically not counted in overdose statistics. Why? It's a drug death. That is weird. So you're never going to get a true number as far as how many people have died from drug overdose because they're not counting everything. And so really the numbers that we're giving are false. So at the end of the year, they're going to count the opioids. Well, we know they don't even do that because if the families say they don't want that on the death certificate, they don't even put it on there. So that's another one that's not counted. Wow, it's so much deception. There are no FDA-approved medications exist to stop craving for methamphetamines. As a result, methamphetamine treatment primarily consists of outpatient therapy, often after a brief stay in a residential facility. The drug of choice to treat people going through acute methamphetamine psychosis is Haldol. Okay. Methamphetamine users who experience psychosis can become hostile and aggressive. They will have a high level of energy and will be very alert and unpredictable, which makes them practically dangerous. Yeah, but they're out here shooting black people that's not even doing a fraction of that. Often attempts to calm and contain them will result in further aggression and violence. It's difficult to negotiate with them because they are not in a rational state of mind. They may present with excited delirium syndrome. Be prepared to activate the EMS system. According to Kimberly Johnson, director of the Center for Substance Abuse Treatment at the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, tackling a new meth addiction wave on top of an opioid plague could strain the nation's healthcare system. It will. It will. And I think that's why Trump don't want to sign that declaration, because they've already poured millions, billions really, into this, and it's no end in sight. Think about the additional strain to the nation's law enforcement and legal systems. It's mind-boggling. All right. So, on top of opioids, heroin, fentanyl, now there's another wave of a meth plague out here as well. Ladies and gentlemen, tell me what you think. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. All right, this story just came out September 26, 2017 on News 12 Connecticut. And The deaths from drug overdose continue to increase, as well as across the country. But this particular article is about Connecticut. Reports show increase in drug overdose deaths in Connecticut. Let's go ahead and listen to the video.
The healthcare issue, opioid addiction, now the #1 cause of accidental death in Connecticut and elsewhere. A recovering addict from New Canaan and local experts we spoke with today say it's a tough addiction to beat, but it's doable. Here's News 12's Gillian Neff.
Percocet and Vicodin for an ACL surgery on my knee.
Dave Fleming of New Canaan says even though he had a history of alcohol addiction, he thought he could control how many pain pills he was taking until he was taking up to 10 a day, not just for the high, but to avoid the low.
The opioid addiction, you become physically addicted, and where you need that, and if you don't take the pill, it's like having the flu 10 times over.
Today, Fleming is anxious to help others find their way out of addiction.
The first step, which is the hardest step, is to ask for help.
Silver Hill Hospital's Dr. Eric Collins says after just 2 weeks of taking opioids, you can experience withdrawal symptoms when you try to stop.
These drugs hijack the system, release a lot more dopamine.
He says once you're at that point, detox is key.
They can get treated in the hospital for 4 to 8 days.
He says a doctor will likely prescribe medication to help wean you off the drug or to stop the opioid from working. He says during this time, counseling and support groups can lift you up. New Canaan-based drug and alcohol counselor Gerard Vasco says he sees how Narcotics Anonymous and Alcoholics Anonymous make a difference.
They envelop you and they carry you, and they say in AA that they will love you until you can learn to love yourself. And it's not cliche.
As for Dave Fleming, he's now involved in a family support group in New Canaan. Started a year ago, they now have 30 families involved. Their main priority to help young people who are falling into addiction.
You can get better, and your life can be incredible.
It's been years for you.
Yes, it has been.
How many years?
It's been almost 15 years.
In New Canaan, Gillian Neff, News 12 Connecticut.
The New Canaan parent support group that Fleming is involved with was started by another New Canaan resident, Paul Reinhardt, who lost his son to drug addiction. The group meets every Thursday evening. We have a link to that support group and to Silver Hill Hospital on news12.com.
Oh, well, as you can see, and the beat goes on and on and on, right? So this New Canaan had, according to statistics, 917 people die from drug overdoses in Connecticut in 2016. And like most places, they are expecting that number to increase at the end of 2017. So this battle is on, it's real, and there is no end in sight. I was even looking at a few articles how opioids and heroin is flourishing all through Ireland and in places overseas. So this is really a global thing. It really truly is. But it just happens that the US leads in all of these deaths, where it's not quite as bad in other countries. But nevertheless, you can see no end in sight. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. Article that came out on wberg.org. I will leave a link to this article in the description box. And this is going over, and you're going to probably see a lot more articles like this cropping up in the very near future, because these drug addicts, these opioid, heroin, fentanyl addicts are now the biggest drag financially on the economy. Now, these cockazoids will try to talk about welfare, which most of them are on. But it's not welfare, ladies and gentlemen. It's this drug plague that is a complete drag on society. And this article really gets into the heart of what is happening that the mainstream media will never tell you.
Okay, so let's just get into this article. Billions of dollars lost to the opioid plague in Massachusetts. And we know this is not the only thing that's dragging them down. When you really think about it, the suicides and all of the autopsies that got to be done, that's racking up billions too. There are many ways to measure the devastating impact of opioid addiction in Massachusetts. Rising numbers of babies born addicted to heroin, and that's a really good point. I was reading the heroin addicted babies are the most expensive to treat in the hospital because they have to ultimately stay longer in the hospital than any other baby. And he said, even if the baby is addicted to any other drug, it does not have to stay in the hospital as long as the heroin opioid addicted babies. So it drives the cost of the hospital bill even more. And many of these addicts, these pregnant addicts, they don't have any money, ladies and gentlemen. Many of them don't even have jobs. So, who's footing the bill? I know that's a question they love to ask when it comes down to black people. More emergency room visits and hospital stays, parks littered with needles, and roughly 6 people who stop breathing during an overdose every day. So this is what's going on in Massachusetts as well as across the country. But there's been little attention so far to what the plague is costing the state. That may be in part because there are few, if any, state-specific estimates of the plague's impact on 4 main areas: healthcare, lost productivity, criminal justice, and deaths. But a breakdown of the semial estimate from the Centers for Disease Control, CDC, suggests that states' economic burden was about $10 billion in 2016. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money to treat people that don't even want to stop doing drugs. For those lost to opioids, there's an additional cost based on the value of life that one economic model also put at $10 billion in the same year. The CDC found that opioid use, dependence, and overdoses cost the U.S., listen to this amount, $78.5 billion in 2013. Y'all better not ever come back to black people about no damn welfare. Okay? You better not ever come back to us about it. Most of these addicts are caucasoids. And that's why y'all keep running and ducking and dodging the issue, because this is impacting your people. That's a big number. But almost certainly underestimate current costs for 2 reasons. First, because opioid deaths have risen dramatically since 2013. Second, because 78.5 billion figure is based solely on the cost of addiction to prescription opioids. That's right, they're not even talking about the street drug. It does not include costs tied to heroin or fentanyl. the latter has become the leading cause of death. In Ohio, Massachusetts, and other states, the CDC is in the process of updating its economic burden assessment to reflect more recent addiction and overdose data, taking into account losses associated with street drugs. With those two combined, I would expect the number to be larger because it's covering a larger range of potential problems, said Curtis Florence, lead health economist at the National Center for Injury Prevention and Control at the CDC. In 2013, Massachusetts had 2.2% of prescription overdose deaths, according to the CDC. So Massachusetts' share, the 78.5 billion figure, could be in the range of 1.7 billion. Since then, overdose deaths in the state have risen more than sixfold. Oh my God, that is outrageous. Sixfold? Totaling 1,990. So the economic burden today is likely increased to at least 10 billion. That's still almost certainly a lowball estimate because it does not factor in deaths from heroin or fentanyl. And see, this is why, this is a good example to why you will probably never get the true numbers of how bad this addiction is. They are lowballing the number because they don't really want you to see what's happening. Remember, these people that are the keepers of the numbers are the biggest deceivers on the planet. They're not going to ever tell you the truth. You know, when I hear that term lowball, it makes me think of the 13% they keep insisting black people are in this country. And we know they're full of shit. Been saying that mess almost for centuries. In addition, a new analysis suggests the opioid plague is taking a bigger bite out of labor productivity than previously projected. Last year, Princeton University economist Alan Kruger published research that found almost half of prime working age American men who've dropped out of the workforce take daily pain medication. In other words, they're junkies. For about 2/3 of them, it's a prescription. Kruger added another layer to that finding this fall in a paper published by Brookings with funding from the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston. Kruger links counties with the highest rate of men out of the workforce to those with the highest rates of opioid prescriptions. Remember, the highest unemployed now are white males between the age of 20 and 54 that are not in the labor force and they're addicted to drugs. And that goes back to the deaths of despair. Okay, over the last 15 years, the spread of prescription opioid medication could account for possibly 20% of the decline in labor force participation, Kruger said. He has not calculated the cost of this decline, but it does seem to having a major economic effect on the U.S. economy. Kruger said, no, it's having a major effect. See, this is why Donald Trump will not sign that national emergency. He's looking at these numbers and saying, we can't do this. We're already pouring billions into this drug addiction. If I sign this declaration, then It's going to break the economy. It is. See, it's a reason why, come on, it's a reason why they've declared this a national emergency. And it's well over a month later, and he hasn't signed anything. Because the numbers right now and helping all these addicts around the country don't look good. Now, if he signs that as a national emergency and we have more disasters, that's going to really cripple America. And you got to understand, what are you pouring all these funds into? You're pouring funds into people that are going to ultimately stay on drugs and keep dragging down the economy. It's not worth it. He has not calculated the cost of this decline, but it seems to be having a major microeconomic effect on the U.S. economy, Kruger said. Massachusetts does not have any counties with the highest overlap between opioid prescribing and a shrinking workforce. Neighboring New Hampshire and Maine do, but the prescription rates still have increased considerably in Massachusetts, and it's still substantially higher than was the case 10 or 15 years ago, Kruger said. State leaders say it's important to understand all ways of the opioid plague takes a toll. But the big cost is the price that individuals and families pay and the number of lives that have been lost over the course of the last decade, said Governor Charlie Baker. This is a model some economists use for calculating that loss. It's called the value of a statistical life. It's used to weigh the pros and cons of raising the speed limit, for example, or changing pollution control rules. The value ranges from 4 million to more than 7 million. Harvard Medical School Associate Professor Anupam Jena suggests using this model to evaluate the cost of overdose deaths in Massachusetts. If you multiply 5 million by 2,000, which is the approximate estimate number of lives lost to an overdose in 2016, you get 10 billion. If you look further back to 2010 to 2016, that number is about 40 billion, Jenna said. Wow. That's all I got to say is wow. All I got to say is wow. Woo, there is nothing that's dragging the American economy down more than this drug addiction. You know, the black on black crime defense is just becoming stupid. Okay, black on black crime is not costing no damn $40 billion in a year. He suggests that these steep tallies should guide spending on addiction prevention programs, treatment, and other ways to reduce opioid overdose deaths. But let me just tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. Trump already said that declaration is for fighting drugs on the street level. That emergency declaration will not go towards any treatment programs at all. So ultimately, it's not going to help these drug addicts at all. Okay, into the article. Because if the cost to the state of Massachusetts per year is 10 billion of lost welfare, 10 billion of lost happiness, and then the state should be willing to spend 10 billion or more to combat the plague, Jenna said. That's where that number really becomes relevant. While these are sobering numbers, they still do not reflect the total economic toll of the opioid plague in Massachusetts. What about the children? Said Dr. Laura Burke, an emergency room physician at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. Burke says seeing children come in to visit parents after an overdose or hearing stories of children finding a parent passed out, perhaps dead, have become common. She wonders how much the opioid plague will cost the next generation who may deal with post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and other physical health problems. Well, if they have post-traumatic stress disorder, then where's the rest of their family members if the parents can't step up to the plate? And that's what's getting me. There are so many white children in foster care now. They're outnumbering all other children that's in there. And I have to wonder, you all try to put on a front like you're so united. How come y'all ain't stepping up for your own children that are sitting in foster cares all around the country? And you can see the articles are all out there about the foster care system just loaded with white children and babies. Okay. One county in Ohio told Reuters its child services budget has nearly doubled in 5 years as children of parents addicted to opioids flood the system. See? A bad childhood has major ramifications, Burke says. It worries me to think about what these children will deal with and the impact on society. They'll probably be drug addicts too, just like their mommy and daddies. Ladies and gentlemen, tell me what you think. This is deep. I mean, you're talking about one state. Now, picture of all 50 states in America all going through this addiction, because there's no state that's not impacted by this. Every single one is. Please tell me what you think. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's another article that came out in the Digital Journal. This is an op-ed piece. In action on the opioid crisis is killing people and our economy. How many people need to die before we realize federal and state governments have not been doing much to help stem what has become an epidemic that is now affecting our economy, job growth, and legal system. Drug overdose deaths and opioid-related deaths continue to increase in the United States. The majority of drug overdose deaths, more than 6 out of 10, involve an opioid, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. Statistics now show 91, actually it's 142 people dying every day from opioid overdose, with 64,000 fatal overdose expected this year. The number of deaths is even having an impact on employment and businesses. And a new problem has reared its ugly head in the economic impact the crisis is having on small town finances in many states,
even coroners and medical examiner offices are feeling the effects of the opioid crisis. Federal action has not done much. It has been 6 months since Trump signed an executive order creating a commission to combat the opioid plague. Then on August 10th, he described the plague as a national emergency. Trump has not yet made an official national emergency declaration because such a move would give states access to federal funds to fight it. And that's the thing, he don't want them to have it. And see, personally, I think Trump is going to go completely silent. And that declaration will never be signed. But we'll see. Actually, according to The Intercept, there is no such evidence that Trump administration has moved on nearly any of his drug commission's recommendation. He hasn't. It has gotten so bad around the country that not only are morgues overcrowded, but so are jails and courtrooms. In fact, counties and cities are facing higher costs in emergency call volumes. And we know that's true. But let's add a little bit to those emergency calls. In Indiana County, Pennsylvania, a predominantly rural, mountainous region of the state, autopsy and toxicology costs have nearly doubled in 6 years, from about $89,000 in 2010 to $165,000 in 2016, county data shows. Mike Baker, the county's top government official, says that because of the soaring costs of prosecuting opioid-related crimes and providing the accused with a public defender, the county is using contingency funds to pay for the added costs. Naloxone, the one drug capable of reversing an overdose, has become almost too costly to purchase. Wow. Wow. Adding another problem for emergency responders to cope with. Evzio? Oh, okay, I know what that is. That's the auto-injector of the naloxone. I know what that is. Similar in function to the EpiPen, rose from $690 in 2014 to $4,500. Oh my, woo! You talk about your price gouging for the Narcan. That is some serious price gouging. 2014, this way, 3 years ago, in 3 years, it went from $690 to $4,500 for Narcan. Oh, man. Woo, he ain't lying. They would go broke. And you got to think about all the doses you got to hit these people with, because they require a lot more if they got fentanyl in their system. Other formulation of naloxone have also seen similar increases in price. Medical examiners feeling the effects of the plague. According to the Vice, the National Association of Medical Examiner mandates that every medical examiner in the roughly 70 accredited offices around the country perform no more than 250 autopsies a year. That's impossible if you have all the drug overdose deaths every single day, 142 a day. But I actually think it's more. I think they're undercutting the number. If a medical examiner's office goes over that number too many times, the office is placed on provisional accreditation until the number goes back down. And this has become a real problem for many medical examiner offices where the number of autopsies have risen threefold or more over the past 2 years. New Hampshire, medical examiners can't completely autopsy every body anymore. It's been getting too many. Wow. Well, I understand that. I'm surprised they're still autopsying these bodies, being that, you know that a lot of them are drug overdoses. Connecticut's office of the chief medical examiner did lose its full accreditation and was placed on provisional status this year. Chief Medical Examiner James Gill said the opioid crisis had tripled the number of bodies the office sees. We are at increased risk for making mistakes, and that can affect our credibility with families, with jurors, with attorneys, with judges, Gill said. The American economy is suffering because of the opioid crisis. Wow. Didn't they say for years that Black people were dragging down the economy with welfare and all that stuff? You see what liars these people are? Their junkies are the ones dragging down the economy. And that makes sense. It makes sense because there's so many. Just the other day, 23 million people are addicts in America? So it would make sense they would be the drag. You let one of them bring up some food stamps and welfare to me again. Boy, I'm going to really unload this on them. A Goldman Sachs report in July, the opioid crisis was initially fueled by the misuse of prescription opioids, but the spike in overdose deaths in the last 5 years have come from heroin and illicit fentanyl users, most of whom previously used prescription opioids, but switched to these cheaper, more accessible drugs. And recent reports, including one from the Federal Reserve Chair, Janet Yellen, point to prime-age men in particular falling out of the workforce due to addiction with opioids. There are 6 million jobs available in the U.S. right now. Yet, there are also 20 million people in the U.S. addicted to narcotics, including opioids. That is outrageous. You hear that, ladies and gentlemen? 20 million people in America are addicted to opioids. Woo! Y'all come back and talk about some welfare and food stamps again. You just try it. The failures of the federal government are stalling help the states. Okay, let's look at the president's opioid commission first. New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, who chairs the commission, backs Trump's commitment to declare an emergency, but Press Secretary Sarah Huckabee Sanders would only call the declaration an involved process. You know what? They're stalling. I'm telling you, he is not signing this declaration because that would take millions and millions of dollars out of their budget, billions actually, billions out of their budget to then provide to all these states because of these junkies. And Trump already said he's not interested in helping people with treatment. If he unleashed this money, he wants the fight to be on the street drugs that are out there, which he ain't going to win. I can tell you that right now. That's another way of pouring your money down the drain. Okay, let's get back into the article. The commission has a final report due on October 1st, but Christie has already asked for a month extension. In all fairness, the only process made on Trump's opioid policy in the last month has been the announcement of an already existing partnership between the government and the pharmaceutical industry to research and generate non-opioid pain medication and additional medication-assisted treatment options. Things have gotten so bad on September 19th, 51 House Democrats led by Representative Elijah Cummings, Democrat, Maryland, sent a letter to the president urging the administration to declare a national emergency and act on one critical recommendation, ensuring that naloxone, a drug used to reverse the effects of an opioid overdose, gets into the hands of every law enforcement officer in the United States. Wow. Do you remember them making recommendations for them to do this for crack addicts? Oh boy. All right. But looking at all the problems and lack of any solution so far, it seems clear that by not officially declaring the opioid crisis a national emergency, the Trump administration has effectively kept federal monies out of the hands of the state, and he's going to continue to do that. His inaction, coupled with his lack of understanding of the drug crisis, has not only caused a deterioration of our healthcare system, but impact our judiciary system and our economy. So the biggest drag on the American economy, ladies and gentlemen, are your opioid, heroin, and fentanyl addicts out here. They are draining the resources. They are draining the system with all of their 911 phone calls. They're draining all of the money from the states around the country, and they are literally dragging down the entire economy. Tell me what you think, ladies and gentlemen. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. Well, the other day I did a video on the opioid plague that's in the country, and it was estimating that 23 million people in the US are currently abusing drugs. That is absolutely outrageous. If you have that amount of drug addicts in your country, there is no way you are going to ever get this thing under control, especially treating it as a public health issue. But it's amazing. This thing has ran nearly 20 years with no end in sight. And their continued approach to treat it as public health, when the crack addicts were all rounded up, and even family members that had nothing to do with crack were all thrown in jail. All of them. They took generations away, jailing people. And to this day, many of those people are still sitting in jail. Now, Obama did get some of them out at the end of his term, but the bottom line is there are still too many in there. Now America wants to change gear, and it's because of who's on these drugs. It's mostly white people. You know, they wouldn't be screaming public health and drug court and all that stuff if it were black people. They treated the black community totally different. Now, here's an article that just came out yesterday on Gizmodo, and I will leave the link to this article in the description box. It came out yesterday. Opioids are shaving months off U.S. life expectancy. And believe me, that's going to be increasing in no time.
The United States has an opioid plague. Heroin overdose deaths rates have tripled since 2010, according to one report, and overall opioid overdose death rates have tripled since 2000. It's not going away. Absolutely, it sure isn't. Looking at how the opioid plague has affected U.S. life expectancy between 2000 and 2015, scientists at the CDC learned that on average, drug poisoning deaths are accounting for an average loss of 0.21 years, around 2.5 months. The researchers came to their conclusion based on data from the National Vital Statistics System mortality file and factored these into calculations of the United States life expectancy in 2000 and 2015. Drug poisoning deaths increased from 17,415 in 2000 to 52,404 in 2015, and the drug poisoning death rate per 100,000 people increased from 6.2 to 16.2, mostly due to opioids. According to a new paper published yesterday in the Journal of the American Medical Association. If you haven't been following, American life expectancy is faltering. Last year, it was reported that life expectancy decreased for the first time since 1993. Our life expectancy is now lower than in most high-income countries, with this gap projected to increase, according to the paper. Sure, life expectancy is a false measure. A lot of its increase relies on infant mortality. Since high infant mortality is like averaging a bunch of zeros into a large number, lifespan, meanwhile, is probably maxed out at around 122. But a lot of scientists have debated whether or not that's true. But if infant mortality isn't increasing, then it's pretty clear other factors are in play. Factors that won't fix themselves. You can best believe this plague ain't going to fix itself. You can best believe it. Putting all that aside, though, if part of America's presumed greatness in its life expectancy, then we're certainly losing steam. And despite the opioid plague being potentially solvable problem, the president still has not officially declared it a national emergency. That's because he hasn't signed the declaration. Okay, he made the announcement that it would be a national emergency, and that was over a month ago. And he has not signed that declaration. And I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, he's not going to sign it. He's not going to sign that. He sees how much money is being poured into this drug plague, and it's not putting a dent in people just not using drugs in the country. It's going strong. And I think he don't want to pour more billions into this thing, and you still got a bunch of junkies around. This should make you mad. Actually, it don't. After all, the researchers write, preventing opioid-related poisoning deaths will be important to achieve more robust increases in life expectancy once again. Ain't gonna happen. Life expectancy is going to continue to shorten because there's no incentive for these people to get off of drugs as long as you're calling it a public health issue and you don't want to put anybody in jail. And it's really draining the economy with all of the emergency calls on a daily basis all throughout the country. You are pouring all kinds of money into Narcan. you're pouring all kinds of money into all these rehab centers, and it says 90% of these people fall off the wagon within the first week of getting out of rehab. So it's really counterproductive pouring so much into this thing and putting your all into something that you're not going to be able to stop. If these people have decided they want to be on drugs, then they're going to be on drugs no matter what you do or say. You know, drugs have destroyed family and destroyed lives, and the morgues all across this country are overflowing with these bodies of drug deaths. It is not black on black crime or even car accidents or any of those things that are putting people in morgues in high numbers. It's this drug plague. It is now the leading cause of death in the United States of America. Period. Now they're estimating 142 per day, and I'm telling you, if they're telling you 142, it's probably double or triple that amount. Ladies and gentlemen, they're never going to tell the real true numbers because they're embarrassed by this shit. Period. Please tell me what you think. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. This is an article that came out in Blavity, and I will leave the link to this article in the description box. How race and class changed the perception of America's drug addiction. The media has finally been paying attention to the ongoing opioid and heroin abuse plague that seems to be a silent matter until demographics change everything. It seems that those who were initially affected by drug addiction had no social or racial resemblance to the politicians and health experts who could help the situation. It went undetected by regulators and law enforcement officials until evidence of the carnage it was causing began piling up to their feet, stated the Working Class Perspective blog. There are now widespread reports of a lot of coverage on opioid and heroin crisis. The president has even put a task force to combat the plague, and many addicts are being treated under the scope that opioid addiction is a disease. Yeah, crack addiction is not a disease. Back in the 90s, that wasn't a disease. You deserve to go to jail, but nobody deserves to go to jail. And let's pat them on the head and say it's a disease. It's a disease. Devils, man. Hospitalization seems to be the choice of treatment, even though incarceration was the only option that minorities had when they are impacted by drug addiction. That's right, because black drug addicts still go to jail, even to this day. But they claim everything is a public health issue. Now, what they mean is only for them. One of the most widely discussed reports came from economists Ann Case and Angus Deaton on working class, who identified that rising death rates among middle-aged whites, especially those from the working class, were tied in part to overdoses. These type of reports changed everything. What does all this mean? Well, these demographics and deaths of people who were not minorities seem to create a sense of urgency in America, and they're still dropping like flies. St. Louis-based and acclaimed director Anthony Monahan was ahead of the media trend reporting on opioid and drug addiction. The documented He documented the plight of working class Americans suffering from addiction for the past 3 years. Monahan captured what he believes was America's apathy towards the working class and those who feel as if they have been left behind in this film. Rednecks in Clutches. Woo! I guess we'll watch the video.
Hi, my name is Tony Monaghan. I'm a culture. Come from a really poor family, come from one of 11 kids. Never really got much education. I own a business here now called Irish Construction in St. Louis, Missouri.
The Irish way, they tell you the good, the bad, and the ugly to your face, whether you want to hear it or not.
I found a different breed of people here in construction than I have worked with before on my adventures.
It's because we're being open and honest.
Yeah, I mean,
putting all the chips on the table,
no,
right?
not everything on the table.
But is it wise to always put all your chips on the table?
Heaven won't take me notice, but I'll take over because you know what? I'm gonna kick some motherfucking ass before I die.
The guys he's got, you know, it's been quite funny and it's been a real eye opener for me.
I thought it was cops that was after him. Oh, he said it's aliens. He said they came back to get me.
Like I'm the Jesus of masonry, you know what I mean? He just kind of gives you the psychopath glare.
I killed him. I killed a man.
I haven't seen guys like the guys I've seen here. Honestly, haven't they? Tom, when I woke up, came on my death. He's like, you need to stop smoking crack.
Yeah. And did you believe him?
No.
They're all addicted to something: drugs, heroin, meth, crack.
16 years old, I was shooting cocaine.
I don't know how my dad does it. He makes it work.
They seem to have a lot of good things about them. Like a lot of them have got compassion once you get to know them, and they really want to be your friend.
Yet in all those big cities, no place have I seen like the road by the river that flows through Raheen.
Rednecks and Colchies, huh? Okay. Whatever. All right. So it just sounds like to me it's just a bunch of Irish that are talking about their drug addiction in a documentary. So let's move on. Let's be honest, the opioid and heroin plague is no different than the crack epidemic. Actually, it is. It's a lot bigger. What's different is that white people are affected. Very true. And that's the only reason why it's getting treated as a public health issue. You can rest assured if this same exact thing was happening to the black population, it would be mass incarceration all over again. The new face of drug addiction is not a black and a Hispanic issue. This approach is different. And I can say this as a white man. This is a white man from Ireland that lives in the U.S. My perspective is an immigrant is different than the average American who may be blinded by privilege and the way they have been conditioned to think. Now, when we say they have privileges, they think we're just whining. I have bad news for you, white America. Everybody on the planet knows you have privileges. I don't believe there's anybody alive on earth at this time that don't know you have privileges. But every time black people bring it up, they're trying to come at us as if there's no history of this in the past. There's centuries and centuries of history on your white privilege, all the way up to present day, where we see all of you getting off in court when you really should be in jail. We see this. And see, this just go to show you the immigrants see it too. But if black people say something about white privilege, what do you mean white privilege? There is no white privilege. Shut up. Shut the hell up. There is tons and tons of history going back all the way to the 16, 17, 18, 19, 2000, and all the way up to this damn decade. Okay, you're not fooling nobody with your dumb arguments. I guess that's your high IQ at work. Okay, let's move on. When I first did my documentary, no media even wanted to accept this depiction of working class chaos and drug addiction. Somehow, I think there is narrative that is pushed in which non-minorities must always be perceived in the best light, leading to very untrue stereotypes and making working class and poor minorities invisible in the American landscape. This is so true. This is so true. And we see this every day in the media. When it's black people, they want to plaster the negative coverage every day in news cycles over and over again. When white people do things wrong, they go silent. I have yet to see mainstream media make a big deal out of this drug plague. They don't even want to talk about white men in this country that are your biggest cop killers. They won't even talk about that. And we damn know this drug plague has been going on for damn near 20 years. And mainstream media is still not trying to pick it up because they're trying to save the image of white people in this country. Your image is so badly damaged, it can't be salvaged. Okay, it just can't. Everything, and if you think it can, that's because you're fake. No, you got to be fake for centuries. But the image out there about you is so not you, it ain't even funny. You know, and this is why many of them are walking around with this perceived notion that they're better than the black population. But when you start reading what's really going on within their communities, 84% of white people kill other white people. 68% of rapists are white males. Most cop killers in this country are white males. You don't look so rosy anymore. You never have. I mean, you're the people, you're the mothers and fathers of racism and slavery. And you can't even wash that stain off of yourselves. Okay? You have never successfully got that off of you. All you can do is walk around whining, oh, slavery's a long time ago. No, slavery's your prisons. And you never lived without slavery in America, not even to this day. You haven't proven not one decade or century in this country that you could live without slavery. Not once. How can opioid addiction be treated with so much sympathy and seen as a serious medical addiction when the same consideration was absent for African Americans during the crack epidemic that led to a lot of deaths and incarceration? As an Irish immigrant, this taught me about America's racial and class divide. It's almost shocking, said Monahan. Rednecks and Culchies, film that takes an intimate look into the stories of construction workers in St. Louis, Missouri, who worked for Monahan. Monahan highlights the ups and downs of the workers struggling to make it day by day while dealing with issues such as opioid addiction, alcohol, and political and social systems that they feel an apathetic towards their condition. Due to his own poor upbringing in Belmullet County, Mayo, Ireland, Monahan was able to relate to the plight of his workers. He is a self-proclaimed culchie. Culchie is a slang definition of an uneducated, low-class person in Ireland, and the Irish equivalent of a redneck without the stereotypes of racism associated with them. Monahan and his family experienced such extreme financial hardships that he had to quit school in order to work after only 5 years of formal education. I'm just laughing because when I used to go down in the South, I used to come across a lot of black people that these were elders. They were elders mainly that didn't have education, and it was the same way. You know, their parents were sharecroppers, and they were forced to drop out of school and work the fields. And you see, you know, this man went through something very similar, you know. But here's my thing with Monahan. Although he may have struggled in Ireland, I'm not doubting that he did. In America, he still has more advantages as an immigrant, a white immigrant at that, than your average black person. So, I mean, I understand his plight, but I don't feel too bad for him. He's still got advantages that you and I don't have, and we've been here our whole lives. And just the simple fact that he's a white male and a European male on top of that in America. After growing up in Europe, he migrated to the United States and lived in New York and later St. Louis. It was in America that he saw similar struggles, but much more profound than in Europe. Monahan rose out of his own circumstances by starting a successful construction business in Missouri. See, that's what I'm saying. He's still a white male. Okay, right now, if a black man wanted to rise out of his poverty and start a construction business, there is no bank that's going to give him a loan. Okay, but this white European man, he can get a loan. He can get a loan a lot easier than those of us that have been here our whole life. So, no, I don't have that much sympathy for him. It is though his company that he got to know the stories of construction workers and the struggle working class. When I started hiring employees, I didn't understand how so many people could have such drastic drug issues. But the more I explored the segregation in class, the more I understood. Rednecks plus and coochies, culchies, coochies. I like that better. Is their story. I hope that though this film, people will recognize that there is a reason that people get hooked on drugs and there is a solution. Classism is one of America's greatest struggles, as is racism. But despite our economic differences, ethnicities, and culture, we must realize we are much more alike than we are different. No, we're not. We're not alike. I'm sorry. I disagree with that. You know, I know a lot of people still walk around with that. We're all the same. No, we don't. No, we don't. As black people, we have no history of living a life like white people in this country. We are not the same. We have not lynched anybody. We did not form a group similar to the KKK and start putting white people in trees. We didn't do that. No, we are not alike. I hope that this documentary also helps people that care that they get the care that they need, Monahan said. Well, like I said, Monahan is still a white male, even though he's an immigrant from Europe. So just that alone, in America, that is seen as something of a big deal in the land of white supremacy. So this man's plight could never be similar to the plight of black people at all. But the one thing I do like is how he, as an immigrant, is shedding light on probably the biggest plague ever seen in American history that American born people are trying their best to stay silent about. So I will give him credit for that. Tell me what you think, ladies and gentlemen. Please leave your comments and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. And also, please donate to my Hurricane Irma fund for the people in Florida. Peace, family.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you these statistics that came out July 29th, 2017, and I am going to put to rest once and for all, why most black people are in prison. You are not committing the most violent crimes. But I will show you why America is putting black people in prison. Now, as you can see on this chart, it has these letters underneath each bar, and I'm going to tell you what these are. Now, these are the federal inmates that are in jail. Federal Bureau of Prison. These are their statistics. These are statistics that comes directly from the government in this country. Okay? So let's look at why most people are in prison today in America. A, look at this category, A, bank and insurance counterfeit embezzlement. See, when people at the top rob a company or steal, it's not considered a big crime in America. That's why that number is very low. And there's all kinds of robbing and stealing on Wall Street. But that crime, because of the population of people that work in these jobs, you notice that percentage is very low. So only 0.3% of the people in prison are there for bank and insurance and counterfeit and embezzlement. Now B, look at this category. Burglary, larceny, property offenses. 4.7% of the prisoners are in there for category B. Let's go to C. C is continuing criminal enterprise. 0.2% of the inmates. And then we have D, courts or corrections, probably parolees, people that were out on parole and they did not stick with it. There are times when they were supposed to meet with the parole officer and they ended up back in prison, or they failed to show up in court. So that's 0.5%. That's D. E, I want you to take a good look at E, because E is the reason why most black men in this country are mass incarcerated. Drug offenses, 46.3%. Okay, now if you look down this list, there is no percentage higher than the drug offenses. See, ladies and gentlemen, black people have never been in there for the most violent crimes. They can't get you on the most violent crimes. The one thing they can get you on is drug offenses. This is why Jeff Sessions is sitting in his position as Attorney General talking about mass incarcerating people on marijuana, because they know, just from studying us, a lot of Black people smoke weed. They know this. This is why you notice he ain't talking about rounding up these opioid addicts or rounding up the heroin addicts or the ones that are out here doing fentanyl. No, he's not talking about them. He's not talking about rounding them up. He's talking about weed. Something that the Black community does, and they know this. Percentage is the highest on the entire chart. Look at it. Look at this bar. E. Look at it. You are not in there for no most violent crimes, ladies and gentlemen. Black people have never been in there for no most violent crimes. You are in there for non-violent drug offenses. And this is the proof. You can see this bar is way higher than all of the others. Even if you added up all the other percentages, it still does not supersede this. So when they say Blacks are the most violent, ladies and gentlemen, just know they are not telling you the truth. They are lying. And their government is showing that they are lying. Extortion, fraud, and bribery, F. And then we have G, homicide, aggravated assault, and kidnapping offenses, 3.2% of the prison population. And then we have H, which is immigration. And you can see even the drug offenses is higher than immigration, 7.9% of the prison population in there for immigration. Miscellaneous, 0.7%, which is I. National security. National security is so low, it don't even register as a percentage, 0.0. Robbery, okay, K. 3.8% of the people in prison are there for robberies. And sex offenses, 9%, all right, which is right here, I'm sorry, L. And weapons, explosives, arson, 17.1%, M. I mean, even that's nowhere near the percentage for the drug offenses right here, E. Okay, so no, Black people are not in there for the most violent offenses. We've never been in there for the most violent offenses. And now let's look at the prison population by race. Okay, let's look at it by race. Here's race. Now, I'm going to explain to you why the white number is so large compared to everyone else. Okay, there's a lot of things going on right now. First of all, white women are number one in going to prison among females in this country. You can look this up yourself if you don't believe it. Actually, it's not nearly as many Black women going to jail. Most of the women going into prison today are white females. Number two, the Hispanics are merged in that number. Now, this is what makes me laugh. When it comes down to padding up the numbers in the US Census, it's okay to put Hispanics in the white category, just to make our numbers bulk up and look like we're a big presence in America. But when it comes down to jail, or they murder someone, or kill a cop, watch how fast white people run from the Hispanics. Oh, well, that guy ain't white. He's a Hispanic. Well, not according to your U.S. Census. According to your U.S. Census, Hispanics are white. And we know why you're doing that. You got to keep bulking up your numbers because actually European whites in this country are small. You only look big, number one, because of immigration. You use the immigrants that come to this country, and you have always used the Hispanic population until they get in trouble. Then you don't want nothing to do with them. You want to distance yourself from a George Zimmerman type of person. The cop that shot, just like talking about Michael Bennett. Oh, well, that wasn't white cops. Those cops were Hispanic. Those weren't white cops. I had a couple of people come in my comment section and write that. But it's awfully funny when it comes time to pad up the numbers. Hispanics are fine to be as far as being white. But when they get in trouble or they do something that's looked upon as wrong, they always try to make Hispanic something else. I'm just saying. So now let's look at the inmates. 1.5% of the inmates are Asian. 37.8% are Black. 2.2% Native Americans, and 58.6% are white. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I will leave this article in my description box. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. And ladies and gentlemen, also, if you can make a donation to my hurricane fund for Florida, I would deeply appreciate it. Right now, I have $72 raised. It's going to take more than that to help the people down there. And I would like to help, because there's all kinds of issues going on in Florida, just like in Houston. You have many of our people living through the price gouging. I even heard from one of my relatives recently, and they were telling me how gas and food and water, everything's being price gouged, even plane tickets with certain airlines. I think it was one of the airlines charging $3,500 a ticket if you wanted to fly out of there. That is outrageous. All right. Peace, family.
All right, this is a story that came out on WPRI.com. And here's a state we don't talk about a lot. Fentanyl-related overdose deaths continue to climb in Rhode Island. All right, let's go ahead and listen to this video.
Try out Four Seasons with dual temperature. Now to a Target 12 investigators exclusive. We're learning overdose deaths related to the super potent drug fentanyl have overtaken other illicit drugs in Rhode Island, and the numbers show it's getting worse. Like many states, Rhode Island is grappling with the opioid crisis, but overdose deaths from fentanyl now outnumber accidental deaths from all other drugs combined. Target 12 investigator Tim White is here now with the details.
According to the CDC, fentanyl is a powerful painkiller that is also manufactured illegally on the streets. It's often mixed with other drugs like heroin and cocaine that even in small amounts can be lethal.
As the night wore on, I just had bad thoughts, the worst thoughts you can have as a parent.
In 2014, Sue Kutu's daughter, Kristen, had just returned from a rehab facility in Texas. She told her mom she was having dinner with a friend, then heading to a support meeting.
And when I opened the door, there were two policemen there, and they said, I didn't even let them speak at first, and I just said, please don't tell me my daughter's dead.
The 29-year-old had suffered a fatal overdose. Kutu says her daughter was a heroin user, but investigators say she was sold nearly pure fentanyl. Do you think Kristen knew how much fentanyl was in the drug that she took?
I don't think Kristen thought there was any fentanyl in the drug that she took.
Unfortunately, it's our #1 crisis still going on.
Department of Health Director Dr. Nicole Alexander Scott says overdose deaths have ticked up in the last few years, 290 in 2015 and 336 in 2016.
Our modeling shows that we may plateau around the same number. More than one death is unacceptable in our minds.
The data shows fentanyl is a growing cause behind those deaths. In 2014, 35% of overdose deaths in Rhode Island were fentanyl related, according to numbers from the Department of Health. That grew to 47% in 2015, 59% in 2016, and so far this year, 60% of overdose deaths in Rhode Island are linked to fentanyl.
Hearing those numbers, how frustrated are you?
I'm very frustrated. I'm frustrated that we aren't able to get a handle on this situation. I'm frustrated that we haven't thought out of the box.
Kutu says going cold turkey, like the rehab her daughter received, does not work. She says people need to embrace medicated-assisted treatment using drugs like Suboxone long-term to curb cravings. And she urges parents to talk to their kids and not to ignore signs.
Love them as much as you can. Just love your children so much. And that alone gives them a feeling of belonging and being part of something bigger than themselves. Family is so important.
The man who sold Kristen Kutu the fentanyl-laced heroin pleaded no contest to second-degree murder and received a 20-year prison sentence. It's the first time in Rhode Island a drug dealer was convicted of murder in an overdose case. With the Target 12 investigators, Tim White, Eyewitness News.
The Target 12 investigators are always looking to uncover news. If you want to help expose corruption or drop a dime on government waste, you can call our tip line 228-1763 or email us at target12@wpri.com.
All right. Now, the powerful and often potentially deadly drug fentanyl continues to grow as the leading cause of fatal overdoses in Rhode Island, according to Rhode Island Health Department data. Back in 2014, 35% of overdose deaths were fentanyl related. The share grew to 47% in 2015 and then hit more than half, 59% in 2016. The increase has continued this year. As of September, 60% of overdose deaths in 2017 are linked to the drug, data shows. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, fentanyl got its start as a synthetic drug typically prescribed to people suffering severe chronic pain. But most of the fentanyl behind overdoses is linked to illegally made fentanyl. It is often mixed with heroin and or cocaine as a combination product with or without the user's knowledge to increase its euphoric effects, according to the CDC's website. So a lot more things are being laced with fentanyl nowadays, including marijuana. I'm starting to read more and more stories about that. Now, the cocaine laced with fentanyl, that actually started in New York. That's where the first deaths of cocaine users hit in the country. And now it's pretty much spreading everywhere, as you can see even in Rhode Island. Our model shows we may plateau around the same number as of 2016, Alexander Scott said Friday during a taping of WPRI 12's newsmaker. More than one death is unacceptable in our minds, but we are acknowledging the increase other states are seeing. We are hopefully seeing a flattening of that, and we really want to see a decrease in those numbers. Well, that's kind of wishful thinking at this point, because we know everything is increasing everywhere around the country. And that's because the street drug is strong. And as long as the street drug is strong, they really have no chance of cutting the addiction in half in America. So, you see even the tiny state of Rhode Island is battling with pretty deadly fentanyl drug deaths and overdoses. And it's just all the same no matter where you are in this country. I will leave the link to this article in the description box. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, ladies and gentlemen, please do. And if you can also make a donation to the Hurricane Fund As of now, I have $72. I would like to raise that higher so it can go towards helping our brothers and sisters down there in Florida that are in need. Peace, family.
I want to first thank Phyllis Anderson for sending this story. U.S. heroin deaths jump 533% since 2002, report says. I'm going to go ahead and play this video.
Every 19 minutes, someone dies from an accidental drug overdose. Most of the time, it's from prescription drugs like oxycodone or hydrocodone. These drugs all belong to a family of drugs called opioids. They are prescribed to dull pain, but they also boost dopamine, giving some people a high. They can also slow down your breathing and are highly addictive. So why is it so easy to get hooked? Well, for one, your body can build up a tolerance. So the more you use, the larger dose you need to get the same effect. Secondly, you can become dependent on them. In fact, your body creates natural opioids that are released when you hurt yourself. But if you habitually use painkillers, your body stops producing its own and relies on the drugs instead. If you try and stop then, the body goes through withdrawal. Consider this. In 2012, there were 259 million prescriptions written for opioid painkillers, nearly enough for every American adult and child to have their own bottle of pills. Look, we need to treat pain, but we also don't need to treat everything with the pill.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. Your body makes its own opioids. Now, see, there's a learning. There's some learning that I just did. The number of heroin users in the United States jumped from 404,000 in 2002 to 948 in 2016, a 135% increase according to the most recent government numbers. But even more striking, the number of people who had fatal overdoses related to heroin has skyrocketed from 2,089 in 2002 to an estimate of 13,219 in 2016, a 533% jump. Wow, that is pretty significant. The number of the strike marker of the lethality of the opioid epidemic that has taken root across the country. More Americans lost to drugs than in the Vietnam War. Now that's unbelievable, but it's the truth. I mean, there are so many people on drugs now, they can't hide this. It's just crazy for them to believe they can. Health and Human Services Secretary Tom Price said more Americans' lives are lost to drug than the loss in Vietnam. The U.S. military saw 58,000 casualties during Vietnam. This year, drug overdose deaths are expected to reach an all-time high of 71,600. Wow. And you see it's jumping up every single year. In 2016, they're estimating about 64,000. So for 2017, they're estimating it at 71,600. Wow. This is unacceptable, said Price, who was part of a panel that released the latest findings from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration's 2016 National Survey on Drug Use and Health on Thursday. The report wasn't entirely bad news. The number of people who misuse and abuse opioids has remained relatively stable since last year. Opioids can include both prescription drugs such as hydrocodone or oxycodone, as well as illegal drugs like heroin or street fentanyl. Misuse of a narcotic include using someone else's prescription drugs, using a higher dose than prescribed, or buying prescription drugs off the streets.
The discrepancy between increased overdose and steady use levels has public health officials concerned about just how potent the drugs are becoming. And plus, you have to also realize, in some cases, as I had did in other videos, a person will actually die from drugs, but they'll put another cause of death on the death certificate. So when they say that the number is stable, how do you really know that when the death certificates aren't even accurate? What's in today's drug supply is really terrifying, said Richard Baum, acting director of the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy, who was also part of the panel releasing the new report. Approximately 11.8 million Americans misuse an opioid in 2016. The new report says of those, just 8% used heroin. The majority misused prescription painkillers. And the main reason wasn't to get high, but get pain relief. I'm sorry, I don't agree with that at all. Many of them are doing these drugs to be high. I don't agree with that. In addition, an estimated 2.1 million people were addicted to heroin or prescription painkillers last year, a number that has remained fairly constant since 2011. But while opioid use hasn't changed much, the number of drug overdoses is expected to grow. Yeah, the fentanyl alone is like off the charts around the country. It is so off the chart. They can't control this. And they're putting fentanyl in everything, in marijuana and cocaine. It is just cropping up literally in everything. And right now, fentanyl is killing more people than gun violence and car accidents. So don't waste your time with all this black on black crime. This plague has far exceeded that. You sound stupid even bringing it up at this point in time. There is nothing that's happening in America right now that supersedes this drug plague. Nothing. The CDC estimates that there were more than 52,000 overdose deaths for 2016 and projects that number to climb 38% over to 71,000 in 2017. That's a pretty significant jump. Opioids continue to be the drivers for these overdoses, including both legally prescribed prescription painkillers as well as illegal drugs. In fact, the number of overdose deaths related to mere fentanyl is expected to more than double from an estimate 9,945 in 2016 to 20,145 in 2017, the CDC says. Wow. Woo, man. The rise of cocaine. The CDC is also seeing a trend of overdose deaths related to cocaine, which have increased steadily from 4,000 in 2009 to over 6,700 in 2015. The agency expects that number to rise to over 6,900 in 2016, and then to make a 52% jump to almost 11,000 cocaine-related deaths this year. And that's because they are lacing the cocaine with fentanyl, and they're not telling a lot of the users. These drug dealers aren't even telling the users, so they're snorting the cocaine, and they have a mix of fentanyl, which is causing their deaths. And while there has been a reported increase in cocaine production, Colloding said that the rise in cocaine-related overdose was a logical result of increased fentanyl use. That's it.
All right, so people are dying of fentanyl overdoses through a mixture of cocaine. And that actually started in New York, by the way. That's where it first hit, and now it's gradually moving across the entire country. So please leave your comments and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. And please also make a donation to the hurricane relief, and I will leave the link to all of those in the comment section. Peace, family.
This is an article that just came out in the New York Times, September 2nd, 2017. I'll leave the link to this article in the description box. Fentanyl overtakes heroin as leading cause of U.S. drug deaths. Drug overdoses killed roughly 64,000 people in the United States last year, according to the first governmental account of nationwide drug deaths to cover all of 2016. It's a staggering rise, or more than 22% over the 52,404 drug deaths recorded the previous year, and even higher than the New York Times estimate in June, which was based on earlier preliminary data. Drug overdoses are expected to remain the leading cause of deaths for Americans under 50, as synthetic opioids, primarily fentanyl and its analogs, continue to push the death count higher. Drug deaths involving fentanyl more than doubled from 2015 to 2016, accompanied by an upturn in deaths involving cocaine and methamphetamines. Together, they add up to a plague of drug overdoses that is killing people at a faster rate than HIV epidemic at its peak. And you can see fentanyl estimated 20,100 deaths, heroin 15,400 deaths, prescription opioids 14,400 deaths, cocaine 10,600 deaths, meth 7,660 deaths, methadone 3,280 deaths. And this is between 2000 and 2016. This is the first national data to break down the growth by drug and by state. We've known for a while that fentanyls were behind the growing count of drug deaths in some states and counties, but now we can see the extent to which this is true nationally, as deaths involving synthetic opioids, mostly fentanyls, have risen to more than 20,000 from 3,000 just 3 years ago. And you can see on this chart, they're estimating it for 2016, the deaths at 64,000 people, which surpasses car crashes, HIV, and gun deaths. That's why I laugh every time the trolls come on here talking about black on black crime. Your drug plague have far outpaced black on black crime. At the rate that you're dying, you're going to wish you were dying at the rates of black on black crime because you have long passed it. Deaths involving prescription opioids continue to rise, but many of those deaths also involve heroin, fentanyl, or a fentanyl analog. There is a downward trend in deaths from prescription opioids alone. At the same time, there has been a resurgence in cocaine and methamphetamine deaths. Many of these also involve opioids, but a significant portion of drug deaths, roughly one-third in 2015, do not. The explosion in fentanyl deaths and the persistence of widespread opioid addiction have swamped local and state resources. Communities say their budgets are being strained by additional needs for increased police and medical care, for widespread naloxone distribution, and for a stronger foster care system that can handle the swelling number of neglected or orphaned children. Now, so much for calling black women bad mothers. Woo, you guys are really sinking to a low level. It's a plague hitting different parts of the country in different ways. People are accustomed to thinking of the opioid plague as a white rural problem, with accounts of Appalachia, despair, and the plight of New England heroin addicts. But fentanyls are changing the equation. The death rate in Maryland last year outpaced in both Kentucky and Maine. This provisional data, compiled by the National Center for Health Statistics, was produced in response to requests from government officials after reporting from the Times in June. An early version of the report was posted online last month and will be formally published by the NCHS in the coming weeks, according to Robert Anderson, the agency chief of mortality statistics. The document is the first edition of what will be a monthly report on the latest provisional overdose death counts. You know, my problem with that is we already seen previous articles where if a family makes the request, they won't even put the drug death on the death certificate. They'll put something else on there. So those people are ultimately not counted as a drug death when they really should be. Because of delays in drug death reporting, the data is mostly, but not entirely, complete. The final numbers released in December could be even higher. It's too early to know what 2017 will hold, but anecdotal reports from state health departments and country coroners and medical examiners suggest that the overdose plague has continued to worsen. In March, Trump created a commission to study the crisis. The commission interim report made a number of recommendations, but the administration has yet to take concrete action on any of them. And remember, they were the ones that reported it was 142 deaths per day from the drug plague that's hitting the country. And here is a chart right here that shows drug overdose deaths per 100,000 residents in 2015 and 2016. And you see Maryland, wow, which is shocking to me, way at the top. And then you have Kentucky, Delaware. And Maryland and Delaware are actually small states. So it was 21 states that reported the highest quality data for 2016. The steepest rises were Delaware, Florida, and Maryland. Okay, so it's just showing the states where it had rise, and it's showing you where it was before and where it is now. Like Maryland was at 21 drug deaths, now 36. So you can see every single state rose except for Nebraska, down here on the bottom. They had a slight decrease. It's not a big decrease, but they did have one. Okay. Please tell me what you think, ladies and gentlemen, in the comment section. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. And as I stated before, I'm looking for more patrons. So if you can become a patron, it will be deeply appreciated. Peace, family. Right, ladies and gentlemen. This is an article that came out in the Salon September 2nd, 2017. Meth addiction and sex trafficking are fueling Oklahoma's growing syphilis outbreak. A fast-spreading outbreak of syphilis in Oklahoma has left health officials concerned that the sexually transmitted disease will continue to circulate and potentially endanger lives, according to a recent report by the New York Times. The disease can eventually cause blindness, paralysis, and dementia if untreated, and the recent outbreaks is a byproduct of the heroin and methamphetamines plagues, because users will often trade sex for substance, the Times reported. In a video interview shown above, Salon spoke with Portia King, a veteran Oklahoma state health investigator who has seen the plague quickly grow out of control. King attributes the syphilis outbreak to widespread drug use and drug addiction, and in particular meth. Drugs like meth really ramp up someone's sexual appetite, and so they tend to have a lot of partners, King said. They have a lot of partners within their drug network, and so it's a lot of people sharing the same partner. In an earlier interview with the Times, King said her department is dealing with 200 open cases of sex partners they're looking for. The spread is migrating out of the city, she told the Times. On the ground, investigators use Facebook to track potential partners who could potentially be infected. Earlier this year, investigators were bewildered after 3 reported cases of syphilis were discovered in a juvenile detention center between a boy and 2 girls, the youngest of whom was 14, after having never seen a positive case since the 7 years of testing for it. The Times elaborated. Then, in February, a prison inmate tested positive. In interviews, he listed 24 sex partners, some his own, others the so-called pass-around girls for gangs, usually in exchange for heroin or methamphetamines. Contact information from the entertainment manager, as he called himself, pointed the way to a syphilis spread that by March led health officials to declare an outbreak, one of the largest in the country. Although syphilis still mostly inflict gays and bisexual men who are African American or Hispanic, in Oklahoma and nationwide, rates are rising among white women and their infants. Nearly 5 times as many babies across the country are born with syphilis as with HIV. The clinics that help treat the disease have seen their funds cut, and in 2012, half of the state programs that address sexually transmitted infections experience reductions. Funding has largely stayed flat since then. However, cuts will continue to steepen as Trump's administration proposed to slash funding by 17%, the Times reported. Tracking the source or sources of an outbreak is often difficult, and the conditions are often dangerous for health officials to do so. The Times followed Erin Williams, the lead investigator for the outbreak in Oklahoma City, as she drove through a rough neighborhood to inform a woman that her results for the disease had come back positive. Williams made efforts to ease the woman's embarrassment and nervousness and promised her that she was only there for her health. Syphilis has been around for quite some time, at least since the 1400s. But as time went on, and largely because of treatment and public education, syphilis was disappearing. A generation of physicians rarely learn to recognize it firsthand, the Times reported. So, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, syphilis is exploding in Oklahoma City and apparently around the country due to this meth addiction and also all the sexual favors that drug addicts are putting out here in order to get the drug. Please tell me what you think in the comment section. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. And I'm really looking to build up my patrons. So if you can become a patron, it would be deeply appreciated. Peace, family.
An article that came out in Mother Jones, August 31st, 2017. Ohio's new overdose rates are truly insane. Wow. Ohio has been among the states hardest hit by the opioid plague for years, but data released Wednesday from the state's Department of Health made clear that the problem is only worsening. Between 2015 and 2016, drug overdose deaths rose by 33%. And you can see on this chart, drug overdose deaths, you can see where it was in 2004, and you can see all the way up to 2016. You can see it has grown steadily, more than a decade. And it also shows you that there is nothing improving about this plague that's going on. It is just continuing to grow and get worse. The plague's ripple effects are manifold, straining morgues, emergency services, and foster care system, largely because of prevalent drug use and overdose. The state's foster population grew 10% between 2015 and 2016 to 15,000 children. Driving the increase in deaths is fentanyl, a synthetic opioid up to 100 times more potent than morphine, and dozens of fentanyl analogs or slight molecular variations on the original fentanyl molecule. As the chart below shows, the state's opioid plague has evolved over the years, from opioid painkillers to heroin, and then to fentanyl and its analogs. And you can see on this chart the variations here, cocaine and, woo, this is a mess. Fentanyl way up here. And they're not lying. The fentanyl deaths are skyrocketing in Ohio. Wow.
Those 3 stages are a national trend too. This is a triple plague with rising waves of deaths due to separate types of opioids, each building on top of the prior wave. The first wave of prescription opioid mortality began in the 1990s. The second wave, due to heroin, began around 2010. With heroin-related overdose deaths tripling since then. Now, synthetic opioid-related overdoses include those due to illicitly manufactured fentanyl and fentanyl analogs are causing the third wave, with these overdose deaths doubling between 2013 and 2014. The state data takes us through 2016, but a report published Thursday by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention suggests that the trend towards fentanyl and fentanyl analogs and away from heroin and painkillers has only become more extreme this year. The researchers looked at overdose deaths in 24 of Ohio's 88 counties, most in the southern part of the state in and around Dayton. In January and February this year, about 90% of them involved fentanyl or fentanyl analogs, whereas heroin was only identified in 6% of cases. And you can see right here, fentanyl 92.2%. Pharmaceutical opioids 22.8%, and heroin 5.7%. One reason fentanyl and its analog are so widespread is they have become so easy to order online. The drug, predominantly manufactured in China, can be found in crypto markets, on the dark web, or marketplaces that grant anonymity to both the seller and buyer and rely on cryptocurrency like Bitcoin. The result, as the CDC study puts it, Ohio is experiencing an unprecedented loss of life, and that is the truth. That is the truth. I mean, they were, after all, the first state to get refrigerated trailers to stock bodies in because they were having such a high overflow of overdose deaths. So things are definitely not improving at all in Ohio. And right now, Trump's state of emergency is only on paper. It is not bearing any impact whatsoever on this plague at all. Please tell me what you think, leave your comments and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, ladies and gentlemen, please do. Peace, family. All right, this is an article that came out on 10tv.com. Heroin epidemic causes overcrowding at county jail in Marion. All right, I'm going to go ahead and play this video.
Marion County is running out of room for inmates. The multi-county correctional center is at full capacity almost every day, and the jail's executive director says they don't know how to fix that problem. 10 TV's Megan Matthews explains what's causing the chronic overcrowding.
Each inmate is issued two of the typical uniforms.
There's plenty of orange to go around.
You get 2 pairs of pants and two shirts.
But at the county jail in Marion, there aren't enough beds.
When opiates started hitting the street, the addictions started hitting the streets, and the thefts that go along with the opiate addictions.
Executive Director Dale Osborne believes the heroin epidemic is putting more inmates in jail.
You can look at the trafficking, you can look at the addictions, you can look at a number of the other type of offenses that you're seeing, the thefts, the burglaries.
About 80% of the people being held in the facility are there for some kind of drug-related crime. The county jail can hold 202 inmates, and Osborne says they're at capacity or over almost every day.
This is such a big problem. It's huge.
Trying to create more space, the jail is releasing some people early.
If they're Marion County inmates, we'll release them to the street. And we base that decision on what type of reason they're here, what kind of crime they may have committed before they came here.
But even with that temporary solution, Osborne's employees are still spread thin.
So we have beds just about in every corner of this jail that is possible. And the problem is that my staffing hasn't changed since then. So it's a very difficult situation for us.
An ongoing problem with no permanent fix. Osborne says his staff will just keep doing what they're doing.
Just do our jobs, hope we go home safe every night, and do what we do.
With hopes Ohio will get a handle on the heroin. In Marion County, Megan Matthews, 10 TV News.
Ohio House.
Okay, you heard it. And, you know, during the crack epidemic, Black people tried to tell you when drugs hit in your area, crime goes up. But no, you wanted to believe that Black people were inherently violent. So we can now say that these opioid drug addicts are inherently violent. And that's why you're in jail. So we're going to use that same logic on you now. Marion, Ohio, Marion County is running out of room for inmates, and officials say they aren't sure how to fix the problem. So this pretty much goes over what was said in the video. So my point is, drug addicts always run out of money. It is going to happen. When the addiction is so strong and they crave for the drug, they are going to turn to crime to commit in order to get access to their drugs. And what do we see rising because of this drug plague? We see more bank robberies, pharmacies are being robbed, people homes are being broken into, veterinarian offices are being broken into for drugs. So there is no possible way you are going to keep these people out of prison. It is just not going to happen. You can keep calling it a public health issue all you want. If these people, the longer they stay on drugs, the more likely they are going to run out of money. And around me, there are an awful lot of white junkies out here panhandling every single day for their drugs. This is the kind of things that are going on now. This is America and its new reality each day, that you allow these drug addicts to stay on the street. They are out here drug driving. They are killing people on the road. I've done a couple of stories where they jumped the curb and ran into people's homes and killed people. They have ran into other vehicles, killing people on the road. They've jumped the curb and killed pedestrians. But this is what you want to keep out in the public. These people are a menace to society, not only physically, but economically. They are dragging the country down. You can come here and flag down my video because you don't like what I'm saying, but is that going to really eliminate the drug problem? No, it does absolutely nothing. All I see is people looking to deflect away from their real, true problem. And right now, there is nothing bigger than this drug plague that's hitting the white community, because it's hitting you more than anyone else. And you blatantly try to ignore it and keep it out of the media. But it's here. And it's here to stay. You're just pouring money into a black hole. And millions, probably billions, have been spent on this plague, and it's still going strong. It doesn't matter how much money you throw at it. And it's because you refuse to deal with these addicts appropriately. They need to be locked up where they can go somewhere and dry out. And then they can prove that they are capable of being out here in society and functioning in a normal capacity. But you won't even do that much. So let them linger out here. Right now, the way that you're doing this whole thing should clearly tell you it's not working. It's not working. And the number of people seeking rehab is extremely low. But you stay in your little devil's playground and keep covering your eyes and ears and act like it's not happening. Hey, it's not impacting the Black community, nothing like the way it is the white community. Hey, it's your deaths. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, ladies and gentlemen, please do. Peace, family. An article that came out the Sun Sentinel, and this is a rising OD deaths create backlog in South Florida morgues. This came out in the Sun Centennial, August 30th, 2017. I'll leave the link to this article in the description box. In the midst of an opioid plague, bodies arrive at South Florida morgue with alarming frequency. There are days when I come to the office and say, oh my God, I've got 10 overdoses and a homicide, said Palm Beach County Medical Examiner Michael Bell. Over the weekend, we've had as many as 15. In Broward County, the crush of corpses that must be autopsied is taking a toll on staff. We just want to get the work done and somehow get home for a few hours of sleep before putting in another 12 to 14-hour day. Wow, said medical examiner Craig Maulick, whose staff often works into the evening to complete most autopsies within 24 hours. We are working tons of hours, said Maulick. Weekend plans get ruined. It's hard. Overdose deaths from drugs such as heroin and lethal synthetics are claiming an average of 142 lives a day in the U.S., according to data from the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, provided to the Presidential Commission on the Opioid Crisis. And I bet every dime it's higher than that. They're not going to tell us. In Broward, Palm Beach, and Miami-Dade counties, late last year, record numbers of overdose deaths is a cinch to be shattered this year. My best guess as of today is that we'll have between 2,300 and 2,500 opioid deaths in the three counties in 2017, said Jim Hall on Nova Southwest University. Wow. You know, I have relatives down there. That's why I'm a little fascinated with this story of what's going on in Florida. That is an average of 6 to 7 per day, year round. Statewide, the total is projected to 20 a day. Whew. 20 overdose deaths per day. Oh, man. Although precise in 2016 figures from the Florida's Medical Examiners Commission, we are not yet available. Hall estimates last year overdose death toll in South Florida at about 2,200. Bell thinks the estimate of 2017 total may be high, but the pace of opioid fatalities in Palm Beach County
is running about 30% ahead of 2016, when nearly 700 people died of drug overdoses. More than 85% of those deaths were due to opioids, including heroin and powerful chemical cousins such as fentanyl and carfentanil, an animal tranquilizer, Bell said. It feels like being on a treadmill, Bell said. We are trying to keep up. In Broward County, 582 accidental overdose deaths were recorded in 2016. Of those, about 90% involved opioids, Mullock said. Palm Beach County, Broward, is also seeing a 30% rise in overdose numbers so far this year, Mullock said. In Miami-Dade County, drug overdoses claimed 455 lives in 2016. Of those deaths, 324 involved opioids, according to the medical examiner's office. Both Broward and Palm Beach counties have added at least one medical examiner is the past year and are attempting to recruit pathologists to help keep up with the crush of autopsies. But there are not a lot of forensic pathologists out there to be had, said Mullock. Broward Mayor Barbara Sharif said she recognized the strain of the ME's office is under. If the medical examiners come to us and say we need more resources, the commission will consider that outside the budget process, she said. In Palm Beach County, the office budget was boosted by $304,000 this fiscal year to pay for staff and the rising number of laboratory tests, according to John Von Arnhem, Deputy County Administrator. We want to make sure they have the resources they need, said Von Arnhem. On a typical day, the garage doors near the rear of the Palm Beach County morgue at 3126 Gun Club Road swing open often to allow a removal service van to pull up in with yet another grim delivery. The body was moved from the gurney to a fiberglass top morgue table, stripped of clothes and covered with sheets. A tag with an identifying case number is attached to a toe. The body is then rolled into the refrigerated cooler. There is space in the cooler for about 100 bodies until the autopsies are performed and samples of blood, urine, and then I guess bodily fluid from the eyeballs are sent by FedEx to a laboratory in Indiana. The official cause of death remains unknown. That takes about 3 to 4 weeks. But Bell and his staff of 5 medical examiners usually know right away which of the incoming are likely drug overdoses. These people, for the most part, are healthy between 30 and 50 years old, said Bell. So in an internal exam, they look normal. But we're in the middle of a plague when hundreds are dying of ODs. These people die before their time. After an autopsy, the body is returned to the cooler where it remains until it's released to a funeral home, Bell said. Outside of the examining rooms, investigators compile a history of the deceased, gathering information from the police and family members. One of the first to lose his life this year from an overdose in Palm Beach County was a 25-year-old Robert Sweenhart. He was found lying on the floor of his West Palm Beach apartment on January 4th. On a dining room table nearby was a syringe and a laptop computer. The cause of death was a combination of cocaine, heroin, and fentanyl. An autopsy revealed Sweenhart had struggled with addiction for more than 5 years, moving in and out of rehabilitation centers in South Florida and near his home outside of Philadelphia, according to Judy Cooper, his mother. He was always willing to go to rehab, was always looking for help, said Cooper. All right, so we know he was looking for help, okay? In the weeks before his death, Sweenhart visited his family in Pennsylvania, and it's just a typical drug story. And it just talks about his addiction. And we hear these stories over and over, so I'm not going to really go heavily into that. But I will leave the link to this story in the description box. And, you know, this story draws my attention, like I said, because I have family in Florida. And I know, you know, just talking to a few of them, they have seen these addicts down there begging for money on the streets and, you know, just walking around looking all zombified on the street. So tell me what you think, ladies and gentlemen. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. Ladies and gentlemen, drug driving is a major problem in the U.S. This is not a public health issue. This is a felony, what these junkies are doing. Addict shooting heroin behind the wheel plows into mobile home. A man high on heroin suffered an overdose behind the wheel in North Dakota Monday, plowing his car into a mobile home. Lance Michael McClintock, a 26-year-old from Mandan, nodded off while driving with an unidentified woman who told police officers she suspected he used heroin before getting in the car. As McClintock fell unconscious, he stepped on the gas pedal of his 2002 Isuzu and went hurling into a mobile home occupied by two people, reports the Bismarck Tribune. The residents of the home were not hurt, according to police, who arrested McClintock at the scene after treating minor injuries. A man working in his yard witnessed the incident and said the vehicle nearly ran him over before the crash. Another passenger of the vehicle, 20-year-old Anthony Evans, fled the scene of the crash, but was subsequently arrested with 4 heroin baggies in a syringe at a gas station. Authorities took McClintock to Burleigh County Detention Center, where he faces a number of felony charges, including possession of heroin with intent to deliver and reckless endangerment. He later told police he was driving to the trailer park to buy heroin. And you notice there's no picture of him. You know, and that's how you always know they're talking about somebody that's Caucasian. The incident is becoming a familiar one for law enforcement and first responders in states hit hard by opioids. A couple using heroin behind the wheel of their vehicle forced officials to shut down Interstate 75 outside Cincinnati, Ohio, July 15th after colliding into a semi-truck. A child was forced to take the wheel of a car after his father passed out while suffering a heroin overdose in Brooklyn, ultimately crashing into an ambulance. That was July 20th. Researchers from Columbia University in New York City recently investigated more than 2 decades of federal traffic data, and found that opioid scourge is behind 700% increase in traffic deaths. Wow, 700%. See, this is what should be reporting in the news every day. This is going on nationwide. These junkies are killing people with their cars because they're all strung out behind the wheel. You ain't even safe in your home. These fools are jumping the curb and slamming into people's homes. This is crazy. Police say that in many circumstances, addicts will shoot up wherever they are, whenever they buy their drugs, which many times is in a vehicle. It's a continuous circle to keep the drug in your system, and these people go to any length to get it. He's right about that.
Cincinnati police told Fox 19. They get it in their car, they use it, they OD, they crash, and then we get involved. Overdoses are now the #1 cause of accidental deaths for Americans under 50. The New York Times recently called through data from state health departments and county medical examiners and coroners, predicting that there were between 59,000 and 65,000 drug deaths in 2016. This is outrageous, y'all. This is outrageous. But nothing is going to change as long as they keep labeling this thing a public health issue, which is very inappropriately labeled. When they get behind the wheel and run into other cars and kill people, jump in the curb, and pedestrians are running everywhere, this is a felony, and that's how it should be looked at. But, let them kill enough people. I bet you things will change. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. An article that came out today, Monday, August 28th, 2017. The Register Guard, and I will leave the link to this article in the description box. Trump, one town's drowning in despair. Will he save them? Okay. Baskets of pink petunias hang from the light post all over this city, watered regularly by residents trying to make their community feel alive again. An artist spends his afternoon high in a bucket truck, painting a mural of a girl blowing bubbles. Each circle, the scene of imagined hope, future. But in the present vacant building's dominant blocks, a van stuffed so full of blankets and boxes are piling from the windows, pulls to the curb outside Stacy Blodgett's antique shop. Look inside of it, she says. I bet he's living in it. So she's saying he's living in his van. Around the corner, a crowded tent city of desperate and addicted has taken over the riverbank, makeshift memorials, and too many dead, too many young, jolting up from the mud. America, when viewed through the bars of Blodgett's window, looks a lot less great than it used to be. So she answered Donald Trump's call to the country forgotten corners. Thousands of her neighbors did it too. And her county, among one of the most reliably Democratic in the nation, swung Republican in the presidential election for the first time in 90 years. People were like, this guy is going to be it. He's going to change everything, make it better again. Wow, I can't believe you put all that hope into one man. Okay. Blodgett stands at the computer on her counter and scrolls through the news. Every day it's something else. New details in the Russian campaign investigation, shakeups at the White House, turmoil over Trump's response to race-fueled riots. His administration failed plans to remake the healthcare system, may or may not cost millions. Their coverage, and there's a lack of clarity over how exactly he intends to eradicate a spiraling drug plague that has claimed 142 lives each day, a growing number of them here in Grays Harbor County. Some maintain confidence that Trump will rise above the chaos to deliver his pledge to resurrect the American dream. Others fear new deaths of hopelessness. Across the country, Trump disproportionately claimed communities where lifetimes contracted as the working class crumble. Penn State sociologist Shannon Moniz spent last fall plotting places on a map experiencing a rise in deaths of despair. The map of Trump's victory mirrors her documenting death. Blodgett is confronted every day with her neighbors suffering. They come to her shop to pawn jewelry, to pay for their medication. They come looking for things stolen from them. They come and tell her food stamps won't cover the dog food. Now they come to discuss Trump, their differing degrees of faith that he will make good on his promise to fix the rotting blue-collar economy that brought this despair to their doorstep. Has he done anything good yet, she asks. Has he? Robert LeCount is a recovering addict who runs a sober housing program where he fields 100 calls a day for help that he has to say no because there is so much need and so few resources. Trump got his vote, but LeCount worried about his push to undo the Affordable Care Act. LeCount relies on insurance through the law and says those trapped in addiction have little chance to get out of it without health coverage. But it's hard to tell what news is real and what's blown out of proportion, he says, frustrated by what he sees as obstruction of the president's ideas. Well, what ideas does he have? I must be missing something every day. What ideas does he have? And what ideas have he implemented since he's been in office? We don't see the Mexican wall. He hasn't done anything as far as funding the opioid plague that's going on in the country. What has he done? What's being blocked? I don't see the man doing anything but going on a bunch of golf trips. But maybe some of you can put in the comment section all of these great things that he's done. He's protected white supremacists and he's gone golfing. Is there anything else? Am I missing something? Okay, just let me know if I am. People in big cities rooting for Trump's failure don't have nearly as much on the line as he sees here. We're banking on him, he says. The county's population is stagnating and aging as many young and able move away. Just 15% of those left behind have college degrees. A quarter of children grow up poor. People here die on average of 3 years younger than those in the rest of the state. Carol Holden, a director of the Public Health Department, was so happy on the day President Obama signed the Affordable Care Act, she cried. It's an imperfect program, she says, but thousands here receive coverage. The uninsured dropped from 18% in 2012 to 9% in 2014. You know what? There's a lot of people helped by the Obamacare, but they are so racist they won't admit it. But the proof is in the numbers. You can even research the numbers online. There are a lot of people that have insurance now because of the Affordable Care Act. If Trump's promise to better days doesn't come to fruition, the problem's already so palpable that here might dig even deeper, Holden said, breeding more cynicism, more hopelessness, and more rage. In her store, Blodgett tips off the headlines that make her wish she could take back her vote. Trump hired rich people and family members while proposing less money for programs to help the disabled, feed the elderly, provide health care for the poor. Her brother had a stroke and is in a nursing home, paid for by Medicaid. She has pre-existing conditions and she's terrified about what could happen. She supported Trump because he promised to look after the underdogs and her community is full of them. But she says now, as soon as he gets in there, it's like, to hell with you people. Well, don't most presidents do that? Okay. You know, I think a lot of these people, especially in areas hardest hit by drugs, were really truly believing that Trump was in their corners. And you see, since he's been in office, all he's done is make attempts to defund programs and treatments that can help them. So now he's in, and if you don't believe it, pull up all of the voter remorse videos that are on YouTube. There's quite a few of people that now regret that they put Trump in office. I just wish that Trump will do something beyond supporting white supremacists and going golfing. If he does something beyond that, that would be nice to see, but we don't see anything other than those two things lately, and him being paranoid over the Russian investigation, and that too. Please tell me what you think, ladies and gentlemen. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. This is a news article that just came out on HR Dive. As opioid hit the workforce, employers are forced to improvise. As the baby boomer generation retires out of the workforce, many companies are struggling to fill open positions in areas of countries where illicit drug use is rampant. The opioid plague is doing more than destroying individuals and families. It's threatening to shut down manufacturing plants and whole industries as employees and potential hires succumb to drug abuse and addiction. The opioid plague has had a staggering effect on workforce participation, particularly for men ages 25 to 54 at 88.4% participation. The amount of men in the labor force pool is only slightly higher than its all-time low in 2014. Opioid use has become a key factor why prime age workers, primarily men, are unwilling and unable to find work, according to Goldman Sachs economists cited by CNN. In a study published by a former White House economist, approximately 1.8 million workers did not participate in the labor force at the beginning of 2016. Almost half of respondents, over 880,000 individuals, admitted they had taken an opioid the day before being surveyed. For American employers, the situation is becoming dire. Some reported that between 25% and 50% of qualified applicants can't pass a routine drug test. For those in the manufacturing industry, a sector in which diminished capacity can be fatal, employers simply cannot take the risk. Jobs remain unfilled, new orders are refused, and the toll of opioid abuse trickles throughout the company and the community. The CDC reported that more than 15,000 opioid deaths in 2015. Cost and hidden cost. According to a study by Castlight Health, 1/3 of prescription painkillers paid for by employer-funded plans are being abused. Workers who abuse painkillers cost the company double the medical cost of non-abusers. Across the country, it's estimated employers lose $10 billion per year due to lost productivity and absenteeism because of drug abuse. Companies are also seeing increased insurance costs due to the plague, covering the cost of health insurance for employees and families. One company in Ohio had to spend $250,000 in the last 3 years for drug treatment for 5 employees' dependents. Wow, that's a lot of money to shell out for just 5 people. An additional $300,000 was expanded for 3 months for neonatal intensive care treatment for a family member who gave birth to an opioid addicted child. Yeah, and you know, they said they are the most expensive addicted babies to treat in the hospital, and they got to stay the longest. Okay, pre-screening on the rise. Carl Johnston, president of Clear Match, an employment screening and investigative company, noted that striking difference in requests for pre-employment drug testing. In the last 4 months, we have seen a 30% increase in employers asking us about drug testing, he said. Normally, employers are concerned if the applicant has a criminal record or a credit risk, but now they are concerned with on-site drug use, even the jobs that are at the executive level. Yeah, because it's people of all backgrounds, you know, from the poorest up to the richest that are doing the opioids. In the past, opioid testing was an option for most drug screenings, as employers believe it could recognize a heroin user. And you know what? If they find any drug use in your background now, they won't hire you. A lot of these drug addicts, even if they're former drug addicts, if they find that you've been arrested on any type of drug charges, a lot of companies nowadays will not touch you. You know, you can even go there and say, look, I'm clean. I don't do drugs anymore. They don't care. They won't touch you. I think they look at them as a risk. You know, there's always that chance those folks are going to fall off the wagon, and they don't want to take that risk. Today, because of the access to prescription opioids, employers are stressing the need to test for the substance during pre-employment screening. Johnston finds 20% of those screened are not passing the test. Further complicating screening are states where recreational marijuana use is legalized. Employers are placed in a difficult situation because the drug lasts for weeks in the system. It's impossible to discern whether the applicant used drugs over the weekend or on their way to the testing. For manufacturing jobs particularly, the risk is too high to hire. For current employees, Johnson adds, opioids are a serious concern. So much so that we are seeing an uptick in employers asking us to do random drug testing. We received 141 requests for a random drug test for the month of July. Okay, the crisis is so significant that the Trump administration launched a presidential opioid commission, which is doing absolutely nothing to study the effects of opioids. Well, they have declared it an emergency, but they have given absolutely no funding. It recommends waive limits on Medicaid access to residential addiction treatment, expand access to alternative medicines that treat opioid addiction, suggest legislative measures, and provide naloxone or Narcan, a drug that reverse opioid overdoses, to police. The commission will continue to study the matter. The New York Times reported that at the Ohio manufacturing mentioned above, Warren fabricating and machining, 40% of applicants are disqualified from employment based on a failed drug test. In response, it created an apprentice program deciding it was worth the time and money to train sober candidates instead of continuing to come up empty-handed in its search for skilled applicants. Wow. Another employer, ThyssenKrupp, this is where my father worked, North America, told Times that it has turned to staffing companies to pre-screen workers. A third, a roofing company, has partnered with a nonprofit that provides opioid treatment and job training. Another Ohio manufacturing told LinkedIn that it doesn't even bother taking job ads down anymore. Turnover is so high because of opioid abuse that they need a constant flow of applicants. Wow. So even when they have these people hired, they have a problem with, a flood of turnover where they got to constantly hire more, probably hiring more opioid addicts. But it's also working on more permanent creative fix, working with engineering students at a local college to develop machines that can automate tasks, drastically reduce the number of human employees needed. Still, more have found success working with parolees who may be required to remain drug-free as a condition of their release. Wow, that's a damn shame. Woo! For many employers, hiring unskilled workers using an employment agency for factory floor jobs or actively seeking out former addicts would have been unheard of in the past. Now, however, they have few other choices. The problem is so deeply entrenched in pharmaceutical, insurance, and healthcare policies, meaning solutions will be tough to implement. But employers are already working to get more involved in healthcare in order to bring general costs down. Companies may soon be stepping in as key partners as various groups seek to end the plague, the drug plague that's going on. If productivity is down because of this epidemic, that means that's less money coming into the economy. So, as I stated before, this drug plague has a domino effect, and it's really impacting everything from jobs to schools, all types of public places are all feeling the effects of this plague. It's not like it's a small group of people and they're just causing harm to themselves. It's impacting all of us. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. This drug plague has been devastating, especially in a place like Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, the deaths are just coming and coming and coming where there's no end in sight. The man at the morgue, drug deaths, emergency of mass disaster scale. And I will leave the link to this article in the description box. It came out in my Dayton Daily News. And it is dated August 25th, 2017. Dr. Kent Hashberger, Montgomery County's coroner, has been thrust to the forefront of a far-reaching opioid plague he calls an emergency of mass disaster proportion, often reported to have its epicenter in Dayton. And he's right. In Montgomery County, Dayton actually has the highest death rate of opioid deaths in the entire county. As overdose deaths climbed to alarming numbers during the first half of the year, Hashberger's face increasingly show up on national news from inside the local morgue where the devastating effects of heroin and fentanyl lie bagged on steel racks. Also, the head of Miami Valley Regional Crime Lab, Hashberger, sat down earlier this week with the Dayton Daily News to discuss the ongoing opioid plague. Certainly per capita, our rate, at least at the beginning of the year, has to be significant. It's not reported uniformly everywhere. From what I'm being told by other offices nationally, we have to be in the top tier, whether we are top per capita or not. Montgomery County, along with Hamilton County, Franklin County, Cuyahoga County, Summit County, are all experiencing similar rates. You are absolutely correct. The fear from January to the end of June is that we would be over 800. We're just off that pace now. We're at 444 near the end of August, so we'll probably hit 460 by the end of August with 4 months left. We may be at 700 at year's end. If you take 80 in May, every month it was basically going up. June saw a little decline. July, 38 deaths. What dramatic and obviously continuing. So they're just projecting the number of 700 for their county. But you can see the deaths, like in January, they had 65 deaths, February, 67, 53, in May, April, 69, 80 in May. Wow, wonder what happened in May. 51 in June, 38 in July, and 34 in August. The Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, shut down a dark web marketplace called Alpha Bay on July 13th, and then they also shut down a place called Hansa Market. It's a direct to consumer drug sales. There's no possible way from then until now the addicts are gone. The supply side may be threatened, and they're just not able to get the stronger stuff. We'll see if the numbers hold up. Traditionally, our perception is the cartels are bringing it in here. But maybe the carfentanyls and the others are being ordered directly on the dark web. You know, there's more than one dark web, so they may have shut down one segment where everybody went to just another part of the dark web for their drugs. And not only that, I mean, they're not really talking much about the people that are going on the streets and getting the drugs that way too. That's really not in this article at all. I think the county has done a lot of great things with education and immediately treatment available, and the Narcan resources that are being deployed at great expense to the county and city EMS. The sheriff's office and task force has done much sweeps, and I think they made some decent size seizures of product. All right, so they're doing a lot of the typical things that you see done across the country, but let's just take a look at this chart. Overdose deaths within Montgomery County, cities, and townships in 2017. And as you can see, Dayton at the very top leads of all drug deaths in the entire county. So you see Harrison and
all of the other counties are, smaller amount of deaths. But Dayton, wow, that is a lot. That looks like that's pretty much like an epicenter within the county. That's a lot of deaths from one place. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just tell me what you think. I'll leave the link to this article in the description box, as I said before, so that you can come out here and see for yourself. Ohio has been probably one of the most battered places in this country when it comes down to this drug plague that has taken a stronghold on America, and it just does not seem to be slowing down at all. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family.
The drug problems in America just keeps coming and coming and coming with no end in sight. Meth, as you know, is also exploding across the country, along with your heroin, your opioids, and your fentanyl. Meth use is growing problem in Minnesota, North Dakota, as communities struggle to address the rising use of heroin and other opioid narcotics. Another familiar drug has continued to tighten its grip. Figures from law enforcement and addiction treatment specialists show that methamphetamines remains the most commonly used hard drug in the region. Minnesota has experienced a 489% increase from 2009 to 2016 in meth seizures, according to the Department of Public Safety. And while 2009 marked a low point in levels for people seeking treatment, methamphetamines arrests and seizures have dramatically increased since then. The Minnesota Department of Public Safety announced the seizure of 487.7 pounds of meth in 2016, more than double the 230.3 pounds seized in 2015. In 2012, just 112.6 pounds of meth was confiscated by law enforcement in Minnesota. Law enforcement officials say methamphetamines currently flowing into upper Midwest comes largely from Mexico cartels. Minnesota Department of Public Safety Gang and Drug Coordinator Brian Marquardt said that around 2007, cartels figured out a way to mass produce high-quality methamphetamines. That accounts for some of the massive influx of methamphetamines we're seeing across the country, including in North Dakota and Minnesota, he said. User quantity levels methamphetamine now range from 70 to 80% pure. Marquardt said in the early 2000s, when local small batch meth labs were more common, the quality of the product was high, but the quantity was relatively low. Now we are seeing very high quality into the 80th percentile at the user level, he said. A few years ago, a large seizure coming into this state would have been 3 to 5 pounds, Marquardt said. Now we are seeing seizures of 30, 50, 70, even 100 pounds of methamphetamines, either coming into the state or bound for Minnesota and North Dakota. The user base in the region is very high now. Marquardt said both states are seeing higher numbers of people seeking treatment. Methamphetamines crosses all socioeconomic boundaries, Marquardt said. Meth at the street level is typically purchased in grams with dosage rates at about 1/10 of a gram. McCart said a gram in Minnesota cost around $100. For wholesalers, the price has dropped considerably, opening the potential for even greater profits. 4 or 5 years ago, it was around $20,000 per pound, and now it's down to about 5,000 per pound, he said. The drug affordability contributes to its growing use rates, experts say. It is widely available in most states. It is everywhere, McCart said. It is in small rural towns to large metropolitan areas. Truthfully, if people want to use it, they can find it, Davis said. Bulk methamphetamines that come into Minnesota largely comes from Mexico through the southwest border. The drug is transported by Mexican drug cartels in commercial and personal vehicles, McCart said. From the Twin Cities, the drug is distributed throughout the state and into neighboring states. Minnesota violent crime task forces prioritize targeting mid to upper level dealers operating in the state in an attempt to distribute the flow of meth in the region. We continue to work with our partners for treatment and education, McCart said. We can't do this alone. We need the public's help. While arrests and confiscations of methamphetamines continue to rise, so have admissions to addiction treatment centers for people battling dependency. What we are seeing in the data is alarming. Minnesota Department of Human Services Commissioner Emily Piper said in a release, methamphetamine's use is now second only to alcohol for treatment admissions in Minnesota. The good news is treatment works. By strengthening and improving our treatment center, more people will get help. They get the help they need when they need it. Residential treatment, even for the first 24 to 48 hours, can have a big impact on breaking the physical and sociological withdrawal users experience. Deb Davis, an assistant director at Northeast Human Service Center in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Okay. Over time, meth breaks down the body. Teeth rot. Users get little sleep, and often have poor nutrition. Yeah, and they can go days and days without sleeping. That's why they sound so crazy. You know, they talk fast and they're real, what they call tweakers, you know. Prolonged amphetamines drug uses cause people to lose the ability to organically experience pleasure, Davis said. Even if someone has a period of sobriety, they may end up trying to use again just to get the feeling back. They just think they can do it one time, one last time, Davis said. Success, okay, for people in treatment is relative. Davis said many people tend to look at someone who has 4 months of sobriety and relapse as a failure, but she believes that is misguided. Every attempt at sobriety could be the time it sticks for good. We don't look at things like success and failure as black and white, Davis says. Oh, you may not look at it like that, but the vast majority of them fall off the bandwagon, and that's the truth. So Meth exploding in Minnesota and North Dakota, but it's really exploding everywhere. It's a big problem even here in New Jersey where I am. Please leave your comment and subscribe, and if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family.
Okay, I got this story from Yoruba Gary. I want to thank you for sending me this story. And this just reflects back on many of the videos that I have done before in the past that show how drug drivers are very dangerous on the road. And now people drugged up behind the wheel outpace folks that are drunk behind the wheel. These folks kill people all over the country, and they have injured many. There was a case earlier this year where a man in New York, 21 years old, jumped the curb and he ran over a whole bunch of people that were on the sidewalk. Not to mention, sometimes you have a couple that are strung out, and both the driver and passenger are all high in the car, and they cause an accident. There have been numerous case after case. These people are a major danger out in public. Not only just being behind the wheel, but just having any kind of physical contact with them. You don't know what they're high on. There's no way you can just eyeball somebody and tell they're on fentanyl or carfentanil. And just touching them, remember, this drug goes right through the skin. You can touch them and literally get high. Or if they have any type of residue of a substance like fentanyl on their clothing, it passes right through the skin. You can get high. So even having physical contact with them is extremely dangerous. And, you know, no defense, but I will not be administering any Narcan to a junkie because I don't want to have any contact with them at all. This is a 17-year-old that got behind the wheel high on opioids, and she killed people. Indiana teen high on opioids driving 107 miles an hour. Can you believe that? That's not even safe if you're not high, okay? When she plowed into a house, killing two sisters. A 17-year-old girl allegedly drove her car into a home, killing two young girls while high on opioids. According to Fox 59, she was reportedly driving at least 107 miles an hour when the car crashed, which is terrible. Can you imagine that kind of impact? I guess she did kill people. Aaliyah Sierra will be tried as an adult, according to documents obtained by the outlet Reveal. Haley Fullerton, 17, and Collie Fullerton, 9, were watching TV in the living room of their home when Sierra crashed through the wall. Both were killed on impact. Bridget Fullerton, the girl's mother, is expected to make a full recovery. The outlet reported she's being treated at an Indianapolis hospital, according to the site. A urine screen conducted after the accident allegedly confirmed that the driver was under the influence at the time. Sierra is facing a wide range of charges, including reckless homicide, causing death when operating a motor vehicle with a Schedule 1 or 2 controlled substance, causing death when operating a motor vehicle while intoxicated, criminal recklessness, and more. Authorities told Fox 59 the crash occurred before 9:30 p.m. on July 12th. Fox 59 reported that court documents revealed Sierra was not alone in the car at the time of the crash. She was reportedly told by her passenger to slow down. Another person in the vehicle asked several times to be let out, according to the document. Authorities confirmed to the outlet that Sierra's car left the roadway traveling over 100 miles an hour. That is outrageous. That is outrageous. And see, and when they're high, they don't give a damn about anybody other than themselves. They don't care. They don't care. This is crazy. And she deserves everything that's coming her way. You know, I hope she gets the harshest possible sentence and she never sees the light of day ever again in her life. She would deserve every ounce of it. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. Okay, this is an article that just came out on Addiction Now. And it's dated August 21st, 2017. Nearly 92 million adults use prescription opioid, new government report. Over 1/3 of American adult population were past year users of prescription opioids at least once in 2015, according to a new government report by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. Of that fraction, about 91.8 million, or 37.9% of all American adults, 11.5 million, 4.7%, misuse prescription pain relievers. The 2015 National Survey on Drug Use and Health report revealed misuse can lead to health problems, addiction, and fatal overdoses. The level of overdoses is a crisis, and it requires all of our efforts to turn the tide. No, it doesn't. That means changing prescription practices to reduce the number of people developing a problem, ongoing outreach risk reduction, activities like widespread distribution of naloxone and treatment, especially medication-assisted treatment and recovery support available upon demand. Only marijuana comes ahead of prescription opioids as the country's most used illicit substance. And even though misuse of prescription drugs is frequent in the U.S., most who use prescription opioids, 87.2%, didn't misuse them. Yet, the researcher believes understanding the reason for misuse could have major important public health implications because policymakers can utilize this information to help guide their assessment of drug use, prevention, and treatment in their cities. Okay, if you have a family history or your own history of having a substance abuse disorder, discuss this with your physician and ask for a plan for how to manage issues if pain medication is absolutely necessary. Additionally, 11.5 million adults use prescription pain reliever improperly on at least one occasion in the past year. Physical pain was cited as the most frequent reason misuse occurred, 63.4%. In the mid-90s, we began to concerted efforts to better address pain, Johnson explained. Pain was identified as the fifth vital sign, and hospitals and other healthcare providers were evaluated by accrediting bodies on how they address pain. Opioids became the primary tool to address pain regardless of the type of pain. Okay. Okay. 57 million adults on at least one occasion within the past year, 46.2% of them misuse in order to relieve tension or relax, and 21.2% misuse to aid in sleep. Prescription stimulants were misused
by about 4.8 million adults on at least one occasion in the past year. 28.4% misused to stay awake or alert. 26.2% to concentrate, and 22.4% to study. And 1.4 million adults misuse prescription sedatives within the past year. 73.2% of them misused in order to sleep. Until last year, when the CDC released prescribing guidelines, there was continued growth in the number of opioid prescriptions, she added. However, the number of prescriptions do appear to be decreasing over the past year. Yeah, but the drug addiction is not decreasing, because if they can't get the opioids from their doctor, they just turn to the street drug. So it's really not putting a dent in anything by having the doctors reduce the number of scripts. Remember, there's the dark internet. There is shipments coming in from China, still synthetic opioids coming across the Mexican and Canada border. So you're really not putting a dent in this plague. It's not going anywhere. And quite frankly, when I read these articles, it just tells me they really truly don't know what the hell to do. You know, they have poured tons of money on this plague alone with the opioids, and it just keeps growing stronger and stronger. And I already did an article a few days ago on how it's increasing among teens. So it's not going anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. 92 million adults. That's a hell of a lot of people. Peace, family. U.S. leads the entire world in drugs and drug overdose deaths. You know, and I did put a video out about this probably a little over a month ago. Now there's a growing fear of fentanyl appearing in other countries across the world. And in many cases, it's already there, especially in the UK. This is an article that came out in The Guardian on August 18th, 2017, and I will leave the link to this article in the description box. Synthetic opioid plague in U.S. serves as warning for the world, says UN. Efforts to combat the opioid addiction plague in the U.S. have been weakened by synthetic opioid fentanyl, which a top UN drug official has warned could infiltrate Europe and Australia in a similar way. Other countries with opioid problems should be concerned because fentanyl could quickly be pushed into their supply. Jeremy Douglas, regional representative of the United Office on Drugs and Crime, he's in the UN, to Southeast Asia and Pacific, told The Guardian. Fentanyl, which is 50 to 100 times more potent than morphine, was recently tied to deaths of 60 people in the UK. Fentanyl represents a lucrative business opportunity for drug traffickers because it's incredibly powerful in small amounts and is easy to produce. Since fall of 2013, fentanyl has contributed to more than 5,000 overdose deaths in the United States, including, from 2009 to 2014, it contributed to at least 655 deaths in Canada. Fentanyl drove a 73% increase in synthetic opioid deaths in the U.S. from 2014 to 2015, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The rate of death from synthetic opioid has increased across all demographic groups and regions. And there is currently a high availability of fentanyl, increased seizures of fentanyl, and more known overdose deaths from fentanyl than any time since the drug was synthesized in 1959, according to U.S. government data. What's occurring in the United States and Canada is because of overprescription of opioids originally, and then the clampdown on the legal supply, Douglas said. But there are a lot of markets out there with a significant heroin consumption issue, and fentanyl is easy to smuggle. And you can mix it into the market. If you are an unscrupulous, organized crime guy looking at the benefits of fentanyl for your business, it could make sense that they're going to start pushing it. Police in the UK, Yorkshire, and Humber region said earlier this month that they expect the drug to be here to stay after it is found that at least 60 drug deaths in the UK have been linked to fentanyl and carfentanil since December 2016. We will do anything we can to stem the flow of this supply into communities because of its availability on the dark web. It's something that is very difficult to control and is freely available, said Detective Superintendent Patrick Twiggs of West Yorkshire Police. There is similar concern in Australia, where the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency warned its counterpart that the country could face a similar threat from fentanyl, according to news.com.au. There has been recent an uptick in fentanyl overdoses in Australia, where the use of opioid-based painkillers has quadrupled in the past decade. This is the same place, by the way, where they won't allow Aborigines to have alcohol because they complain, they become violent. But as you can see, the white population have all the access they want to drugs, and boy, the double standards everywhere. The scale of fentanyl use in the UK and Australia is small compared to the US or Canada, but Douglas said that could change because fentanyl is so attractive to traffickers. It's easy to hide production. You don't need very much to ship, so it's going to be movable, said Douglas. Basically, it's great if you're an organized crime guy. 1 kilo of fentanyl can result in a batch of more than 666,600 1.5 milligram pills sold at $10 a piece. That is 6.6 million in revenue. Cut the dosage down to 1 milligram and the manufacturer could have $10 million. Wow. Fentanyl is also cut into heroin to strengthen weak supply, often without the consumer knowledge. With heroin and other plant-derived opioids, the manufacturing process begins in an opioid field where plants must be harvested. Because fentanyl is synthetic, all that is needed to produce is a lab. Fentanyl is typically sent from China to consumers in the US and Canada. Though there have been efforts to clamp down on China's manufacturing of fentanyl, the country has an enormous pharmaceutical industry, and officials says it's impossible to completely root out the source for which a lucrative product of such a lucrative product. This is why it could land in Australia and Europe in a similar way as it has arrived in the United States, where it has been smuggled in by traffickers or ordered on the internet and sent through postal service, which does not have the resources it needs to detect every block of fentanyl in the mail. Fentanyl sales have been tracked to dark websites like Alphabet, which was closed in July, but Douglas' team has also seen sales of fentanyl and carfentanil, which is about 10 times more potent than morphine and intended only for very large animals on normal websites. I don't think the shutdown of Alphabet had much of an impact on this, Douglas said. There will be another one there. It comes back to the fact that if the demand is big enough, they will find a way to get it there. To address demand, Douglas said countries with opioid addiction problems should emphasize a public health approach instead of policing, which is how the U.S. has long managed drug crisis. That's a damn lie. They didn't do that during the crack epidemic. Now they're trying to make it seem like now that they are saying it's public health, this is what the U.S. have done all along. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. They just started doing that when many white people became addicted to these opioids. Douglas says countries such as Australia should be watching how the U.S. responds to the fentanyl problem. I hope they are watching what they should and should not do. If, say, it does become a problem there, he said, and believe me, it's already a problem there. It's already a problem there, y'all. Okay? Wherever you have a large Caucasoid population, you have a drug problem. Plain and simple. There's no way they could not have a problem. So as you can see, fentanyl is going worldwide. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. Article that came out on ABC News on August 16th, 2017. U.S. teen drug overdose deaths inch up after years of decline. After years of decline, teen deaths from drug overdose have inched up. A new U.S. government report shows the drop in teen deaths have been a rare bright spot in the opioid plague that has seen adult overdose deaths surge year after year, fueled by abuse of prescription painkillers, heroin, and newer drugs like fentanyl. This is a warning sign that we need to keep paying attention to what is happening with young people, says Catherine Keyes, a Columbia University expert on drug abuse issues who wasn't part of the study. It's not clear why teen overdose deaths increased in 2015 or whether the trend will continue, said lead researcher Sally Curran of the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention. The CDC released a report Wednesday focusing on adolescents age 15 to 19. The overdose death rate rose to 3.7 per 100,000 teens in 2015 from 3.1 the previous year. Most of the deaths were accidental and were mainly caused by heroin, researchers found. Clearly, drug overdoses have been a far smaller problem in teens than in adults. Tens of thousands of adults die from overdose each year compared to 700 to 800 teens. Other differences, unlike adult overdose deaths in teens, have not been climbing every year. To their surprise, CDC researchers found that teen overdose deaths actually fell after 2008 and dropped as low as 3 per 100,000 during 2012 through 2014. The drop tracks with previously reported declines in teen drug use, smoking, drinking, sex, and other risky behaviors, Keyes said. Some experts believe those declines are related to more time spent on smartphones and social media. The decline was driven by boys, who accounted for about 2/3 of teen overdose deaths. The boys' rate fell by 1/3 in those years, but the girls' rate held fairly steady. Then came the increase. The rate among boys rose to 4.6 per 100,000 in 2015 from 4 the year before. Among girls, it increased 2.7 from 2.2. Though small, it was the highest overdose death rate for girls since at least 1979, Curtin said. Health experts said it's likely teen overdoses edged up in 2015 because of the increasing availability of newer and more lethal kinds of opioids like fentanyl, which is sometimes mixed with heroin. If the drugs are more potent, your chances of it being fatal have perhaps increased, Curtin said. All right, so now look like the overdose deaths for teens are inching up in America. Please tell me what you think in the comment section. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. To keep one thing in mind, during the crack epidemic, there were many people that got life sentences for crack. Okay, crack. And these weren't all dealers. Many of these people are still sitting in jail that were just drug users. But look at what Oregon did. This is how determined they are to keep these people that are on these drugs now that they're claiming is a public health issue out of jail. Oregon makes drug possession a misdemeanor. Sure as hell wasn't a misdemeanor when it came down to crack. A bill signed by Oregon Governor Kate Brown on Tuesday makes personal use possession of cocaine, heroin, methamphetamines, and other drugs a misdemeanor, not a felony. See, what they're trying to do is decriminalize these drugs. That's the direction that this is going in, ladies and gentlemen, because they don't want to lock up their own. If they had to lock people up, that means whites in this country, because they're your heaviest drug, heroin, opioid, fentanyl, meth, cocaine users, they would have to mass incarcerate them. So they're doing everything they can to avoid doing this, even if it means decriminalizing drugs in America and letting them just continue to run amok out here. Oregon joined just a handful of other U.S. states in defelonizing drugs under the new law, which was supported by law enforcement groups, and the effect takes effect immediately. Joe Mesa, owner of Amazing Treatment, a rehab center in Salem, applauded the move. She has seen the damage caused by drug addiction in her 30 years in the field. There's a huge crisis out there, and locking people up is not going to work, Mesa said. Well, it sure worked during the crack epidemic, didn't it? This is why you're not getting all the sympathy that you're looking for. You're not going to get it. Okay, it's one set of rules for Black people, another set of rules for white people when it comes down to drug addiction. Black people still go to jail for drug addiction. It's not looked at as misdemeanor anywhere. Even states where they have legalized marijuana, Black people are still going to jail. Looking to kick their addictions, patients ascend a flight of stairs into Amazing Treatment, located above a Mexican restaurant and a barbershop in downtown Salem. Inside the center, someone had drawn a syringe on a whiteboard with the words "No more." Above that was a quote by philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. Okay. Many are stubborn in pursuit of the path they've chosen, few in the pursuit of the goal. Mesa said imprisoning first-time offenders with limited or non-existent treatment opportunities is not the solution. That's amazing. Where was Mesa back during the crack epidemic? Where were the people like her? But the goal can be achieved with treatment for 6 months to a year, with support from recovering addicts and training in how to remove oneself from the environment that led to the drug abuse, like a circle of addicted friends or relatives, she said. Jailing is not helping the problem. Well, it's sure helping the problem when it came down to Black people. And if you really were sincere about that, then why are the people from the crack epidemic still sitting in prison? Many of them are still in jail. Now, Obama did get some of them out, but it still didn't go far enough. There's still way too many sitting in there. All you're doing is putting a Band-Aid on it and ripped it off when they get out of jail. Among the bill's supporters were the Oregon Association Chief of Police and the Oregon State Sheriff's Association, which said felony convictions include unintended consequences, including barriers to housing and employment. Gee, don't you think that also applies to Black people too? Just saying. But the two groups, in a letter to a state senator who backed the bill, said the new law will only produce positive results if additional drug treatment resources accompany this in policy change. So, I'm going to leave the link to this article in the description box, but I just want you to see how far they will go to make sure many of these white drug addicts do not end up with felonies that will be on their record for the rest of their lives. So they're just classifying people that are in possession of drugs as a misdemeanor. And remember, it's more states than Oregon that's doing this. And you can best believe there'll be more cropping up in the future because they don't want to mass incarcerate their own. Okay, so if it means defelonizing and then eventually legalizing these drugs, then so be it. But no matter what these law outcomes are, it's not going to keep Black people out of jail. They're going to still incarcerate Black folks on drug possession. Okay, we already heard this from the Justice Department trying to go after weed users. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. And I will leave the link to this article in the description box. Peace, family. a story that I got from Robin, the Girl Wonder. I want to thank you for sending this. You know, this brings back a lot of mixed feelings for me. During the crack epidemic, it was actually the police and the politicians that led on the mass incarceration of crack addicts and dealers back in the day. Even if somebody was dealing out of their grandma's house, grandma went to jail. Any of the siblings that were in the house went to jail. Everybody went to jail, and they did not care whether you were directly involved or indirectly. It just didn't matter to them. The bottom line is, if you were black, you belonged in jail. As soon as the victims start looking like them, just like in the Justin Diamond case, and just with the drug epidemic altogether, all of a sudden, there's a level of compassion that was not extended to anyone else. You know, this is why they are going through this drug plague, and they don't have very many people outside of themselves that are sympathetic, and rightfully so. So this one is a mayor that she is a Nashville, Tennessee mayor. Her son was in Denver, Colorado, and he died Saturday night of a drug overdose, like many do across this country. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, they are dying at 142 a day. And part of me would not doubt if it's higher than that, because, you know, the devil is never going to tell the truth. All right, so let's get into this story. Max Berry's son of Mayor Megan Berry dies of overdose. Son of Nashville Mayor Megan Berry died Saturday night of an apparent overdose in Denver, Colorado. And Colorado was also having a horrible time with drugs. Max, 22, recently graduated from the University of Puget Sound near Seattle. He was the only child of the mayor and Bruce Berry. The Berry family sent out a press release Sunday morning. Early this morning, we received news that no parent should ever have to hear. Our son Max suffered from an overdose and passed away. We cannot begin to describe the pain and heartbreak that comes with losing our only child. Our son was a kind whatever. Our family would greatly appreciate your thoughts and prayers, and would respectfully ask for privacy as we mourn the loss of our child and begin to understand a world without his laughter and whatever. Okay, so you know their son died Saturday night. But this happened to Black people all throughout the crack epidemic. Many of us lost loved ones or even knew someone directly or indirectly on crack. There was no outpour of sympathy from the Caucasoid community. Now that you are going through the epidemic, you want to come and say, well, it's not funny. Well, it's not funny. Well, you thought it was funny talking about the crack babies in the crack house and putting people in jail. Oh, it was hilarious back then. But now that you're going through it, oh, it's not a laughing matter. You know, maybe if you showed more sympathy towards other people's pain, they would show some towards you. But until then, like the words of Terrene Rain, I feel nothing. Please leave your comments and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. Gentlemen, how many times do we have to keep catching the devil in lies? Now, when this opioid plague started spiraling out of control, they said it started with doctors writing scripts and then people turned to the street drug. This is a Time magazine article that just came out, and it says most people who misuse opioids don't have a prescription. But they have been making the claim over and over, these people were given prescriptions. They could no longer get a prescription from their doctor. Then they had to turn to heroin out on the street. Now come to find out, the biggest abusers didn't even have a prescription, which means they got it illegally. They got the opioids illegally, probably through, because they have parties and share drugs. Okay, at parties. And they also buy them on the black market. But the majority did not get a script from the doctor. Okay, let's get into this article. All right. In the latest national survey on drug use and health, government researchers documented the extent of the opioid plague in the U.S., providing details on which groups are more vulnerable to abuse and addiction and the factors that drive misuse. More than 51,000 people completed an hour-long survey conducted in person by public health officials, using those responses as a representative sample. The researchers calculated national rates of opioid use and abuse. Nearly 92 million people, or 40% of the adults' U.S. population that isn't institutionalized, reported using prescription opioids. Among them, nearly 5% said they misused them, which included everything from using opioids without a prescription to relying on the drugs for something other than the reason they were prescribed by the physician, or taking them in larger doses or more often than prescribed. Among people who misuse opioid, nearly 2 million were addicted to the drug or had some type of abuse disorder. The survey revealed how people were obtaining opioids. For those who reported misusing the drug, 60% were using opioids without a prescription, according to the report published in the Annals of Internal Medicine. About 40% of these people access opioids free from friends or relatives. What have they been saying all along, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, it's an accidental overdose. Accidental total overdose. Oh, it's a public health issue. Oh, we need to have a different approach. They accidentally got hooked through getting a doctor prescription. It's all a lie. It's a lie. Among people who developed addiction or other abuse disorder, 14% said they bought them from drug dealers or strangers. So they're actually getting their bottles of pills and selling the pills to friends and relatives or strangers, or just giving it to them for free. Because you know why, ladies and gentlemen? They're not in pain. When they get these drugs, they just want to get high. And they're just lying and telling the doctor they're feeling all this pain, and they really don't. The researcher note that overprescribing of opioids can lead to excess medications that can be passed on intentionally or unintentionally to others who might abuse them. Prescribing the powerful painkillers for less serious conditions can lead to such diversions and abuse. People said the main reason they turned to opioids was to relieve pain, which the researchers say suggests that the drugs aren't effective in addressing pain or are too addictive to be useful as pain relievers. People who were uninsured or unemployed were more likely than people with health coverage or jobs to misuse and abuse opioid. Those who said their health was poor were also more likely to both use and abuse opioids than people who were healthy. Having other addictions to drugs like heroin, cocaine, sedatives, or tranquilizers also put people at higher risk of abusing opioids, as did having behavior conditions such as depression. Programs to reduce opioid addiction should consider people's health, history of mental illness and behavior disorders and include close monitoring of their response to opioids, said researchers. So it's all a big lie. The reason why there are so many addicts out here because folks have these drugs and they're sharing them with other friends and family, or they're selling the pills to people. This is why this addiction has spread the way that it did. It was not all from writing prescriptions. So a lot of the actual junkies are fully responsible for the widespread of the opioid plague that has happened in America. Please tell me what you think. Leave your comments and subscribe.
People are dying from prescription.
And just tell me what you think, ladies and gentlemen. You know, because let's watch the video. I'm sorry. Let's just watch the video here.
More people are dying from prescription pills than they are from motor vehicle accidents. These are people, these are real people, and they're dying out because nobody seems to care anymore. You know, and it's not right. It's like we've been raped here in this county of any enjoyment of life. We're considered the poorest county in the state, and even on national level, we're listed as a third world country here. It's pitiful what's happened to this county over the years. Our county looks like a ghost town, really. We're the first county in West Virginia to sue 3 companies that they were sending all these pills out to the depressed areas and things.
We think that they're these tatted up guys walking around the streets, pants hanging down, never held a job, or just lying around in an alley shooting up heroin. And that's not the case. You know, these are kids who are in a mechanical engineering program at WVU, or healthcare professionals, or lawyers. And that's kind of what my program does, is educating the public just about this very question that you asked me. It's like, what do these people look like? You know, they could look like you. They could look like me. They could be employed doing something very similar to what you do. You know, we see cases where millions of pills are shipped into one tiny little pharmacy in a tiny little town with a population of 300 people. Should alarms be going off somewhere?
Absolutely.
Probably 9 out of 10 cases that we're involved with is drug related. And I see people that I grew up with. I see people I went to school with and see neighbors, you know, and these are good people through surgeries, and they've got addicted to drugs, and it's taken over their life. And because drugs are so easily available on the streets and then through the pharmaceutical companies flooding West Virginia and flooding our county here of McDowell, and then people just turn to drugs.
You are in the Gary area. This area is known as the Gary Bottom. This used to be the richest, largest coal mining operation in the world. There are pill houses all around here. Yeah, I've been there, so I know how it feels to want that next fix, that next high, that next feeling of trying to feel normal. Leslie was standing on the street corner every day, begging for money. Every day. That was her job. You would come down the street and you would see her chasing cars. Give me a quarter. There's no jobs. There's no hope. And see, when you live in a world with no hope, you'll do anything to try to bring hope into your life. And I think they have used drugs as a formal way of coping with what used to be.
I no longer wanted to feel. I didn't want to feel the pain, the mental issues that I was going through. It seemed to cover it up, to take it away, that I didn't have to think about it.
And all too many times have we sold them to pay electric bills, to get food, to do things that we need to do. They were there, why sit and be hungry?
And it just doesn't take from the poor side of walk of life. It takes from all of us.
I practiced emergency medicine here at Grant Memorial Hospital for many years. Saved a lot of lives. The only kind of passion that I had was I liked racing. I liked cars, fast cars. And this one time that it was pouring rain and 160 miles an hour, lost control of the car and went straight into the guardrail, this metal guardrail. Just demolished the car. The very next day, I had to be kind of back at work in the ER, and I tried to call, hey, can you cover me? No one's covering me. And I'm in tremendous pain. So I took hydrocodone out of the sample closet, and I remember immediately feeling just, not only was my pain gone, but I felt like energy, I felt euphoria, and the next day I took more because I still had back pain. The samples that were available there, I consumed them all. And then I started writing prescriptions. I wrote them in different individuals' names. And this may have been a period of 3.5 years. Basically, the DEA started doing an investigation, and they looked and they saw this pattern of him writing these prescriptions in different names, the same names again and again and again. My sentence was 48 months, and I served like 2.5 years, a little more than 2.5 years.
My mother's a prescription junkie. And because she has a doctor that screams, every time she screams for pain, they write her a prescription. Now, it's much better than it used to be, but years ago, you used to say, I knocked my pills in the toilet, and guess what? You got another prescription.
I called the Attorney General's office and asked them what could be done, that we're being targeted because of our economic situation that we're in. And I felt that's no different than drug dealers out here targeting people that, that's got a problem. All they're looking for is the money.
What is the topic that you want to tell us about?
What I wanted to talk about today, Steve, is
prescription drug diversion in hospice. So what changed for me, number one, was in prison, I received research. I had my son, my wife, my family, my friends send me anything on drug diversion, anything on doctor shopping. So that really intrigued me. Like, why don't I know this? You know, why can I not get a medical expert to come in here and talk to me about this? Because there is no one. And I wanted to be that medical expert. And so that I took that on as my life's mission. The economics drive this.
So the laws are starting to tighten up, but we've waited so long to this whole country is just about addicted to drugs. And now we're trying to find answers for it. And, you know, it's not going to come as long as it took to get it established. It's going to take that long to get it de-escalated now, the problems that we're facing.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was really interesting. So a lot of the people that got hooked on these drugs got them from other people and not directly from a doctor. And that's really the bottom thing that I wanted you to see in this whole thing. Oh, sorry about that, y'all. My cat just came in the room. Please leave your comments and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step into some white history. America's first war on drugs. Rare photos show young women and suavely dressed men in zombie state that sparked panic about the opium trade. Now, I'm going to show you pictures as primarily Asians and whites reclining on bunk beds while sucking on opium pipes. These haunting photos provide a rare glimpse into life in America's 19th century opium dens that prompted the country's first crackdown on drugs. Established by the Chinese and arriving in the U.S. via ships. The first opium dens sprung up in San Francisco's Chinatown during the 1840s and 1850s and were soon being used by people from all walks of society. Well, it wasn't slaves because our people were out in the fields doing all that back-breaking work. Okay, so we know which people were doing all of the drugging, and it's amazing how all of the fentanyl and opioids that are coming to the country now are being shipped from China. And all of the junkies here are primarily the Caucasoids. Things, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes never change. Never change. Now, I want you to take notice, we were out in the slave fields working our asses off, and this is what some of the white people in America were doing. But they want to insist that they were not the lazy ones. We are. Yeah, right. The opium rush was at its most prevalent during the 1880s and 1890s, which coincide with the rise of the temperance movement. Its popularity eventually resulted in a string of legislative measures being introduced to try and stamp out the addictive crave, including the Pure Food and Drug Act in 1906 and Smoking Opium Exclusion Act in 1909. All right, y'all, I'm going to do this with a straight face. And by the way, thank you, Watch Your Move. I got this from you, one of my subscribers. Okay,
Here's a picture, and you can see this person all strung out here, this person sucking on an opium pipe. All right, and you see the Asian man. And these were the ones that were all zombied out on opium. Again, while Black people were going through Jim Crow, this is what the hardworking white people in America were doing. Opium den spread from west to east, and the drug was increasingly used by the upper and middle classes. And you see pictured people inside a den in Chinatown, New York, 1925. White people working hard. Working hard. You look at them all zombified. These are white people working hard at being high. Working hard at being high, because they sure weren't working hard out here busting their asses like Black people were. This is what they call hard work, ladies and gentlemen. Although both men and women smoked the drug in opium dens, women receive poorer qualities pipes because the Chinese thought that if a woman used a good quality pipe, it became worthless and it was likely to split. Okay. So look at these white women, y'all. Look at them all strung out. Look just like the women in 2017, all strung out on heroin, laid out on the street, being revived with Narcan. Okay. We see some Asians in this picture. First, the Chinese smoked the drug, and then the Anglo-American underworld, followed by men and women in the middle and upper classes, before finally reaching children in the community. Oh, how the truth just comes out and out and out. Chinese immigrants came to the United States in the early mid-19th century to work for railroads and the gold rush. They brought the habit of opium smoking and the idea of opium dens with them. In 1840, New Englanders brought 24,000 pounds of opium into the U.S. This caught the attention of U.S. Customs, which promptly put a duty-free on the import. Opium could be purchased in 5 ounces, 10, so they had little tins with 5 ounces in it for around $8, and typically bought at Chinese merchant shops. Opium dens provided bunks and rugs to relax while smoking, as well as equipment if a person did not possess their own. The drug was easily accessible in San Francisco and California, even when they outlawed the substance in 1878 and 1881, respectively. And you see this little Chinese man holding a cat in San Francisco in an opium den, sucking on his little opium pipe. Okay, here's some more Asians in opium dens in San Francisco. The opium pipe was made in 2 parts, a stem made from bamboo and a bowl that was attached to the upper far end of the pipe. A needle was also needed to prepare the opium, a lamp to heat the opium pellet, and an instrument to clean the bowl of the pipe. But these groups want to talk about Black people being lazy, but there is nothing more lazier than watching people suck down drugs During the Reconstruction period, Black people were sharecropping. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, sharecropping and getting ripped off. And these people were sucking down drugs, doing what they do best. Nothing. By the middle of the 19th century, recreational opiate use was becoming more common. The press commended Chinese opium dens and claimed Chinese men were using opium to lure white women into having sex. Let me tell you something. Nobody got to lure your women. They didn't have to lure them back then and don't have to lure them today. They are a willing participant to having sex with Black men, horses, dogs, donkeys, or anything else they can get their hands on. Okay, willing participants. Remember that. All right, here we go. White woman, white man, both strung out on opium. Look at them right here. And then you have these two white women in bunk beds, all strung out on opium. No, nobody got to do anything to your woman. She is a willing participant in drugs and sex. Chinese men lure women to the opium den with the promise of food. Imports of opium increased around 113,000 pounds in the 1840s and 1.5 million pounds in 1909. Ladies and gentlemen, here's white people working hard. And again, here's more white women and looks like an Asian man. You never know. In order to smoke opium, a person needed the drug, numerous pieces of equipment, and a place to recline while indulging in the habit. These hardworking white people is just overwhelming. By that time, it had also spread east into New York, Chicago, St. Louis, and New Orleans. And the height of its popularity was at the end of the 19th century. Opium dens were now increasingly frequented by men and women from the middle and upper classes. The undercover reporter for the Examiner in 1882 described how she witnessed two white girls, neither of whom were over 17 years of age, dressed as though they were going to a Sunday picnic in an opium den in San Francisco. They probably was lying just to get there, saying, "Mommy, we're going to a picnic." And they really went to an opium den. That sounds like something y'all would do. To crack down on the additive to crack down on the addictive habit, the federal government under Theodore Roosevelt passed a Pure Food and Drug Act in 1906, which required any dangerous or addictive drug to appear on the label of products. So you can buy it just as long as it had a label on it saying, for hardworking white people, opium. 3 years later, the Smoking Opium Exclusion Act banned the importation of opiates used purely for recreational use. But it's coming to the country all the time in 2017. Yay! However, it's unclear if this act was part of anti-Chinese backlash, as it was thought Chinese men luring white women to have sex in opium dens. Again, let me repeat this one more time. Nobody's got to lure a white woman nowhere to have sex. She willingly flies to Africa, Jamaica, and all of the islands where there are Black men to have sex. She has, look on YouTube, she has sex with dogs, she has sex with horses, I guess the next thing you're going to say is the horse raped your woman. These things are just not happening. It's not happening. They are willing participants, okay? Willing. Just like they come together and have their girlfriend trips and go to Black places to have sex with Black men, and then they come home to their white husbands and boyfriends and said, "Oh, we just had a girlfriend trip. It was just the girls getting together." See, us Black people, we know what the girlfriend trips are, okay? You might be still fooled by the girlfriend trip. We know what they are. That act was followed by the Harrison Narcotics Tax Act in 1914, which regulated and taxed the production, importation, and distribution of opiates and cocoa products. Authorities believe the opium dens were problems associated with the Chinese. Of course, it couldn't possibly be any of the whites that went there. It was just the Chinese. You see, they didn't take any responsibility back in 1914 either, ladies and gentlemen. As late as the 1950s, drug control officials pinned the blame on China for illicit importation of other opiates, such as heroin, into the US. See, they're not taking no responsibility. Everything's the Chinese fault. I guess because the drug addiction is going strong in America in 2017, it's the Mexicans' fault, it's the Chinese fault, it's the Dominicans' fault, it's the Puerto Ricans' fault, it's everybody's damn fault. It's Black people's fault. Hell, let's throw ourselves in there. It's not their fault. It's people. They're too much. You can see they took no responsibility then, and they take none now. Look at all these strung out women in the opium den. Like I said, these women are willing participants. You ain't got to lure none of them anywhere. They lure themselves to Black men every day. Okay? They lure themselves to a Black man every day. In order to smoke opium, a person need the drug, numerous piece of equipment, and a place to recline while indulging in the habit. Look at all these hardworking white people. Yes, look what they were doing. And Black people at this same time were sharecropping. And, you know, and look at what they were doing with their time. Y'all just some hardworking people. Okay, San Francisco became the first city in the U.S. which tried and failed to eliminate drug use through law enforcement when they passed the 1875 ordinance to ban opium dens. And this is an opium den in 1890. These people are working so hard in America. They just working their butts off. working their asses off and getting high. Opium was available to buy in 5-ounce tins around $8. So back then they had $8 to spend, which was a lot of money back then, by the way. Opium imports hit their peak in the 1890s. Well, it didn't reach their peak in 2017 yet. Still going strong. Established by and for Chinese, the first opium dens in the U.S. appeared in San Francisco's Chinatown. And as you can see from the photos, the white people gladly went to Chinatown to get their high on back then, working hard at getting high, because they weren't working hard at doing no real work, working hard at getting high. She got her face down in the pillow. She's so damn high. Working hard at getting high. Just like they're working hard on getting high now. That's about the only hard work you see them doing in the U.S. these days. Working hard to get high. Look at this shit, man. Woo, these devils are something else. Got a hell of a lot of nerve. This is what your ancestors were doing. Unbelievable. I'm gonna go back to this picture. This is an avatar, y'all. This is an avatar. Please tell me what you think about this white history in time in the comment section. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. This was a fun share. You know, today there was a big case that went down in Baltimore where they had to dismiss 34 drug cases because cops were caught planting drugs on citizens. I'm going to show you another story. In fact, two more stories. I'm just going to briefly go over them and explain them to you. I used to live in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Back in the 90s, ladies and gentlemen, there was a ring of cops in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania that planted drugs on innocent people. This was like a huge case back then. Okay, it was huge. They had to let 1,100 people go from prison. And these cops, they started planting drugs on innocent people back in the 80s. It caught up to them in the 90s. And they actually put these cops in jail for doing this. But they had to release 1,100 people. It's more common than uncommon. And here's NYPD. And this is an article that came out in 2011. And they admitted that cops regularly planted drugs on innocent people. So don't take on this attitude that cops should automatically be trusted. Number one, they have not earned their trust from the Black community at all. They have not earned one damn ounce of trust with us. So for you to make this assumption that they should be automatically trusted is just downright laughable. Let's get into this new article that just came out today, August 1st, 2017, Atlanta Black Star. Baltimore State Attorney discusses 34 cases after officer caught allegedly planting drugs. They have been doing this to Black people forever in this country. Most Black people are not in jail for violent crimes. Most of them are in jail for non-violent drug crimes, the kind of crime that caused harm only to themselves and no one else. And if Black people were as violent as you Caucasoids claim, then why do you have to keep lying to get them in jail? There's an awful lot of lying going on to get Black folks in jail. And these all-white juries putting Black folks in jail, and then 10, 20, and 30 years later, they're innocent. For people to claim you are so great, you make an awful lot of fuck-ups. All right, let's get into this story. The credibility of 3 Baltimore officers have been called into question, prompting city officials to dismiss more than 30 criminal cases as an investigation into alleged evidence planting continues. Baltimore State Attorney Marilyn Mosby announced Friday, July 28th, that over 100 cases are now under review following the release of police body camera footage from a January arrest that appears to show an officer planting drugs at a crime scene. The Baltimore Sun reported She said 34 of the cases, which were all drug or gun related, would be thrown out, while 77 others are still being reviewed. 12 other cases were green-lit to move forward. Where these officers are material and necessary witnesses, we are dismissing those 34 cases which rely exclusively on the credibility of these police officers, Mosby said. The video in question shows Officer Richard Pinheiro placing a soup can containing a bag of pills in a trash thrown lot, then going back to retrieve it. Fellow officer Jamil Bronson and Hafhans Simeon witness Pahiro allegedly hiding the drugs. Now, he was so dumb, he didn't even switch off his body cam. And believe me, they were smart to go back and check his cases, because if somebody does that once, you can best believe that's not the only time they have been planting drugs. He probably been planting drugs throughout his entire police career. I'm going to check here, Pahiro is heard saying on camera before he returns to the lot, recovers the soup can, and removes a plastic bag filled with tiny white pills. He was swiftly suspended, while Brunson and Simeon were placed on non-contract administrative duty. CNN reported that the Baltimore Police Department Internal Affairs Division is now investigating possible criminal wrongdoing, while the state's attorney's office is working to determine what role the officers' testimonies would play in prosecuting cases. We have attempted to identify alternative ways to prove those cases where there is independent. So they're just going back and reviewing this officer cases, those officers that were there when he planted drugs, which they should do. If they were smart, they need to review all of the entire police department, because I don't believe these 3 were the only shady cops there. As I stated before, it is incumbent upon, as prosecutors, to be the ministers of justice and to do what's right in pursuit of justice over convictions, while simultaneously prioritizing public safety. My problem is, why didn't you fire and jail these people? At this point, I don't see why anything needs to be investigated. You clearly saw this guy planting. He's not even bright enough to turn his body cam off. I guess that's his high IQ at work. So anyway, you can see this has been an ongoing problem in America in general. You can't keep demanding that people listen to cops and do everything cops say when cops have done so many shady things on the job that you just simply can't trust them. Okay, we can't always trust their instructions, because sometimes their instructions are the means of the instruction is to harm us even more. And we know that as Black people. But see, white folks act completely oblivious to it. But see, I'm not buying your "we love cop" acts, because there's too many videos showing showing white people, young and old, completely disrespecting cops. Not only do you verbally disrespect them, you physically disrespect them too. Y'all do things to cops that you should have clearly been in jail for, but because this is your rigged up society, you get away with it. You keep insisting that we are such horrible people, but yet, why are your cops doing so many shady things out in public? Why? If we're bad people, then what you arrest us for should stand for itself. Obviously, when drugs are being planted, ladies and gentlemen, it is because they are not getting the arrest that they want to get. So they have to fabricate a situation in order to get the arrest. See, crimes are not that high. See, whenever you got to fudge a situation, then crime is really not that high. They're lying about the whole thing. Crime has been going down in the Black community for the last 20 years. So all of these crimes that they're faking up is nothing more than that. Plus, when you look at the FBI statistics, you do not see crime going all over the top in the Black community. It's really going all over the place in the white community because it's always been bad in their community. And now on top of that, they got the drug use. Now you got the junkies out here committing all kinds of crimes for the drug. So clean up your own backyard before you start pointing at somebody else. It was a white cop that got caught planting drugs. And in many of these cases, they are white cops. In Philly, the 1,100 people that had to be released from jail, those were a ring of white cops. So if Black people are so awful, like you're saying, then why do your cops have to keep faking up a situation in order to get Black people arrested? See, this is why I don't listen to you. When you put all that black on black, I just erase it. I'm not going to listen to you because what I'm reading in statistics is not matching up with what you're saying. That's a problem. Please leave your comments and subscribe. And if you can, donate to my channel. And those of you that are moderators and you see this lunacy going on in the comment section with all this black on black, just erase that stuff. Okay? Just erase it because it's not factual. When you look at situations like this, the planting of the drugs, don't come here talking about no black on black crime and you got all these white cops out here planting drugs and then you got situation right here, NYPD saying it's done regularly. Get out of here. Don't come here with that nonsense. Peace, family. All right, this is an article that came out in the Newburgh Gazette, and it's dated August 8th, 2017. Opioid crisis far worse in Pennsylvania, new study says. In fact, it's far worse all over the country, according to a lot of the reports that I'm reading. Many states underreport their mortality rates from opioid-related overdose during the early years of the national heroin and painkiller overdose plague, according to a new study. Well, then that is a problem. Why are your coroner offices and your medical examiners allowed to get away with underreporting a crisis? You know, that's a problem. You know, how do you get funding if they are not giving the most accurate numbers for each state? Just saying. Deaths from drug overdoses rose sharply in the first 9 months of 2016. The government reported Tuesday releasing data that confirms the widely held belief that the opioid plague worsened previous year despite step-up efforts by public health authorities. On the left, you see the maps for the official 2014 death rates for all opioid and just heroin. Terrible arithmetic emerged just days after the Presidential Opioid Commission, led by New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, urged Donald Trump to declare a national emergency to deal with the plague. the number of heroin overdoses was 22% higher than reported. The poor data could also make it difficult to identify common characteristics among the worse off states, which in turn make it harder to address the root cause of drug addiction and overdose to avoid future familiar crises. And the Philadelphia division of the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency for several years has been conducting an analysis of Pennsylvania overdose deaths based on information collected from county coroners across the state. The undercounting occurred because death certificates for Pennsylvania overdose victims often didn't list the specific drugs responsible for the overdose. It didn't identify more total drug overdose deaths than previously estimated for 2014, which totaled more than 47,000. So really the number they reported would be really an undercount if nobody reported it accurately. The study projected that Pennsylvania death rate from heroin was 8.1 per 100,000 people in 2014, far greater than the 3.9 per 100,000 figure previously reported by the federal government. Most New England states generally reported accurate rates. The results were less apparent when using reported rates because high mortality in states such as Pennsylvania and were concealed by a frequent lack of specificity about the involved on the death certificate. So it's no telling how many states are doing this if that's the case. So the number actually could be almost double what they actually reported if all of these coroner offices and medical examiner offices are not putting out recording the accurate cause of death, which is, your drug overdose. Not every family member wants the public to know what drugs were all found in the deceased. Okay, well, if you're going to conceal that, then how do you ever get to an accurate count? Okay, well, we saw that in Carrie Fisher's death. She had all them drugs in her system, but it was not listed as a drug death, so it's very convenient for these people to do that. For drug overdose specifically, attributed exclusively to heroin, Pennsylvania had a report rate of just under 4 deaths per 100,000 residents. A crucial step to develop policy to combat the fatal drug plague is to have a clear understanding of geographic differences in heroin and opioid-related mortality rates. Christopher J. Roon of the Frank Batten School of Leadership and Public Policy at the University of Virginia said in a press release. Okay, Ohio also has the nation's highest rate of fatality heroin overdose with 10.4 per 100,000. But even there's Roon concluded that death rate for opioids should have been at least 30.3 per 100,000 in 2014 instead of 29.9. See, ladies and gentlemen, I say you take the death rate numbers that's being reported and double it. That's probably more accurate than what we're getting. So it tells me a lot of these coroner offices and medical examiner offices are being very dishonest when they list the cause of death. Even if the family don't want it on there, it should still be some kind of way you can report to the state the real cause of death. The underreporting had significant impacts on states' national rankings for their fatal overdose rates, and the overdose death rates are highest for people ages 25 to 64.
in the Rust Belt, in Appalachia, and some Western states. You know what? You know what they should do? If they don't report accurate numbers, don't give them the funding to combat this drug plague. You know, that should be a requirement. You have to list the correct cause of death. And, you know, and I'm starting to believe the reason why so many of it's going underreported is because the family is probably requesting it. And these medical offices are just doing what the family requests by not putting it on there and listing another cause of death. Like in Carrie Fisher's case, you know, she had all those drugs in her system, ecstasy, heroin, and all that crap, but they listed sleep apnea as her cause of death. So when they do the count for 2017, she won't even be counted as a drug death, although she had all those drugs in her system. So I now see how y'all play the game. You know, family said they don't want it on there, so you don't count it. That shouldn't be allowed. I mean, that shouldn't be allowed. It should be an accurate count and the accurate cause of death. If you're not going to do that, then, you know, then your whole system is no good. It's just like every other lying system that's in place in America. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is doing a press conference on the opioid plague and North Korea. As far as North Korea is concerned, things are not looking good from what I'm reading in the press. There's a lot of harsh words going back and forth. And, you know, of course, they're talking about going after North Korea and attacking them. So I'm going to go ahead and play this video, and I'll be right back.
Deaths have nearly quadrupled since 1999. It is a problem the likes of which we have not seen. Meanwhile, federal drug prosecutions have gone down in recent years. We're going to be bringing them up and bringing them up rapidly. At the end of 2016, there were 23% fewer than in 2011. So they looked at this scourge and they let it go by, and we're not letting it go by. The average sentence length for a convicted federal drug offender decreased 20% from 2009 to 2016. During my campaign, I promised to fight this battle because as President of the United States, my greatest responsibility is to protect the American people and to ensure their safety. Especially in some parts of our country, it is horrible what's going on with opioid and other drugs. But the opioid is something that nobody's seen anything like it. Today, I'm pleased to receive a briefing from our team on ways we can help our communities combat this absolutely terrible epidemic and keep youth from going down this deadly path. The best way to prevent drug addiction and overdose is to prevent people from abusing drugs in the first place. If they don't start, they won't have a problem. If they do start, it's awfully tough to get off. So we can keep them from going on, and maybe by talking to youth and telling them no good, really bad for you in every way. But if they don't start, it will never be a problem. We're also working with law enforcement officers to protect innocent citizens from drug dealers that poison our communities. Strong law enforcement is absolutely vital to having a drug-free society. I have had the opportunity to hear from many on the front lines of the opioid epidemic, and I'm confident that by working with our healthcare and law enforcement experts, we will fight this deadly epidemic, and the United States will win. We're also very, very tough on the southern border where much of this comes in. We're talking to China where certain forms of man-made drug comes in, and it is bad. We're speaking to other countries, and we're getting cooperation, but we're being very, very strong on our southern border. And I would say the likes of which this country certainly has never seen that kind of strength. So we're going to do our job. We're going to get it going. We have a tremendous team of experts and people that want to beat this this horrible situation that's happened in our country, and we will. We will win. We have no alternative. We have to win for our youth. We have to win for our young people. And frankly, we have to win for a lot of other people, not necessarily young, that are totally addicted and have serious, serious problems. So we thank you all for being here, and we're going to get on with our meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you. North Korea best not make any more threats to the United States. They will be met with fire and fury like the world has never seen. He has been very threatening beyond a normal statement. And as I said, they will be met with fire, fury, and frankly, power, the likes of which this world has never seen before. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard what he said. But, you know, to be honest with you, as far as the opioids is concerned, I'm just telling you, he's talking too many semantics. You know, we know that the drug plague in this country is extremely bad. We also know that it's coming in from all of the borders, Mexico, Canada, and also a lot of it's being mailed in from China. There are an awful lot of people out here dealing. It's not like you take one dealer out and now you crippled an area. No, a lot of them, and even the police will tell you, they take one dealer out, the next day 4 new dealers are on the street. Or if they arrest 10 dealers, then 20 crop up on the street. So it's okay that you're doing it at the dealer level, but as long as you leave the junkies out here that are getting behind the wheel and killing people, and they're in restaurants, they're in just in stores, and they're a nuisance out in public. So, I mean, I don't care how much you keep trying to coddle these people. Something's got to be done. Because, you know, like I said, probably back in June, I was on the road and I saw one, he was holding up traffic. He just stood right in the middle of this intersection, and it was a junkie. And he wouldn't move. And I mean, he completely shut down the traffic on one side of the highway. It's not like they're junkies and they're off minding their own business. These people do this crap out in public. They're doing it around children. They're doing it around elderly people. Some of them are okay. Others are so out of their mind, they try to fight strangers. It's all kinds of things going on. So, I mean, his initial, you know, their initial reaction might be, oh, well, we need to help these people. You know, I just put a story out yesterday of how many of them are forging scripts. You see the pharmacy robberies. These folks are armed, okay? They're armed. They're not looking to get any help. They're looking for the drug. And then you have the bank robberies that are going through the roof because a lot of these heroin addicts are robbing banks. They're breaking into homes. I know around me, there was an issue with vet offices, veterinarian offices, where they were breaking in there looking for drugs. So in order for them to keep up their drug habit, many of them are turning to crime. So he's not even scratching the surface if you're only going to go after the dealer. You know, he's not even scratching the surface on this entire epidemic. And I just don't see it changing unless you give people incentive to change. And right now, with this seeing it as public health and not a crime, and you don't want to lock people up, then what incentive do they have to get off of the drug? And they're adults. They have the right to refuse treatment if they don't want it. It's not like you can force their hand
and they go into treatment, they don't have to go. And many of them don't. In fact, the majority of them don't. Well, tell me what you think, ladies and gentlemen. He talked in too many generalities for me to believe that anything significant is going to be done. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to this channel, please do. Peace, family. I'll take a look at what's happening to cocaine users now. Cocaine users. Face rotting. Cocaine cut with powder used to deworm farm animals leave users feeling like they have HIV. Okay. Woo, that looks terrible. Drug dealers are cutting cocaine with a dangerous face-rotting powder that ruptures blood cells and leaves people feeling like they have HIV, according to reports. Deaths linked to illegal substances hit record levels across the country as the purity of heroin and cocaine increased, according to figures released last year. But the risk to cocaine users is now even higher because of a powerful deworming agent used to bulk up a Class A drug in Birmingham, Mail reports. Worryingly, for recreational users of the substance, experts say the highly devastating mixture could make faces rot away. And this is over in the UK, by the way, because there are a bunch of junkies there too, just like the Americans. And look at what's happening to them. This is a cocaine user. Woo, man, y'all need to leave drugs alone. A chemical called levamisole, which is used to deworm farm animals, is said to be mixed with cocaine by drug dealers to create a dangerous cocktail that can have a devastating health risk. Around 4 in 5 of the UK's cocaine market is said to use levamisole, which can cause skin lesions and discoloration and rotting of the skin when blood vessels rupture, particularly in the ear, nose, and fingers. And doctors claim the drug, which is used on pigs, cows, and horses, leave people feeling they have HIV. Why would you use something in drugs that's intended for pigs, cows, and horses? Okay, people are bugging. A study in the British Medical Journal said doctors were trying to treat a woman with mysterious open lesions and severe abdominal and joint pain, but were stumped as to the cause of her symptoms. After running chemical tests on her hair, a team realized that the condition was caused by levamisole tainted cocaine she had taken. Levamisole poisoning can cause skin lesions and discoloration and rotting of the skin when blood vessels rupture, particularly in extremities such as the ears, nose, and fingers. Damn, I mean, it just seems like these drug addicts just really have it bad these days. Ingesting the chemical can also lead to a drop in white blood cell count, which leaves sufferers vulnerable to other conditions. It's a little bit like having HIV, said Dr. Noah Kraft, a dermatologist at the Harbor UCLA Medical Center, during a 2011 spike of levamisole poisoning cases in the US. So it has happened here too. About 10% of those patients will die from infections, and they may be walking around like a ticking time bomb. The authors of the study said, in part, they wrote the report
to highlight how difficult it can be to diagnose people who don't admit to drug use. It's essential for patients to be honest with their health care practitioners. And that's true. You know, if you don't tell the truth, then you run the risk of dying. Oh man, y'all, this looks horrible. Look at that. Damn. And look at their face. Ooh, that is creepy as hell that a drug can do that to you. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. Okay, we're back to Ohio again. Ohio just can't seem to stay out of the news as far as this drug plague is concerned. Here's a story of a drug overdose of a sheriff's wife, and also how the morgues just stay full in the state of Ohio. Here, heroin spares no one, not even the sheriff's wife. I'm going to go ahead and play the video.
It is ravaging every single segment of our society. This is a chemical, almost warfare on us that people don't know how to control.
The high school cheerleader addicted at 15. The 20-year-old baseball player dead. These fathers now inmates because of their addiction. And even the sheriff's former wife addicted. This is the real picture of America's opioid crisis, where drugs don't discriminate. It's infesting neighborhoods across the heartland and from coast to coast.
These are kids. They're your next door neighbor, my next door neighbor, my kids' friends, our children.
I tell my kids when they come to my treatment court, you have 3 options in my court. You graduate from treatment court, you're going to prison, or you're going to be dead.
Death, jail, or recovery. The only options for the millions of Americans now addicted to opioids, from prescription pain pills like oxycodone to street drugs like heroin and fentanyl. The intersection of I-70 and I-75 means Ohio has become a distribution hub for drugs and a crossroads for this crisis. The Ohio Department of Health says more than 3,400 people across the state died from an opioid overdose just last year. Here, the morgue freezers are overflowing with the bodies of those who lost their battle.
The overdose rate has doubled in the last 5 months. So since the end of December 2016, we have seen an amazing, alarming increase in the number of accidental overdose deaths.
Montgomery County Coroner Dr. Kent Harshbarger says the death rate is 3 times what it was just 2 years ago. Nearly every night, his morgue freezer fills up, and up to 70% of the bodies in here are mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters who died from an opioid overdose.
There's no one excluded. This is happening to every socioeconomic class in our community, every age.
One of them, just last year, was 20-year-old Bradley Stokesbury.
Great kid, great student, love life.
Brad died from an overdose in the same hospital where he was born.
He was going to carry on the Stokesbury name. He was my only son.
He overdosed on a Sunday, just hours after he went to church with his parents, then to a friend's house, then he collapsed. Dr. Harshbarger found the opioid fentanyl more powerful than heroin in his system.
Do you still wake up some mornings and think, this didn't happen to us?
Oh, yeah.
I wake up every morning with that.
How are you holding up?
It makes me feel good to help others talk about it. Because usually, I'm okay with it. Not okay, but I'm better than most. And I don't know. It helps me to have others talk about it. And when they get it out, it helps me get it out.
Mm-hmm. So, what do you want everyone to remember about your big brother?
Just his smile. His laugh.
What do you say to parents out there?
Talk to your kids.
Yeah, talk to your kids.
You did that and you lost your son.
Yeah. And that's why it's even more important. We would have done it more, probably.
Dr. Harshbarger has had to perform autopsies on victims as young as 13 months, babies dying from exposure to their parents' drugs.
What's most challenging is seeing the same story repeated over and over again. The death rate is so fast.
So fast and rising, because even though the total number of opioid prescriptions has declined significantly, the street-made opioids are only getting stronger and more deadly.
There's much more powerful products on the street, so it's the fentanyl and the fentanyl analogs. Carfentanil is designed as a large animal tranquilizer, so you can deliver a very powerful product in a very small amount, so a dart into a large animal like an elephant, and can paralyze them. And so that small amount in a human is lethal.
We are experiencing a number of deaths that are simply unparalleled with anything that we've known in our history. It is ravaging every single segment of our society. If we don't do something, then we lose our great thinkers. We lose those people who are going to contribute to our economy over time. We lose our professors, all of our great educators. This runs across all socioeconomic lines, and we lose our future.
We lose our future.
We lose our future because we can't take that position.
Judge Anthony Capizzi is trying to save that future. He runs the Montgomery County Juvenile Court, but lately he sees his job as much more than that.
I have jurisdiction over children to their age 21. The challenge for me right now is to keep them alive that long. I run the treatment court here, and I have my treatment court on Thursdays. And there are days I don't sleep because I worry that by Monday they'll be dead. I have on my bench pictures of all these young people that passed away in this courtroom who sat here in front of me and now they're dead. Rachel's one of the youngest girls I had because she was using heroin 2 or 3 years ago when it was really rare for a child to use it.
When my counselor said, like, I want you to picture your mom coming to the morgue to identify your body, like that just, it broke me. Like I can't picture putting my mom through so much.
Rachel was a high school cheerleader. She graduated with a 4.0, but under it all was a heroin addiction since the age of 15.
How does a 15-year-old cheerleader from Ohio start doing heroin? Like it started my freshman year and I was doing good. I was cheerleading. Well, I ended up like not going to school as much and I ended up getting kicked off the cheerleading team.
So your heroin addiction landed you in jail, in rehab. Did you think you could end up in the morgue?
I did. I overdosed twice, like officially, like when I was 15, before I had stopped.
You overdosed twice at 15 years old. For people watching across America who think this can't happen to my kids, and this can't happen in my neighborhood, and this can't happen in my family, what do you say to them?
It can. It did. I never thought that I would be on drugs ever. I never, like, I thought I was happy, had it all, and then all of a sudden it was taken from me.
So what's this?
This is one of our basketball cheerleading pictures.
That's you in the front row.
Yeah.
Just 2 months ago, Rachel relapsed. Only once, she says, succumbing to her addiction.
I tell myself, like, the average person, like, relapse, it's a part of recovery. I had to keep moving and get up.
Who are these inmates that are in here for opiates?
It's just a cross-section of our community. You know, you have 20-year-olds.
Claremont County Sheriff Robert Leahy knows the havoc heroin can inflict all too well. His then-wife became addicted. First, it was prescription painkillers as she recovered from a severe fall, but that ballooned into a heroin addiction while they had a 3-year-old son at home. Now, after treatment, she's been sober for 3 years.
While she was in treatment, she had caught on to another group of people who brought her up to the next level, which was heroin. It will take your family and turn it upside down.
It did that to you?
Absolutely.
It broke your family apart.
Yes.
Claremont County has seen opioid overdoses increase 2,000% in just the last decade. He runs this jail, but knows jail alone doesn't heal addiction. It takes more. That's why they've started the CASK program here.
Have some compassion, and my job is to enforce the law. But, You can also do that with some compassion. You just can't throw everybody's ass in jail. It's like a rehabilitation therapy in a jail setting.
Rehab in jail.
Rehab in jail.
Is it working?
Yeah, I think the numbers right now are showing us that it's promising.
When I was 18 years old, someone talked me into using heroin. They said it's a lot stronger. They said you don't get sick from it like everyone tells you, which was obviously a lie. And I started doing it, and very quickly I was doing it every day.
And you're clean now?
Yeah, I actually feel great now. And what I think this program did for me is in the jail, you know, you go to jail, you don't really learn anything. I think this program gave me the ability to take a mess and turn it into a message.
A message of hope for his 4-year-old daughter.
I just want to be a good role model for her. I want to stay clean. I'd like to go to college. You know, I still have dreams and stuff. I'm still young. And I just want her to be able to look up to me and say, like, that's my dad, and be able to follow me, you know, and it'd be a good thing.
Brent is 36, a father of 3, and says he's been addicted to opioids half his life.
When you were 18 and you took that first pill, what were your dreams then? What did you want to be?
I wanted to fight for my country. I wanted to join the Marines. I'm lucky that I had an opportunity to come here instead of committing more felonies, because that's probably where the drug would have taken me.
You feel lucky to be in jail?
Yeah. I mean, with the epidemic that's going on right now with heroin or fentanyl or whatever they're putting in the dope now, I could be dead.
He was arrested for driving high while his 5-year-old son was in the back seat.
There's no real excuse for what I did except for, you know, that's the length you go, because you try to live your life, but when you're addicted to a drug like that, you have to use that drug to keep yourself going.
For people watching across America that say, that's them, that's not me.
It's everybody. I mean, I don't know how many times I've been sitting there waiting on my dealer, and I've seen people in Lexus, Mercedes, getting out in business suits, going to the same dope dealer I was going to. It could happen to anybody.
Does it ever come to the back of your mind, Sheriff, that you think could have been my son?
Oh, yeah. Scared to death. Scared to death.
Scared to death and coping with more and more death. Preliminary data in Ohio show 86% of drug overdoses last year involved an opioid.
I do think that there is still a feeling across the country thinking that is so tragic, but that can't happen to me, and that's not in my neighborhood, and that's not in my house, and that's not in my family.
No, it is.
You're naive if you think that, because it's everywhere.
These are the families living heroin's hell and watching their dreams and their children's dreams slip away.
All right, y'all. There's a lot of documentaries coming out through Ohio. This got to be about the 3rd or 4th one I've seen. And as you can see, you know, they're nowhere near to the end of this plague that's hit the country. And you can see the sheriff was talking about his wife and all of these other people. The morgues they said the morgues just stay full in Ohio constantly since this whole heroin epidemic started years ago. And now, you know, in 2017, they said they cannot stop the morgues from stacking up with bodies. And, you know, of course, there's a lot of frustration towards Donald Trump because he's literally not doing anything about this. And people feel like they voted for him. And this was one of the key reasons a lot of people in the Rust Belt voted for Donald Trump, because they thought he really was going to keep his word and help them through this epidemic. Because, I mean, there are towns that are literally sinking
because there's so many junkies in one town. And this is why you keep hearing about a place like Middletown, Ohio, where it says there's virtually no one there that's not on drugs. So I'm going to leave the link to this story in my description box. You can look at it at your own leisure. I'm not going to read through it because the video pretty much says the same thing that the story says. But leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. Right now, America is really going through an economic crisis along with the drug plague, because now you have millions and millions of people out here that can't pass a drug test for employment. And it's serious and being completely ignored in the media. And these stories are cropping up more and more online, but still disregarded. It's just not being spoken about like it really should be. Economy needs workers, but drug tests take a toll. They can't pass, ladies and gentlemen. They can't pass. And this is why so many of these middle-aged, uneducated white males mainly, and a lot of these drug addicts simply cannot pass a drug test. And this is why the unemployment rate is now going through the roof, because no one is clean enough to pass a drug test. And this is what they keep referring to as despair. And of course, this is Ohio, Youngstown, Ohio, just a few miles from where Trump was addressed blue collar base here Tuesday night. Exactly the kind of middle class factory jobs he has vowed to bring back from overseas are going begging. It's not the local workers lack the skills for these positions, many of which don't even require a high school diploma, but pay $15 to $25 an hour, offer full benefits. Rather, the problem is too many applicants. Nearly half, in some cases, fail a drug test. The fallout is not limited to workers or their immediate family. Each quarter, Columbiana Boiler, a local company, forgoes roughly $200,000 worth of orders for its galvanized containers and kettles because of manpower shortage, it says, with foreign rivals picking up the slack. Our main competitor in Germany can get things done more quickly because they have a better labor pool. So they're saying the labor pool in the US is tainted with a bunch of junkies, said Michael J. Sherwin, chief executive of a 123-year-old manufacturer. We are always looking for people and have standard ads at all times, but at least 25% fail drug tests. That's a lot of people. I mean, if it was in single digits, it probably wouldn't be a big deal, but it's in double digits, 25%. That's pretty significant for a lot of people to be failing. The economic impact of drug use on the workforce is being felt across the country, and perhaps nowhere more than its region, which is struggling to overcome decades of deindustrialization. Indeed, the opioid plague and to some extent wider marijuana use are hitting businesses and the economy in ways that are being to be acknowledged by policymakers and other experts. There's really not much you can do unless you're going to relax your drug rules, which I can't see them doing. You don't want a bunch of junkies all high on the job and things just don't get done. So I understand where they're coming from when they grab up the foreigners. There are just too many people out here that are so messed up on drugs, they can't work because of their drug addiction. And this is a big problem all across America. I even saw in one of the local papers here in New Jersey how a lot of temporary agencies that try to hire people, they're running into the same issue. They have, if they require a drug test, people can't pass the drug test anymore. This is a nationwide problem that has hit America along with this drug plague. So it has the domino effect. And not only is it taking toll in the job sector, it's also taking toll on crimes. The crimes across America related to the addiction is going through the roof. You have so many economic crimes going on right now. And some of the crimes are physical. A lot of these junkies, when they are robbing pharmacies and banks, they are armed. So, they are committing just straight up felonies. So no matter how much they keep saying it's a public health issue and keep trying to shield these junkies, they are ultimately going to go to jail, especially if you look at everything that's stacked against them right now. They can't find work. They can't pass a drug test, and they are going to run out of money trying to keep up a drug habit. So if they run out of money, then the crime is going to happen. It's unavoidable. But please tell me what you think. I'm going to leave the description to this article in the description box. You'll see it in there. And again, this is from the New York Times, and this article came out July 24th, 2017. Please leave your comments and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. All right, this is a story that just came out on the Washington Post. Maryland fentanyl deaths surge again in first quarter of 2017. Why am I not surprised? The number of Maryland deaths related to fentanyl, a powerful synthetic opioid, surged in the first quarter of 2017, more than doubling from the first quarter of 2016 and making up the majority of drug-related overdose deaths in the state. Maryland's Department of Health and Mental Hygiene reported Friday that fentanyl overdose fatalities jumped to 372 from January through March, up from 157 during the same time period in 2016. Fentanyl and related additive, carfentanil, which are increasingly common nationwide. So we know it's stronger than heroin. They make that point in every single article. Many drug users are unknowingly consuming the synthetic opioids, which are mixed into other drugs to increase their potency. So this is really exploding, not only in Maryland, but all over. But, I guess they went through their statistics and noticed how so many more people are dying in Maryland from this fentanyl being mixed in with other drugs. Use of fentanyl, the powerful synthetic opioid that killed rock legend, skipping over that. There were 8 fentanyl-related deaths in Maryland in the first quarter of 2013, which means since then the number has jumped more than 40-fold. Wow. Woo! 40-fold? Oh man, that's a lot of deaths. And that's a short period of time, 2013 to now. The marked increase in use is a key factor in the growing number of opioid-related overdoses, which are also tied to the use of heroin and prescription painkillers in the state. Deaths from heroin increased, but not as dramatically as deaths from fentanyl. There were 266 heroin-related deaths in the first quarter of 2017, up 21% from 2016. The number of prescription opioid-related deaths was similar this quarter compared to last 100 in 2017, compared with 99 in 2016. Opioid-related deaths in the state have increased every single year since 2012, with more pronounced upticks in 2016 and 2017. Okay, all right. Governor Larry Hogan, who lost a cousin to heroin overdose, has declared the state of emergency regarding opioid addiction. In June, Hogan issued a standing order that allowed the overdose reversal drug naloxone, known as by brand name Narcan, to be dispensed from licensed pharmacies without a prescription. Hogan also received a waiver, so beginning July 1st, residents could be reimbursed by the federal Medicaid program for certain residential substance abuse treatment programs. Health officials in Baltimore, which reported the most drug-related deaths and the most deaths because of fentanyl, 123 through March, compared with 46 at the same time in 2016. In June, they were running low on naloxone, which has been used to save hundreds of lives in the city. Baltimore County and Anne Arundel County reported the next highest figures for fentanyl-related deaths. Prince George County had the fourth highest number of fentanyl-related deaths, with 27 in the first quarter of 2017, compared with 4 in 2016. Montgomery County reported 15 fentanyl-related deaths, compared with 5 in 2016. So as you can see, the death toll in Maryland is rising every single year. And wow, I can't believe it went 40-fold. That is outrageous. But it just goes to show you that people are still not stopping as far as using the drug. They want the drug, they're going to use it. They don't care what these politicians put in place. It's not going to make any difference whatsoever. So the drug deaths just keep happening all over the country. And like I said before, there is no end in sight to this plague. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm bringing you another huge problem that is sweeping across America. You may ask, what more could happen amid the drug addiction? There's so many crimes going on because of the drug plague that has hit this country so hard that it's never been seen before in history. Now, what am I talking about? Prescription forgery. This is when these drug addicts try to falsify a script and take it into a pharmacy to get filled. And then, of course, they get caught. I'm going to show you multiple stories where this has happened in many different places across the country. Now, this first story is a high school administrator desperate for relief, arrested for prescription fraud. All right, so it's this guy right here. This is wheretv.com. I'm going to leave the link to all of these articles in the description box so you can come out at your own leisure and look through these. This is Santa Rosa County Jail, right? So according to Santa Rosa County Jail log, 43-year-old Sean Patrick Tomey was released on bond Thursday, July 20th. Now, this man tried to, he has multiple charges on him, including prescription fraud and passing a forged prescription. And of course, what these people are trying to get at is the narcotics. Okay. So the tech also told the police Tomey passed fraudulent prescriptions on July 11th for 120 tablets of tramadol, 50 milligrams, and another on July 5th for 90 tablets of Percocets, 10 milligrams. All right. So this took place, like one of his fraudulent prescriptions was at a CVS, and then he went over to Walmart and made an attempt to fill his fraudulent script over there. All right. So the CVS pharmacist noticed immediately that the script was fake, and they ended up tipping off the police about this guy. All right. But he's not alone, ladies and gentlemen. By no stretch of the imagination is this man alone. There's more. Here's an employee at a senior living center, all right, that forged a prescription. So even these healthcare workers are getting in on the action and trying to forge a script. Okay, this is this guy in the picture. His name is Casey Branscombe, 29, was arrested after officers responded to the Walgreens store on May Avenue. Were told Branscombe, an employee with Grace Living Centers, was trying to fill a forged prescription for 120 tablets of Percocets. All right. And this was in Oklahoma City. And again, you know, of course, he got caught, but now you can see there are so many crimes beyond them sticking up a pharmacy or a bank, which we know are real big for these junkies, but many of them are also trying to forge a script for the narcotic. And this guy worked at a senior center. All right, and here's a couple, and this couple was arrested. And again, they are facing charges, multiple charges, but one of the charges is also falsifying a prescription. Okay, so they also, it says right here, this is Jimmy Leroy, and the woman is Tisha Renee Hester. Klolinger is the man's last name, has a prescription forgery conviction from a 2008 arrest, the jail docket shows. He has been arrested for a felony child support charge in Hancock County and was fined. So he's currently serving time on contempt charges, you know. So, but you can also see, you know, this man right here also tried to falsify a script. But both him and his woman are both felony, you know, criminals. But he also tried to forge a script. Now we have this guy, man sentenced for forging drug prescriptions. Charges against wife dropped. All right. So, boy, I tell you, these people really look ate up for their age. As part of a plea agreement, Nicholas Sherman, 29, plead guilty in May to 3 counts of obtaining or acquiring a controlled substance by deception, misrepresentation, fraud, or forgery. 3 other drug charges and 6 counts of burglary were dropped. All right, so he's another one that forged a prescription. So the fake prescriptions were discovered when a pharmacy in Oklahoma, it's another Oklahoma, contacted Madison Memorial Hospital doctor in January 2016 and asked about a prescription. The physician then contacted the Rexburg Police Department. Okay, so, this guy really got it easy. He got 150 hours of community service and had to pay $3,000 in fine. But what he did actually was a felony. Okay, so Sherman is on felony probation in Oklahoma after plead guilty to a charge of attempting to obtain a controlled substance or dangerous substance by fraud in Oklahoma City. As really need to be in jail. But we know the society that we live in will not punish their own, not harshly. Okay, here's a woman that made 4 attempts with a fraudulent prescriptions, 4 different times. So her name is Lititz. Woman tried 4 times to get oxycodone with forged prescriptions. Okay. I'm sorry. Her name is Carolyn A. Morgan, 39. Wow. Ooh, you people age badly. 39 reportedly made 4 attempts to obtain the medication between July 9th and 15th using prescription with an undisclosed physician forged signature. She was charged with forgery and acquiring and obtaining possession of controlled substance by misrepresentation according to court documents. Okay, and she was placed in Lancaster County Prison on a $50,000 bond. So this very old-looking 39-year-old woman did this. And to my knowledge, Lancaster County, I believe that's in Pennsylvania. All right. Now we have another one. And this one has a video. We'll play the video. Foley woman jailed on prescription drug forgery charges. All right. So let's go ahead and play this video since this particular article has one.
A Foley woman is behind bars facing 36 felony charges after police say she forged prescriptions to get drugs. News 5's Debbie Williams is live at the Foley Police Department. And Debbie, police say it worked for a while.
It did work for about 4 months. And then this weekend, she went back to the same pharmacy for the 12th time. Surveillance images showed Janie Krebs doing what many people do every day, filling a prescription. But according to police, the prescription didn't come from a doctor.
She was able to steal prescription pads and was able to write out forged prescription in a family member's names.
12 of them in all over the last 4 months.
Attempt to get Percocet in this particular case, and which is a controlled substance.
What may be most surprising is where police say Krebs was able to get her hands on a prescription pad.
She actually worked down at the South Ball and Emergent Care in Gulf Shores. She was an employee there.
Police say Krebs took the scripts to the same pharmacy. As suspicions grew, police were called.
Pills were one of the most abused drugs around, and there's an epidemic of it right now. And so we see a lot of forged prescriptions, a lot of abuse via pain pills.
Krebs now faces 24 drug charges and 12 forgery charges, all felonies. And she is in the Baldwin County Jail tonight. Her bond set at $102,000. Live on the Baldwin County beat in Foley, Debbie Williams, News 5.
Okay, so this happened in Alabama. That's where Foley is. All right. So as you can see, boy, she looks horrible for 25. Surveillance images show 25-year-old Janie Craig doing what most people do every day. So she was trying to steal scripts. And you heard what they said. For 4 months, she got away with it. 4 months. They let her walk in there and get all kinds of narcotics and walk out. And it's from a script pad that she stole from an urgent care center, okay, in Gulf Shores, which is Alabama. All right. So you can see how serious this is across the country. All right. And this woman right here also to charge with attempted prescription forgery. And it's her. And believe it or not, this thing is 44 years old. She looks awful. And this man, I believe, who's in his 70s, both tried to forge a prescription. So you know what? It just goes to show you it don't matter how young or old the people are. He's 76 years old. All right. 2 Aberdeen residents have been charged with attempting to obtain controlled substances by forgery. John Wilkerson, 76 years old, and Lisa Wilkerson Kennedy, 44, both of Roe Avenue, 369 Roe Avenue, Aberdeen, were arrested on July 31st, so this is pretty recent, as they attempted to obtain alprazolam, something like that. It's a controlled substance, narcotic, Schedule 4, with fraudulent prescriptions. So again, hey, the fraudulent prescriptions were for oxycodone is one of them, which is an opioid Schedule 2 controlled substance. Dextro, amphetamine is an amphetamine, also a Schedule 2 controlled substance, and alprazolam. Okay, so all of them are controlled substances, and they tried to get all 3, which is stupid, but you know, you can't expect any logic from these junkies out here. But tell me what you think in the comment section. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. And I just want to also say thanks for all the kind words and encouragement that all of you gave me yesterday, as I showed you how they took my subscribers away. And, you know, I've had all these issues going on with being flagged. But many of you have stuck by me, and I just want to thank you. And thank you for the donations that came in for the Black Spot. And I will continue to promote that until I reach my goal of $1,000 that I can give to Daryl in helping and further building the Black Spot. And if any of you have accounts over at the Black Spot, you can just look for my profile. In fact, I will put the link to my profile in the comment section, and you'll be able to click on it and go over to the Black Spot and go ahead and friend me, and then I will friend you back. Please leave your comment and subscribe, and if you can donate to my channel, peace, family. Okay, this is an article that just came out on July 31st, 2017, and I will leave the link to this article that just came out. A White House panel recommends declaring national emergency on opioids. Trump's Commission on Opioid Crisis asked Monday to declare a national emergency to deal with the plague. The members of the bipartisan panel called their request first and most urgent recommendation. Trump created the commission in March, appointing Governor Chris Christie of New Jersey to lead it. The panel has led its first public meeting last month and was supposed to issue an interim report shortly afterwards, but delayed doing so until now. A final report is due in October. With approximately 142, listen to this, ladies and gentlemen, with approximately 142 Americans dying every day. America is enduring a death toll equal to 9/11 every 3 weeks, the commission members wrote, referring to the 9/11 terrorist attacks. So it's no longer 91 a day, it's 142 people per day. And these devils got the nerve to keep coming and trying to taunt black people on YouTube channels. No, it does not show intelligence. It shows just how degenerate your minds really are. You'd rather come to a YouTube channel, call a black person a nigger, and talk about black on black crime, but you got 142 dying every single day from drug overdose in America. And most of it is in the white community. But you don't see that as a problem. You see it's more urgent to come to a black YouTube channel to become a menace to everybody. That's more important. Only the mind of a degenerate cave person would do something like that. Or non-person, I should say, because you're a bunch of hybrids. 142 per day. Your declaration would empower the cabinet to take bold steps, would force Congress to focus on funding and empowering the executive branch even further to deal with those loss of life. In addition, to seek an emergency declaration, the commission proposed waiving a federal rule that sharply limits the number of Medicaid recipients who can receive residential addiction treatment. It also calls for expanding access to medication that help treat opioid addiction, requiring subscriber education initiatives and providing model legislation for states that allow a standing order for anyone to receive naloxone, a drug used to reverse opioid overdoses. But you see, ladies and gentlemen, let me just point something out to you. They got Narcan around, and they're still losing 142 a day. So the Narcan is really not putting a dent in stopping the deaths. Just wanted to point that out. Some public health experts say the main effect of declaring an emergency would be to make Americans regard the plague more urgently. It's amazing they didn't declare the crack epidemic a national emergency. Just saying. It's really about drawing attention to the issue and pushing for all hands on deck, said Michael Frazier, the executive director of the Association of State and Territorial Health Officials. It would allow a level of attention and coordination that the federal agencies might not otherwise have, but in terms of day-to-day life saving, I don't think it would make much difference. The governors of Arizona, Florida, Maryland, and Virginia have declared states of emergency regarding the opioid addiction plague. In Alaska, Governor Bill Walker has issued a disaster declaration. In addition to Mr. Christie, the members of the commission are Governor Charlie Baker of Massachusetts, Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina, Patrick Kennedy, a former congressman from Rhode Island, Bertha Madras, a Harvard Medical School professor who specializes in addiction biology, Tom Frieden, director of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention during the Obama administration, declaring a public health emergency under the Stafford Act, as the commission recommended, was usually reserved for natural disasters like hurricanes. This is not a natural disaster. You better believe it's not. Drug addiction, that's probably one of the most unnatural things you can do to your body. It's one caused by overprescribing of opiates and flooding of illegal opiates into the country, Dr. Frieden said. The critical measures for reversing the opioid plague are improving prescribing and increasing interdiction of illicit opioids. Well, good luck with that, Dr. Frieden. You may control the doctors, but I can tell you the street drug you will not be able to control. Gary Menel, the founder and chief executive of Shatterproof, an anti-addiction advocacy group, said an emergency declaration would be a significant step towards acknowledging the severity of the crisis we face and the urgent need for action, including national emergency funding and suspending regulatory hurdles that limit our ability to save lives. Mr. Cooper said in a statement that he considered the report incomplete when it comes to making sure all Americans have access to affordable health care, which includes mental health and substance abuse treatment. He added, I urge the Commission to make a stronger stand on the accessibility and affordability of health care. And there you go. 142 a day, ladies and gentlemen. This thing has, woo, man, 91 a day was a lot. But to be up to 142 a day, this is literally killing the Caucasoid race, ladies and gentlemen. There ain't no way between their suicide, which is 122 a day, and now this opioid plague, 142 a day. This looks like a very, very losing battle for them. But tell me what you think in the comment section. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family.
One thing about Trump supporters, even to this day, they believe everything he said he will do. And he has virtually done nothing that he promised, not one thing. Now, he said he was going to end the opioid plague that was going on in the country. Not only is he not interested in this plague, he has defunded all programs that could help. He has cut all kinds of treatment through Medicaid that could have helped some of them. And he damn near fired several people that worked for the drug czar and made the drug czar's job very minimal. That doesn't sound like somebody that's trying to help. He's not going to help. And it's a shame that so many people are depending on this man who is so not interested in helping them. Despite all of his promises, Trump has done nothing about the devastating opioid plague. And it says among Trump's empty promises, this one stands out. His voters are suffering and they believed him. Well, there go your problem. You believed him. All right, so little more than an outrage or scandal emanates from the White House nowadays. As David Remnick of The New Yorker wrote recently, every day Trump wakes up and erodes the dignity of the presidency a little more. And that's true. That's very true. Now, I'm just going to skip down because it gets into all of the transgender stuff. The numbers emerging from the plague are grim. According to the American Society of Addiction Medicine, drug overdose is the leading cause of accidental death in the U.S., with opioid addiction contributing greatly to these figures. Further, drug overdoses are now the leading cause of death for Americans under 50. Preliminary data compiled by the New York Times show that drug overdose deaths exceed 59,000 in 2016. The Times estimate that such deaths rose 19% from the 52,404 recorded in 2015. Large increases were seen in states along the East Coast, specifically Maryland, Florida, Pennsylvania, and Maine. In Ohio, deaths mushroomed by more than 25% in 2016. Data from 2017 promises to be even more troubling. According to Tom Frieden, former director of the Center for Disease Control, this is the only area of American health that is significantly declining. The sirens have been blaring for some time now, referring to the opioid crisis in a campaign event last August in Columbus, Ohio. Donald Trump promised, "If I win, I'm going to stop it." He later expounded, "We're going to take all of these kids and people, not just kids, that are totally addicted. They can't break it. We're going to work with them. We are going to spend the money. We're going to get the habit broken." He ain't done none of these things. This man is so not interested in his drug plague going on in the country. It's not even funny. He hasn't even come close to that. All he's doing is slashing all kinds of programs, removing all kinds of money. He's not helping. He's making it worse. Voters in counties most buffeted by the opioid overdoses and deaths of despair responded to Trump's promises. Research by Shannon Monnet, a sociologist and demographer at Pennsylvania State University, on the 2016 election shows that nationally and specifically in the industrial Midwest, New England, and Appalachia, Trump outperformed Mitt Romney in 2012 a vote in counties with higher rates of alcohol, drug, and suicide mortality. And that's because these people were counting on him. These junkies was actually a big chunk of his voters. As he frequently done for many of America's problems, Trump blamed the opioid scourge on Mexican immigrants and resolved to prevent the entry of heroin into affected communities by building a wall and deporting the bad hombres. Response for peddling drugs. Well, where's the wall? Where's the wall? That has completely left the news. These claims were patently misleading. Many of the counties that supported Trump had fewer non-citizen Mexican immigrants than the national average. More importantly, the savvy multinational drug cartel supplying heroin entered the ravished communities only after prescription opioids, which had bred much of the addiction and overdose problem, became harder to procure in 2010. The cartels merely filled a vacuum. Indeed, As the Center for Disease Control note, 3 out of 4 new heroin users report having first abused prescription opioids. Well, he's not going to blame them because, see, all of the makers of opioids in America are white. So this is why Trump is overlooking them and pointing to the Mexicans. Oldest trick in the book. Despite the blister and profess sympathies, Trump base is still awaiting score for the rampaging crisis. Top public health and drug policy jobs remain vacant. The bipartisan commission on the opioid crisis, being led by New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, has failed to meet its second deadline for the interim report on how best to grapple with the epidemic. He missed the second deadline. Okay. Now, I don't count on this man doing anything. He's just a front guy to make it look like Trump is doing something. Trump is not going to do a damn thing to help a junkie in this country. Him and no other elite in this country gives a shit about a drug addict. Proposed federal budgets would cut funding to essential substance abuse programs and services. Most ominous, however, is the Republican desire to repeal Obamacare and gut Medicaid, which is the largest funder of addiction services throughout the country. Its expansion under Obamacare provides necessary coverage to poor Americans in areas devastated by the opioid plague, including Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio, and Arkansas, all states with high levels of poverty that were won by Donald Trump. A study by Harvard University and New York University found that Medicaid expansion provides substance abuse or mental health services to almost 1.3 million people. Crucially, in states like Kentucky, Massachusetts, Maryland, Ohio, and West Virginia, Medicaid expansion has made possible the use of medication-assisted treatment to combat the opioid problem. Medicaid covers between 35 to 50% of MAT in these states. Further, under the ACA Essentials Health Benefit provisions, insurers are required to make substance abuse treatment available to enrollees. According to Christy Green, a public health director for the Cumberland Valley District in southeastern Kentucky, addicts are likelier to seek treatment if they have insurance to cover it. It is 100% out of their financial range if they aren't covered, she said. To compensate for the Medicaid cuts, Senate Republicans have offered $45 billion over 10 years to support the opioid plague. This penance is a joke, according to Richard Franks, a health economic professor at Harvard. To sufficiently fill the void, he estimates the need for $183 billion over 10 years, based on Medicaid data, to cover opioid addiction treatment and the illness offered associated with it. Yeah, that's amazing. They got all this money to spend when the junkies are white. When the crack epidemic was going on, nobody was sitting around talking about spending a dime. Unbelievable. 6 months after Trump's inauguration, many of the issues he vowed to address remain not only unsolved, but largely untouched. Most poignant of all are the promises Trump made to parts of America riven by the opioid plague, addressing a hopeful crowd in New Hampshire, weeks before the November general election. Trump pledged to take care of the crisis. Then he asks, what's taking so long? We should ask him the same question now. There you go. Okay, Trump does not and never will give a damn about a single junkie in this country. Let me go ahead and play this video. See if it'll work. Not, it's no big deal.
I've wanted to act since I came out of the womb, I think. As a little girl who wanted to be on stage and perform, I didn't know that years later I was going to be dealing with acne, which could be pretty discouraging when you go into an audition room and you know the first thing they're looking at is what you look like. And I know what people saw me for was acne, and trying not to let that define me as who I was. Giving myself my own definition as somebody who could persevere through it all. One way to get past not being casted in things due to my acne was improv. You're going to make people laugh and you get that instant feedback of the audience responding to you. I had the choice where I could either let acne take that away from me or I could accept it and still do what I love. And to me, there wasn't a question.
The opioid epidemic kills about 90 people a day, and last year the Food and Drug Administration called on the help of an independent advisory panel to help reinforce its campaign against the epidemic. The resulting report from the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine was released on Thursday. It comes filled with a variety of recommendations for the FDA, including state syringe exchange programs and an increase in federal funding for neurobiology research. The expert panel also suggests that the FDA significantly expand the evidence required from pharmaceutical companies to prove that an opioid is effective and safe before and after it receives market approval.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family.
I tell you, these people are losing their minds over these drugs out here. I just came across this article not even 5 minutes ago, and I couldn't believe my eyes. This is the Daily News, and Indiana man shoots doctor for refusing to prescribe wife opioids. Woo, man, these people are losing their minds over the drug. A doctor in northern Indiana was killed after refusing to prescribe opioids. Ken Cotter, the St. Joseph County prosecutor, identified Michael Jarvis as the shooter on Thursday. ABC News affiliate WCVB reported. Police in Mashawaka, where the incident occurred, told the outlet the victim, Dr. Todd Graham, saw Jarvis' wife at South Bend Orthopedics on Wednesday morning. Cotter added that during the appointment, Graham refused to prescribe his 48-year-old wife highly addictive painkillers. Jarvis returned to the medical campus 2 hours after their appointment, the prosecutor told WCVB, and shot Graham dead in the parking lot of neighboring facilities, St. Joseph Rehabilitation Institute. Wow. And this is the doctor right here that was shot to death. Woo, you can't refuse to give your patients opioids. The South Bend Tribune reported that Jarvis told 2 witnesses to leave the scene before shooting Graham twice in the head. Damn. Jarvis then drove to a friend's home about 3 miles from the facility. Cotter told the newspaper Jarvis gave them indication that he was not going to be around. The friend reportedly alerted local police, who arrived at the home to find Jarvis dead. He suffered 2 self-inflicted gunshot wounds. Metro Homicide Commander Tom Corbett told the Tribune he fears the shooting could have been much worse had Jarvis gotten inside the medical facility. If Jarvis would have gotten inside that building, although there would have been a specific target, it's like trapping an animal in a corner. They're going to come out fighting. And I truly believe this could have escalated into a mass shooting, he said. Cotter told the news outlet Jarvis' wife, Petra, was unaware what her husband had done. All right, let's go ahead and listen to this video.
We know our customers have busy lives. That's why we're working hard to improve our customer service. That means 2-hour appointment windows, including nights and weekends. And if we're ever late, we'll give you an automatic $20 credit. We're here when you need us, so you can go just a little bit farther. I'm Aaron from Comcast. Hi, guys. I make sure we fit into your life, not the other way around.
Putting the pieces together. Good evening, I'm Terry McFadden. Tonight we're learning more about the events that led up to the death of Dr. Graham. Graham was a beloved orthopedic doctor who police say was shot by Michael Jarvis Wednesday afternoon after a confrontation. News Center 16's Jen Cardone joins us now. So Jen, there was more than one encounter between the two men.
Yeah, Terry, but police wouldn't go into specifics about that with us tonight. They tell us that Jarvis's wife had an appointment with Dr. Graham around 10:45 yesterday morning. She had been battling chronic pain, and Jarvis was upset when Dr. Graham would not prescribe those opioids for her.
But they did have a relationship. They obviously knew each other.
Officials say Michael Jarvis went to the St. Joseph Medical Center Wednesday with the intention of killing Dr. Todd Graham, but it could have been much worse.
Although there would have been a specific target, it's like trapping an animal in a corner. They're going to come out fighting, and I truly believe that this could have escalated into a mass shooting.
The county prosecutor says Jarvis confronted Dr. Graham in the parking lot when he would not prescribe opioids for his wife's chronic pain.
It was Dr. Graham's opinion that chronic pain did not require prescription drugs. Make no mistake, this was a person who made a choice to kill Dr. Graham. This is not a fallout from any opioid epidemic or any opioid problems.
Officials say this is more than just a doctor or law enforcement issue.
He did what we ask our doctors to do. Don't overprescribe opioids. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, Jarvis made that choice to take his life,
leaving the entire community in mourning.
His personality was electric. I can tell you the one thing that we all have joked about, that Todd Graham will be the best dressed man in heaven.
Tragedy is such an understatement of what happened.
Officials have also told us there were 2 witnesses of the event in the parking lot. Jarvis approached them and told them to leave before he shot Dr. Graham.
Jen, did Jarvis's wife have any idea that this could happen?
Tonight, officials are saying she had no idea.
All right, Jen, thanks a lot.
All right. That is jacked up, y'all. Doctor lost his life because someone wanted opioids and he would not prescribe it. I tell you, just when you think things could not possibly get worse, these people show you they have an even worse nature about themselves. Please leave your comments and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family.
what? These drug death articles are plentiful, ladies and gentlemen. They really are. Number of fentanyl deaths in Massachusetts alarms state DEA. Mexican cartels are delivering vast quantities of inexpensive and powerful synthetic fentanyl to New England, causing the highest rate of fentanyl-related deaths in the nation while creating a plague that the area's top drug enforcement officials describes is like no other epidemic he's ever seen. It's a pipeline that has often begins in China, wins through the cartels of Mexico, and flows into distribution cities such as Lawrence and Springfield. According to Michael J. Ferguson, the special agent in charge of the New England Field Division of the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration. Wow. It's packaged and shipped off to remote hamlets and other urban centers. In a candid and often a 90-minute alarming interview, Ferguson offered a detailed look at how fentanyl arrives in the region and an unsparing perspective on the way the drug destroys families and threatens entire communities. Fentanyl is manufactured death, Ferguson said. Wherever can be likened to a weapon of mass destruction and the effect it has on people, it's fentanyl. And you know what? China knows that. Really. And I'm not going to rule out that they're doing this mess on purpose. How do you topple a world domination? You drug them up. And then you become the world domination on the planet. Okay, the typical procure fentanyl or its chemical components from China, process it in Mexico into powder and pills, and then ship the synthetic product to local distributors. The result is menacing, anesthetizing foreign organized drug trade that is fueling a deadly crisis of addiction and stretching law enforcement to its limits. The introduction of fentanyl has changed the way we do business, Ferguson said during an interview at the agency Boston headquarters. It's like no other epidemic that I've come across in my 27 years at DEA. The opioid plague has ravaged nearly every part of the country, but New England has been especially hard hit. And I'm not surprised. There's, one thing about New England, it has a high Caucasoid population there. New Hampshire and Massachusetts rank first and second in per capita deaths caused by fentanyl, which has surpassed heroin as the leading cause of fatal opioid overdoses in those states. A seemingly endless black market supply that brings fentanyl to the smallest, most remote towns, sometimes at a street level, cost only a few dollars, has deepened the crisis. Even though the drug rarely originates in the United States, Ferguson said, often the opioid is mixed with heroin. We never had this proliferation of cartels in our backyard, Ferguson said. They travel back and forth, sending reps and associates to look out for their interests. Illicitly produced fentanyl also is obtained over the dark web. Oh, wow. All right. A shadowy internet market where the drug can be brought cheaply from China and other sources. Sometimes the opioids arrive undetected through the U.S. Postal Service, but about 80% of the fentanyl that reaches New England comes from Mexico, usually smuggled in vehicles across the vast southwest border, Ferguson said. That's how a lot of the drugs get in any given state in the U.S., actually, not just New England. From there, fentanyl hidden in secret compartments, sometimes in 18-wheelers carrying fruit and vegetables, are often driven straight to a city such as Lawrence, where the confluence of interstates 495, 93, and 95 means fentanyl can be handed off quickly during a short detour from the highway. Although cartels provide the infrastructure to dominate the market, the distribution of fentanyl in Lawrence and other New England cities generally falls to local drug traffickers and middlemen who, what they do is they mix in the fentanyl additives into the drug after it's handed off. So they're not going to stop this. Like I said, it's too many people involved in keeping drugs flowing into America. And since America has been here, there's been drugs here. Even the founding forefathers were using drugs, ladies and gentlemen. So it's always been in this country. I don't care how many agents they get out here. One thing about these drug cartels, they are very crafty in how they get these drugs into the country. They don't have to come across that border at all. And that's what America is missing. A lot of these drugs are now being mailed into the country through China, and it can't be detected by dogs. So now you got a flow of drugs that cannot be detected by your drug sniffing dogs. And in many cases, if they sniff these drugs, they die. What are you going to do? Seriously. Seriously, what are you going to do? So he's generally admitting that they really can't control these drugs coming in and flowing into the country from China and Mexico. And also another one that some of you might not have heard is the Dominican Republic is also involved in a lot of the profiteering of drugs going on in the US. And not to mention Canada. There's a lot flowing in from the Canadian border as well. I know Trump will always talk about Mexico, but there's a lot of drugs flowing down from Canada as well. So now you got drugs coming in from all borders of this country. You're not going to stop this, ladies and gentlemen. It is just an illusion for them to believe they are going to stop this epidemic, because they won't. It is just too many people involved in ensuring that drugs make it to the US. And when it's like that, you're not going to stop this thing from happening. It's inevitable. The US is doomed. Now they got doctors writing less script, but you didn't stop the street drug, which means the epidemic is not going to end at all. Whatever they can't get from their doctors, they will get from the streets. It's a fact. Please leave your comments and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, ladies and gentlemen, please do. Peace, family. Since this epidemic has gone, I believe it's now fourfold, drug driving is gone through the roof. Now, this is about Michigan, but it is soaring all over the country. These drug addicts are all over the road, putting everybody at risk of accidents, injury, and death. And of course, they have no care in the world. As long as they can be high, that's all that matters. That's why I don't call all of the drug addictions out here accidental, like the press like to say. No, it's deliberate, ladies and gentlemen.
Drug driving crashes surging across Michigan. All right, here's a video. Let me see if we can get the video to play. All right, this is no joke out here at all. And people really got to get past this thing. I personally believe it's selfish for people to do this. You know, they're only thinking about themselves and not all of the people on the road and just walking on the sidewalk that they could care less about. As drunken driving deaths decline, drug driving deaths are on the rise. The driver of a red pickup truck appeared to be drunk, according to witnesses who called 911, as he sped erratically through Kalamazoo County in June 2016. Before police could catch up to him, the driver plowed into a group of bicyclists on a rural road, killing 5 of them in a crash that would make international headlines. Investigators later learned the driver, Thomas Pickett Jr., wasn't drunk. Blood tests showed he was high on drugs, including methamphetamines, painkillers, and muscle relaxers. Prosecutors charged Pickett with 14 felonies, including second-degree murder and driving under the influence. His trial is scheduled for September. Michigan overdose deaths were up last year. Most involved opioids. Drug users now cause almost as many traffic deaths in Michigan as drunk drivers, a trend police blame on prescription drugs. The opioid epidemic, or plague, and the easy availability of marijuana, medical and otherwise. Last year, drug drivers caused 127 crashes that killed 141 people, according to Michigan State Police statistics. That's still less than 165 crashes caused by drunken drivers that killed 176 people. But the trends are heading in opposite directions. So now drunk driving is actually going down. Drug driving is going up. Over the past decade, fatal drunken driving crashes across the state are down 36%, while those caused by people impaired by drugs have risen 263%. Wow. Woo! That is a hell of a jump. Wow. I arrested more drug drivers than drunk drivers, said Washtenaw County Sheriff's Department Brian Webb, who says he arrested about 10 impaired drivers each month. He is one of about 115 certified drug recognition experts in Michigan, officers with the highest level of training in identifying people impaired by drugs other than alcohol. Those are my neighbor's dogs. Unfortunately, they have 4. So, pardon the sound. Michigan is a zero tolerance state, meaning that you can be prosecuted for any amount of cocaine or Schedule 1 drug, such as marijuana, in your system, although the courts have said that does not automatically apply to those with a medical marijuana card, providing impaired driving by someone who is taking valid prescription drugs is much more difficult. In Michigan, a driver who is taking legally prescribed drugs can be prosecuted for drug driving if police can show it impaired the person's driving ability. Social acceptability. Police said some high-profile cases like the May arrest of golf legend Tiger Woods in Florida for driving under the influence of prescription drugs have raised awareness. But the dangers of drug driving have yet to sink into public consciousness, said Candace Leitner, the founder of Mothers Against Drunk Driving, MAD. Leitner now runs We Save Lives, a nonprofit that raises awareness about the dangers of drunken, drugged, and distracted driving. I guess those are like people text messaging and they're distracted by it and they get into an accident. Drunk driving is no longer socially acceptable, but drug driving is socially acceptable because people don't think it's a problem, Leitner said. I fault the pharmacists and the doctors. They do not do a good job in educating their patients about these drugs. Well, I got to kind of wonder about that because when the few times I was on narcotics, I was warned about not driving. And they always put the little stickers on your bottle. So personally, I think some of these people, they're just impaired. They don't care. They want to do what they want to do. And they don't care who they put at risk out here. They really don't care. And it's not just the people on prescription drugs. So I know they're talking about that a lot in this article, but it's a lot of these heroin addicts that are actually in their cars behind the wheel, sticking needles in their arms, and they are causing accidents out here too. So it's not just a prescription drug driving that you have to worry about. Really, it's all of it, whether it's a legal drug or illegal. So really, there's been rises all across the country. I even saw an ad in Vermont. They're having a big problem with drunk driving as well. So it just goes over this couple that was killed by a drug driver. And this is why I keep warning my subscribers, please be careful on the road. If you see anybody driving erratically on the road, just try to get as far away from them as you can. If you can take an exit off of that highway and take an alternative route, do whatever you can to stay away from these nuts on the road. Please leave your comments and subscribe. And I'll leave the link to this article in the description box. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. This is an article that I just did in my blog on July 21st. And this is on the death of 10-year-old Alton Banks down there in Miami, Florida. This is such a sad story. And it goes back to something I said about the junkies out here putting everybody at risk. And this 10-year-old lost his life from coming in contact with fentanyl between the pool party and on his way home. But no one knows exactly how he came in contact with fentanyl. Again, when you're around crowds, you're putting yourself at risk now because there's always some junkie in the crowd with drugs, and it don't take much to kill you. Just a few grains of the drug can kill a person. So
this is a serious tragedy right here. On June 23rd, Alton went to a local pool party down there in Florida. And when he returned home, his mom said he was vomiting. So later, family members found him completely unconscious. So they took him to the hospital and he was pronounced dead. So the investigators checked the mother's house. There was no drugs in the mom's house. So just, before some of you think the mother had the drugs, she did not. This mother does not have any history of being a drug addict at all. And she was said to be very distraught over the death of her son, which is the normal reaction of a mother that loves her child. The CDC says that accidental overdoses from fentanyl are not uncommon. And somewhere along the line, Alton touched this drug by maybe touching a surface or a towel that might have had residue on it, or he could have even picked up a cup if he was drinking a beverage at this pool party, and residue could have been on the cup. So, but nobody knows where this drug, how he came in contact with the drug, but it was definitely found in his system. So either the pool party or on his way back to his home in Overtown, the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office is going to do more testing and a final report pending. Authorities don't generally disclose preliminary findings, but the Dade County State Attorney's Office agreed to comment publicly because of the unusual nature of the death and the need for tips in finding out how the boy might have come into contact with the drugs. So what they found was fentanyl and synthetic opioid, all right, which, a lot of people are buying on the streets. So it just goes into how many people are overdosing each year. All right, Chantel Banks, the mother of Alton, a 10-year-old Miami boy who may be among Florida's youngest opioid victim, posted this tribute to him on Facebook page. Miami detectives are investigating how he might have a potent painkiller that was found in his system, according to preliminary toxicology reports. And it's a shame. So tell me what you think. This is such a sad story. It is really sad. And, this kid gone for what? Gone for what? He should not be gone. He should be right here enjoying his life as a child. And his life got ripped away from some reckless person that had drugs, and he came in contact with it. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. An article that just came out today on Newsweek, and it's going over exactly what I have spoken about before. One way to end the opioid plague: let them die. I really believe that's what it's going to come down to. I really do. How do you sustain a life of a people that, number one, keep overdosing? It's the same people overdosing over and over and over and over. They're not trying to be productive. They're a strain on society. They're causing a public danger. They are not really contributing anything to society, but they're draining the society. So what do you do? And I really, as I stated before, believe there's going to have to be some hard decisions made, even over the next year, because so many states are going broke from dealing with these junkies.
While more Americans are coming around to the idea that drug addiction should be treated as a public health issue rather than a crime, the recent rise in opioid overdoses threatens this shift in public opinion, especially in areas most ravished by this new plague. In Cincinnati, my hometown, this is the author talking, 174 overdoses took place in less than a week last year. Many counties in Ohio no longer have enough room to store all of the bodies of overdose victims, forcing the state to lend out mobile morgues that are normally reserved for large-scale disasters. The lieutenant governor of the state has opened up about her family's struggle with opioid addiction. The desperation to end this plague has not brought out the best in everyone. Recently, Middletown, Ohio, City Councilman Dan Pickard proposed that paramedics not respond to addicts upon a third overdose. Critics decried the proposal as unbelievably cruel. Pickard countered that many didn't understand how bad the situation has gotten in his city, where out-of-the-box thinking was required. By Pickard's estimation, each overdose response cost the city $1,104. At this rate, he said, emergency services eventually won't be able to respond to other calls in this, and the city is going to run out of money. And this is going to happen around the country. It is. It's people got to keep adding money to the budget. Number one, for the Narcan. Number two, for the EMS. All of the emergency hospital visits, which have skyrocketed across the country. And you got all kinds of emergency responders, and there's a lot of places that are saying this is taking up all the time of the police and the fire department running to these overdose calls. They get so many in, the EMTs just can't do it alone without the fire department and the police department helping out in these situations. And a lot of them are working overtime because of the calls. There are cities that get over 30 calls a day, all overdosing victims. It's ridiculous. The city, meanwhile, is not even sure Pickard's proposal is legal. However, if lawyers determine that it is, it will come up for a city council vote. Should the proposal pass, supporters may be surprised at how little it does to stop the onslaught of drug overdose calls. Middletown Fire Department Chief Paul Lottie, a critic of the proposal, noted that 85% of the department's overdose runs involve first-time callers who would not be subjected to the 3 strikes rule. And this is a doctor that refused to prescribe opioids. But like I said, as long as you got the street drugs, they really don't need the opioids from the doctor, technically. Effective or not, the policy still raises ethical concerns. Paramedics should not become at the direction of ill-informed politician alabastards, or who deserves to live or who deserves to die based on one's lifestyle choices. Even the sorts of serial overdosers who grab headlines, such as a Dayton, Ohio man who have been revived by paramedics 20 times, do not deserve to just be left for dead in the streets. Addicts need access to treatment, not ultimatums, but those addicts are not going to treatments. And being that they are adults, how do you force them into treatment? You really can't. But seldom is treatment readily available. An arcane federal law has inhibited the growth of drug treatment centers in places where they are needed the most. Centers that accept Medicaid patients are prohibited from having more than 16 beds. With a population of less than 50,000, Middletown has already seen 577 doses in 2017 alone. Permitting drug treatment centers to expand at the local level would be a step in the right direction, giving addicts more opportunities to get the help they need and relieving pressure on emergency services in overcrowded jails. More treatment centers are only one part of the equation, of course. Currently, these centers are limited in what they can provide for addicts by America's outdated drug laws. When Switzerland experienced a heroin plague in the early 1990s, it started treating addicts with substitute therapy, using opiates like methadone to taper off addiction to other opiates, and even giving prescription heroin to some heavy users. It worked. Methadone treatment is becoming more common in the United States, despite being hampered by Medicaid rules regarding its use. But the nation is still a long way off from taking on major reforms like the Swiss did. In fact, the Drug Enforcement Administration is still sticking to its old ways of prohibiting any drugs that set their eyes on, including Crampton, another substitute drug addicts can use in place of more dangerous opioids. I never heard of that. Okay, well, that's a new one. I'm gonna have to look that one up. Crampton. I'm gonna look that one up. Despite the rhetoric of the DEA and other government regulators, drug prohibition has made many drugs like heroin far more dangerous than they would be otherwise. Large spikes in overdose deaths often involve influxes of heroin laced with synthetic opioids like fentanyl or carfentanil, which are far more potent than heroin itself. Because these drugs are brought on the black market, users have no way of knowing what they're really buying, and thus no way to adjust their dosing according with synthetics are in play. This doesn't seem to matter to the DEA. U.S. drug prohibition laws aren't set up to solve drug addiction so much as satisfy the need to punish what is viewed as bad behavior. Pickard himself said that the proposed 3 strikes rule for drug overdoses in Middletown is not a proposal to solve the drug problem. He said he wants to put fear in people thinking about overdosing in his town. But drug addiction makes people do irrational things. Addicts are not going to ask themselves if they're within Middletown city limits before shooting up. As long as politicians and government officials continue to view the opioid plague as a war to be fought against drug users rather than a battle to save them, many more lives will be lost. Okay, so we save them, and then what? Then you're going back out there to revive them again and again and again. So you're saying essentially just keep going out there endlessly and saving people that really don't want to be saved. All right. Let's go and listen to this video.
This summer, people are experiencing all the excitement Chevy has to offer. Holy smokes. Go for thrilling drives and deals at the Chevy Summer Drive. Find deal roads at your local Chevy dealer.
We cannot just work to prevent future addicts. We're going to need to do more to help the millions that already exist, which means more investment in treatment programs, as well as increasing the availability of drugs like naloxone, commonly used in a nasal spray to rescue people from overdoses. Because, as this firehouse makes clear, it is a tool that they use with depressing frequency.
So every single firefighter in the Revere Fire Department knows how to use this, has been trained on this.
Yes.
And has used it.
Yes. From the chief down, we tend to have more overdoses than we do fires. So it's a piece of equipment that we can't go without now, just like we have the hose.
It's true. Firefighters might be more likely to use a nasal spray than a hose, which is really going to f up those hot firefighter calendars. Because something about an overdose reversing nasal spray isn't quite as sexy. It's still sexy, but just not quite as sexy. It is still sexy though, just not quite, but still, and that's not the point. The point is, there is no one simple answer here. Not all opioid addicts will respond to the same treatment, and not all people in pain will find relief from alternative therapies. This is going to take a massive effort and a significant investment. It won't be cheap, it won't be quick, and it won't be easy. And it is hard not to be angry at the drug companies like Purdue, whose promise of cheap, quick, easy pain solutions helped put us in this mess. Because while they may not be solely responsible, if you were to ask me if they bear significant blame for reckless, greedy behavior which contributed to this massive public health crisis, I might not say yes exactly, but I would definitely say, uh-huh.
Yeah, but you know what? I understand what they're saying. But I have been on opioids even after surgery. And I have to say, I didn't get hooked like that. So it really does depend on the individual. And if you really don't want to do that, if it's not just within you to do those type of drugs, you won't. Me, I'm the kind of person, I don't even like taking a damn aspirin. Okay. If you gave me a pill right now, I would be reluctant about taking it. I'm just not a big pill taker, never smoked, and I sure ain't putting no shit up my nose. So it's just not for me. So what part of it is the drug addict's responsibility? You're blaming the pharmaceutical. You're saying it should not be a crime. So in my opinion, all the excuses you're coming up with is to take any responsibility from the person that's on the drug. Where when the crack epidemic happened, you had no problem blaming the dealer, blaming the crack user, blaming anybody, whether they were directly involved or indirectly involved. And I remember the crack bust. Cops would go into a house and anybody standing in that house was arrested. It didn't matter if you were not directly responsible for having the drug in the house. If you were there, you got arrested. Plain and simple. Where when it comes down to them, oh, let's just pat them on the head and say it's a public health issue. Well, at the rate that you're going, how are you going to ever make a difference in taking down the plague? You won't. You won't even do the right thing when it comes down to the addict. So, like I said before, there is no end in sight. And just the way they're handling things, that end ain't coming. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. All right, y'all. This is an article that just came out on July 20th, 2017 and Science Daily. And I'm going to post the link to this article in the description box. This is a different professor. And he is saying that it is not deaths of despair killing white Americans. Okay, he does not believe in that deaths of despair. He's saying that it's more opioids and obesity among white people that's killing them. Now, I have to kind of agree with that. When I go out in public, no defense, I see an awful lot of fat white people more than anyone else. And to be honest with you, I don't even believe their 3 meals a day thing is correct. I believe back when our people were in Africa and also in this country, before they arrived, people just ate to keep the body nourished. You know, that was the important thing to do. These Caucasoids eat entirely too much. You know, I even live next to a Caucasian couple, and both of them are fat. And I'm just telling you, I just see more fat white people than anyone else. Followed by them are the Latinos. There's a lot of fat Latinos walking around too.
Y'all seem to be the two groups that are the fattest in the U.S. Drug-related deaths among middle-aged white men increased more than 25-fold. Wow, that is crazy. Between 1980 and 2014, with the bulk of that spike occurring since the mid-1990s, when addictive prescription opioids became broadly available, according to new research. So this is a study published online today in the International Journal of Epidemiology. Also found, contrary to widely reported research findings, suicide and alcohol-related deaths are not to blame for increasing mortality rates among middle-aged whites. The results call into question the recent reports suggesting that what have become known collectively as despair deaths by suicide, alcohol, and drugs are on the rise among white Americans, particularly men, facing a lack of economic opportunity and an increase in chronic pain. So they're saying, based on pain and distress, explanation, raising the mortality rate among the white population, he's not quite buying it. Okay. Instead, recent mortality increases have likely been shaped by the U.S. opioid plague. Masters said metabolic disease, including heart disease, obesity, and diabetes, are also playing a key role. After years of declining deaths for such diseases, thanks to new drugs and procedures, the progress has slowed for men and stalled for women, the study found. When it comes down to mortality, we are just starting to see the real health consequences of the obesity plague. And it is a plague. Seriously, the next time y'all go out in public, just look at the amount of fat white people you see. It's a lot of them. Okay? I would say it's probably just as many out of shape ones, probably even more than the ones that are in shape. But they are more out of shape than anybody else. And I'm glad this man is bringing that out, because for many years they tried to imply it was black people, but I'm sorry. I see more black men that are in shape than I do see white men, and that is the truth. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that noticed that. In fact, I'm more likely to see a black man that is in good shape than I am to see a white man that's in good shape when I go out in public. All I see are these fat, slobbery looking men that just look horrible. Master's and graduate students, Andrea Tilstra and Daniel Simon, launched a study in spring 2016 after papers revealed the following years of decline. U.S. mortality rates had begun to inch up among middle-aged white, non-Hispanic men and women. Follow-up studies suggest such increases were disproportionately driven by chronic liver disease, suicide, and overdoses, which some suggest were symptoms of the same underlying epidemic of emotional distress, economic insecurities, and chronic pain. One study published in 2015 in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science referred to despair deaths among a lost generation whose future is less brighter than their parents. But we know that. Many people are not living as well as their parents did because the incomes have dropped dramatically for a lot of the same jobs. The despair death narrative caught fire and has since begun to inform mortality research and media coverage and shape dialogue among policymakers and politicians. Yet our research shows it has, he just feels it's incorrect. He doesn't feel these are deaths of despair, as it's been labeled. And again, I don't see how it's deaths of despair for them. You know, when Black people have gone through the highest unemployment rate since we've been here. But that's not considered a despair, but it's a despair when white people go through it. Give me a break. Y'all sound weak. For the new study, he looked at U.S. mortality data from the National Center for Health Statistics, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and the U.S. Census Bureau for U.S. non-Hispanic white men and women ages 25 to 34 and 35 to 54 from 1980 to 2014, while previous research had lumped men and women 10-year age spans and drug, alcohol, and suicide deaths together. Masters and his team disentangled the data sets, looking independently at genders, individual year ages, and distinct causes of death. They also distinguish between period effects, in which shifts in mortality rates were similar among all age groups, and cohort effect, in which the shifts were unique to individuals born in a particular time frame. One glaring pattern emerged among men and women of all ages cohorts studied. Drug-related deaths had skyrocketed. For instance, in 1980, 1.4 per 100,000 men and 1.76 per 100,000 women died from drug overdoses. By 1998, those numbers had climbed to 9.5 for men and 3.6 for women. By 2014, they'd risen to 36.5 to 24 for men and 24.4 for women. Wow. Y'all some real junkies. Woo. Oh man, I'm looking out the window. This is kind of off topic. I'm looking out the window at the sunrise, and the sky is very, very pink out here. I don't think I've ever seen it this pink before. Okay. And meanwhile, the researchers found no substantive increases in white men's alcohol-related mortality at any time. Suicide rates did rise slightly between 1999 and 2014 for men and women, but this was due largely to spikes among all age groups during times of economic downturn. So whenever the economy goes bad or they're not working that much, this is when your Caucasoid will turn to suicide. That suggests economic insecurities are not isolated to a single lost generation. But look, Black people have been living through economic insecurities from day one. You don't see us killing ourselves. These people can't handle nothing. With drug-related mortality rates, it took off around the time when prescription opioids became readily available, and it has kept rising steadily ever since, Master says. The team, in yet-to-be published research, has also looked into the number of Black men and women and seen similar patterns of soaring rates of drug abuse across age cohorts since the late 1990s. We have no doubt that times of economic insecurity have severe consequences for a population's health, nor do we doubt that pain and distress can pose serious health problems, the author concluded. Yeah, but you know what? Black people do soar in drug abuse since the 90s, but we are still not dying at the same rate as the opioid and heroin and fentanyl. White people are dying. Y'all still outpace everybody in deaths.
You know, so I don't want him trying to leave that off. We are not dying at the same rate, period. However, taken together, our findings suggest that it is unlikely that recent trends in U.S. white men and women mortality rates have been driven by a plague of pain and rising distress. Instead, the author points to overprescription and overuse of opioid-based painkillers, heroin use, and okay, I'm just seeing what he has here. An obesogenic environment. So he's saying what their findings were when they went in and did a research was overprescription, misuse of opioids, which we know they're overdosing out here every day, heroin use, and obesity. That's what they find as the leading cause of the white mortality rate in this country. And he did not see all this deaths of despair and what they're talking about. He doesn't believe that's what it is. They hope their paper will encourage policymakers and researchers to explore those drivers and their solutions further. Okay, so this man does not agree with the deaths of despair. So he believes that the biggest killer that's happening to white Americans, and the reason why it's rising higher for them than anyone else, is mainly drugs, obesity, and suicide. So that's what's killing white Americans. Please leave your comments and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. All right, fentanyl. Drug plague spreading across Mid-South. So things are really getting bad in the mid-southern part of the country now with the fentanyl. Let's go ahead and listen to this video. Where's the sound?
Now the fentanyl epidemic is...
Let me start it all over.
It's a drug 50 times more powerful than heroin, and it is killing people every day in this country.
Now the fentanyl epidemic is hitting home here in the Mid-South. We first told you about the fentanyl abuse in Crittenden County, and tonight we're digging deeper into those numbers. Fox 13's Zach Crenshaw is live in West Memphis right now. Zach, police there told you they're encountering this deadly drug more often than they anticipated.
Yeah, and it hasn't always been that way, Daryl. Last year, fentanyl was hardly mentioned here at the West Memphis Police Department. This year, though, they're making arrests and seizures of the drug and, unfortunately, dealing with multiple overdose deaths. Inside West Memphis PD, the narcotics unit is always busy. But this year, fentanyl has detectives on cases they didn't see last year.
So we definitely have noticed that fentanyl seems to be on the rise for seizures and for overdose issues.
In 2016, West Memphis had 0 fentanyl overdose deaths. So far, there have already been 4 this year.
When you compare it with last year, that's a 400% increase in fentanyl-related deaths for us.
The challenge with powdered fentanyl is it's almost impossible to distinguish from regular heroin. West Memphis police saying the overdoses this year, they've seen pure fentanyl and heroin-laced fentanyl. And they don't think the victims knew about either.
They have no idea how it was mixed, no idea how much is in what they're getting, no idea if the drug dealer, because fentanyl is cheaper, is selling them pure fentanyl.
As a state, Arkansas has seen a huge influx in fentanyl since 2010, and Tennessee is no different. The TBI told me that in 2013, they found fentanyl in lab tests just 12 times. By 2015, that number ballooned to 100, and it doubled last year to 201. Captain Joe Baker said his department is working to go after dealers and cut off the supply, but he also has a message for users.
That a lot of this heroin is being cut with fentanyl, which, if nothing else but for self-preservation, this is a substance that in a very, very small dose can kill you.
Now, less than 2 weeks ago, we told you about how the Shelby County Sheriff's Office was actually training its deputies on how to handle fentanyl if they come into contact with it. That's because if an officer or anyone really gets a small amount of fentanyl, less than a penny, on their skin, it can actually lead to an overdose and a death. It's happened across the country where officers have actually had to go to the hospital when they've come into contact with it. Captain Joe Baker, you heard from in that story, told me that.
Okay, he's right. There is another story that just came out of a cop that overdosed on fentanyl, I think just a few days ago. So he's right. It is happening all across the country. But there's still no end in sight in this plague. The fentanyl, I kind of mix in with the opioid and the heroin only because a lot of it is cut into those drugs to give a more powerful high. And we already know fentanyl is, more powerful. Now fentanyl plague is hitting home in Mid-South. So they're saying just last year, there were hardly no one in Memphis ODing on fentanyl. And just between last year and this year, it has actually jumped up 400% as far as fentanyl-related deaths in the Mid-South. The problem with powdered fentanyl is it is almost impossible to distinguish from regular heroin. West Memphis police said that in the overdoses this year, they have seen pure fentanyl and heroin lace fentanyl, and they do not think the victims knew about either. They have no idea how it was mixed, no idea how much is in what they are getting, no idea if the drug dealer, because fentanyl is cheaper, is selling the more pure fentanyl, which they are in many cases because it's supposed to be cheaper than heroin, I believe. As a state, Arkansas has seen a huge influx in fentanyl since 2010, and Tennessee is no different. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation told Fox 13 that in 2013, they found fentanyl in lab tests just 12 times. By 2015, that number ballooned to 100. Last year, it doubled to 201. All right. And, the cops always say the same thing. Oh, these drugs will kill you, but it's not going to stop the people from going out there and running after the fentanyl and getting their high. So it really doesn't matter. And it's a shame, but these cops are now putting themselves in harm's way by getting the fentanyl on them. More cops are overdosing across the country, ladies and gentlemen, on the synthetic opioids and all of the fentanyl and carfentanil, and they are coming very close to dying. And it's going to be just a matter of time before many of them will die. I wouldn't want to do this job for no amount of money on this earth. I don't want no contact with drug addicts, period, to be honest with you. To go out there and have a hands-on kind of job with them, I wouldn't want it. Please leave your comments and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. Opioid plague grows, so does the number of babies born addicted, ladies and gentlemen. So again, this plague ain't going nowhere. Okay, back in the day when a mother was addicted to crack and her baby was born, the Caucasoids gave them a title called crack babies. All right, that's what they wanted to call our kids, and that's what they did. So now their babies are coming out in even larger numbers, addicted to opioids because the mom takes the drug all throughout her pregnancy. And listen to how often these babies are born. This is long past crack babies, is what they wanted to call them. Okay, this is in Illinois, DuPage County, Illinois. The I-Team looked into the most heartbreaking development of the opioid plague, tiny lives that begin drug dependent. They can't just say no because they are babies born hooked in a birth fight because of their mother's addiction. Well, that was the same case with the black babies that were born addicted to crack. One baby born every 25 minutes in the United States is suffering from opioid withdrawal. That's a lot of babies, y'all. That's a lot of babies. One every 25 minutes, an opioid baby is born in the U.S. The syndrome has Illinois on the offense. Newborns cry, but one baby's high-pitched wails signal trouble. She entered the world dependent on addictive drugs, among the state's smallest victims of the opioid plague. The symptoms include fevers, irritability, and tremors. A baby you just can't keep from crying. So they actually cry around the clock when they're addicted to drugs. And this is why they keep the babies in the hospital for fear of abuse from the parents, because it's not like you're going to rock these addictive babies to sleep. It's not like that. It's very different from a normal baby. Okay, a baby you just can't keep from crying, who can't sleep, who's sweating, who's constantly rooting and looking for something to eat or suck, described Dr. Jeffrey Loghead, NICU, medical director of NM Central DuPage Hospital. The use of opioids such as heroin, fentanyl, oxycodone, and codeine during pregnancy can result in withdrawal symptoms most people have likely never heard of. Medical experts call it neonatal abstinence syndrome, or NAS. At Central DuPage Hospital, the withdrawing infant is not alone. In the same week as her birth, 3 other newborns are going through withdrawal, diagnosed with the troubling syndrome. The hospital staff know the drill, and some babies need medicine to help with their pain. Clinical medicine therapists and volunteer cuddlers are also deployed. Okay, so they got people coming into the hospital and actually cuddling and holding these crying opioid babies. Okay. All right, so they're saying just in Illinois alone, they estimate up to 500 of these opioid babies being born a year. In the past few years, we've seen almost 50% increase in the number of cases across the state. The overall number really obscures the fact it's hitting in some communities much harder than others. I think that providers might be one of the first lines of defense in preventing this from becoming a worse epidemic that it already is. It is. If you got a opioid baby being born every 25 minutes in America, it's already an epidemic. It's already a plague. Shoot, that just like Tareen Rain said, it's a damn plague. So, doctors specializing in high-risk pregnancy watch for women who may be addicted. But while many would-be mothers are not hooked on heroin, a surprising number are still being prescribed habit-forming painkillers while they're pregnant. Why would you prescribe opioids to a pregnant woman? Oh my God, these people are insane. I would never. That is weird. Why would you give opioids, prescribe that to a pregnant woman? And then you want to know why you got an epidemic and babies born this way? Woo, man. The Caucasoid community is really jacked up, y'all. They are going through something real. The I-Team obtained the 2016 data on dependent babies in Illinois, and the numbers are climbing. Between 2011 and 2016, the numbers are more than double in urban counties and more than triple in rural counties. The Illinois actually has far fewer cases of newborn drug syndrome than the national average. Wow. The head of Illinois' public health and a special committee is now meeting to help physicians and hospitals better identify and treat report cases of neonatal abstinence syndrome. Some babies need tiny amounts of morphine to help with the painful withdrawal. It's a long, drawn-out process of actually getting the baby to a stabilization phase and then working towards a weaning phase. These babies stay in the hospital for a very long time, said the NICU nurse. They have to keep them there because if they go home, those babies are either going to die or they're going to be badly abused because of the crying around the clock that they do. The average hospital stay for a healthy baby costs about $3,500. For babies of drug-addicted mothers, it is $66,000. Oh my God. Whoa. I'm telling you. Now, not only are these heroin and opioid addicts draining the resources, their babies are draining the resources too. So if you have a healthy baby, the hospital cost is $3,500. If you have a baby hooked on opioids, it costs $66,000. Oh my. Woo! America ain't gonna have no money left. Researchers are now zeroing on the long-term effects of being born drug dependent. Wow. Wow, see, I learned something in this article. I didn't know it cost that much money to keep an addicted baby in the hospital. Woo, draining the resources. Now, they've been trying to claim that Black people are on more welfare, although they are on the most welfare, and we were draining the American economy. No, there is no one draining the economy more than these drug addicts and now your babies that are addicted to heroin and opioids. You're the drain on society. Please leave your comment and subscribe, and if you can donate to this channel, please do. Peace, family. This is an article that just came out on Newsmax, and it's talking about the strong comeback that meth is making. In fact, there are some that are projecting that meth may actually overtake the opioid plague that's going on in the U.S. So meth surges in U.S. in shadow of opioid plague. Meth is surging in the U.S. again in the shadow of the opioid plague and may not be getting the attention it deserves, says law enforcement officials. Ohio, one of the main battlegrounds in opioid plague fight, also finds itself fighting methamphetamine's resurgence, authorities told NBC on Wednesday. Texas, Montana, Minnesota, Oklahoma, Iowa, and South Dakota are seeing new spikes in meth. All of a sudden, it's everywhere again, says Wisconsin Attorney General Brad Schmiel, who commissioned a study of meth in his state. It's estimated that meth use there jumped by at least 250% since 2011 and could overtake heroin. We are entering another full-blown plague with meth, Schmiel told NBC News. According to the National Institute on Drugs, methamphetamines is a stimulant drug usually used as a white, bitter-tasting powder or a pill. Crystal methamphetamines is a form of the drug that looks like glass fragments or shiny bluish white rocks and is chemically similar to amphetamines.
The institute said other common names for the drug include chalk, crank, crystal, ice, meth, and speed. The nonprofit news website Oklahoma Watch reported in March that meth was the biggest contributor to drug overdose deaths in the state in 2016. The 952 people who died from drug overdoses in Oklahoma that year was a state record. Meth was connected in 328 of the deaths, up sharply from 271 in 2015. And topping deaths from the much publicized opioid hydrocodone and oxycodone. Their concurrently problematic Jessica Hawkins, prevention director for the Oklahoma Mental Health Department, told Oklahoma Watch about the state's meth and opioid problems. We don't want to what we don't want to do is watch. In other words, what she's saying is you don't want to take the attention off of one epidemic and start focusing on another. A news report by the Oklahoma-Idaho High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Program said death connected to meth outdistanced that of all other drugs in 2015. The latest data available reported. The report, which blames the increase on the Mexican drug traffickers, said the meth also was involved in the most drug arrests in Oregon in 2016, with 15,308 arrests, doubling from 2009. We're seeing it pour across the border in bigger quantities. And the deputy of the U.S. Attorney General in Southern California told NBC News where meth border seizures in San Diego County jumped from 3,585 kilograms in 2012 to 8,706 kilograms in 2016. It used to be that loads of 20, 30, and 40 pounds were big for us. Now we have 200 pounds loads. Okay, so they're bringing more meth in from across the border. But make no mistake, there are still meth labs all throughout the U.S. They're still making it in these houses. Usually they'll do it in a garage, or I've even heard of apartments where they'll make a meth lab anywhere they can. So, not one, ladies and gentlemen, but two plagues hitting the U.S. And they're not even doing a good job in battling the opioid epidemic and heroin that's going on out here. Now you got to throw in meth that's surging all over the place. I tell you what, I would never want to be an emergency responder, cop, or work for the fire department in this climate out here today. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. It's been a while since I've done a drug driving story, and here's one that just happened on Saturday in Ohio. Seems to be the heroin capital of the world right now. Man shooting heroin shuts down interstate after crashing into a truck. He actually shot up while he was on the road driving. I tell you, no one is safe around these addicts. Now, it's one thing if you're just an addict. Their addicts are just a public nuisance as far as I'm concerned. A couple is using heroin behind the wheel of their vehicle forced officials to shut down a major highway in Ohio after crashing Saturday morning. Two vehicles collided into a semi-truck at roughly 11:15 a.m. Saturday on Interstate 75 near Ohio, Cincinnati, Ohio, in what police described as a heroin-related crash. Authorities have not confirmed whether the operator of the vehicle suffered an overdose, but a picture taken by a witness at the scene before first responders arrived show a man and a woman passed out in their car after the accident, reports Fox 19. They probably were already knocked out when they collided into the semi-truck. In a video taken by a witness, a responding officer is seen performing chest compressions on an unconscious man, while a woman, also unconscious, leans on the back wheel of the car. Police said that there were no further injuries from the collision and arrested the driver on charges of operating a vehicle while under the influence of drugs. Officials in the region said they are seeing an increase in heroin-related crashes, which they attribute to the worsening opioid plague gripping the state. Police say that in many circumstances, addicts will shoot up wherever they are when they buy their drugs, which many times is in a vehicle. I said that, oh man, I said that a long time ago. They don't care where they are when they want the drug. When they're ready for the drug, they're going to shoot it up, whether they're in their house, in a car, in the public. They don't care. I mean, I've seen videos of them sitting on a public bus and shooting up. All right, here's the video related to the crash. I had to look for another site, the Fox 19 site, to find the video. But here it is. Let me go ahead and play it.
This could be that one time where you like the 15-second ad better than the video that follows. Click here to view more offers and access the largest selection of new Toyota inventory. Toyota, let's go places.
Thank you. Take a look at this. Scary moments for a family driving southbound on I-75 near the Western Hills Viaduct. That's where Cincinnati police arrest a man for OVI on heroin after a crash. A witness recalls the frightening moments. This is video after police say a man crashed into a semi this morning. You can see what appears to be an officer administering CPR. Melissa Eiler was riding in a vehicle with her family when she says her father slammed on the brakes.
He hit the brakes really hard, and luckily we wear our seat. So, because
Okay, seems to be a lot of buffering. It's annoying.
could have been a lot worse.
Okay, but for the most part, you can see they had the cop had the driver who was the man
involved in the accident.
You can see in this video another person.
All right, I'm just going to stop that. Okay, so you can see the cop had the driver, who was the man, down on the ground. He had to do chest compressions on him. And the woman, who was also knocked out, she was leaning on the car's back wheel. And you could, in the video, you could kind of see that. So this is a real problem, ladies and gentlemen. Around my way, probably like around May, sometime in May, there was a white male driving a pickup truck, and he went right into one of the light poles out on the street, and he slammed right into that. And it was a whole bunch of cops, the emergency squad, and he was knocked out behind the wheel, just heroin. So this is happening all over. You have to be careful out there. Unfortunately, these junkies are a public nuisance, and there's a lot of drug driving going on in the country, which really now outpace drunk driving. So tell me what you think in the comment section. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family.
week ago, I did a story on a sheriff in Ohio that refused to allow his officers to carry Narcan. He doesn't feel that it should be the job of the police to revive people. It should be the emergency squads doing that. Well, his refusal to carry Narcan has now sparked protest, and it's very divided. There are some people that do agree with him and some that simply don't. They think that, I guess as a public servant, they should be carrying Narcan. So, opposite corners, opposite views. A protest pushing for Butler County deputies to carry naloxone or Narcan, the medicine used to revive opioid overdose victims at the Butler County Courthouse in Hamilton, drew people on both sides of the issue. They stood across the street from one another, shouting and waving to motorists as they passed through the busy intersection of Martin Luther King Boulevard and High Street in downtown Hamilton. According to the event on Facebook, the demonstration was sparked by comments from Butler County Sheriff Rick K. Jones, who says his deputies have never carried it, and that's not changing. A declaration that drew national press coverage. Deputies and law enforcement officers in surrounding Warren, Clemens, and Hamilton County carry the opioid overdose reversal drug. So you can see in the picture the protesters that are out. Okay, and you see another one down here. Truckers for Jones. Police are not doctors. Heroin addiction can buy their own Narcan. Police do not give medicine. So the town is very divided on this. And you can see some people want the sheriff deputies to carry the Narcan and some don't. Sheriff Jones, have a heart, carry Narcan, saves lives, be part of the solution. Narcan is not a solution, by the way. All that is you're just reviving them so they can go out and get high again. And here's another one. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Sheriff Jones has got to go. Where was all of this when Blacks were going through the crack epidemic? I didn't see this outpour from any of these Caucasoids that you see today. I didn't see this. All right, there is a video up here. Let's see if we can get it to play. Pardon the commercial.
Used vehicles from 8 franchises in one location at the Jeff Weiler Eastgate Auto Mall on Route 32. Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, Chevrolet, Kia, Nissan, and Mazda. Plus, you'll find the used car megastore offers more.
It's an everyday occurrence with these drug overdoses. It is just, it's sapping a lot of our police officers off the street because we're constantly going to pretty much the same people over and over again.
If they can shoot you with an Narcan, that will stop the effect of the heroin. And then whatever else it's laced with, you can deal with.
In downtown Cincinnati, I see a lot of people snorting it rather than shooting it up. They don't want to get caught with a needle and get charged for them with that needle. Because unfortunately, I can't charge them if they snort it because my drug is gone.
The drug has so much control over them that being Narcan and bringing back to life is not affecting them to stop. They know we're going to come and they know we're going to Narcan them and we're going to bring them back to life.
Hey, here he comes. We're the fire department. We just saved your life.
It's all the time now. I mean, every day almost you're coming into a heroin overdose.
I like seeing some type of treatment, to be honest.
At first, I think a lot of officers did have some compassion. Now it's hard because we see the same thing day in and day out, and there's a lot of individuals out there that do not want help. I mean, I've only had a couple in my career willing to really get help.
It's overwhelming for the firefighters. Big fatigue factor. And our goal is to try to get them to the hospital. We can't transport them; they refuse to go.
I feel sorry for the firefighters. They are bringing these people back to life, and then we're done and we walk away because we don't have anything. We can't arrest them. Unfortunately, we can't arrest them for just being high on heroin or because we had to Narcan them. That's not an offense, and there's nothing really we can do. So they walk away. And I think the firefighters get a little frustrated, like, why aren't the police doing anything? But our hands are tied. We can't.
You know, it's amazing how
Shop 2000.
It's amazing how their hands are tied when it comes down to these caucasoids. You know, their hands are tied. I find that very amazing. And I'm offended by that because they're saying if they don't see evidence of the drug and they're just high, they can't arrest them. But they sure did not draw those distinctions when it came down to Black people during the crack epidemic. If you looked high, you went to jail. Whether they caught you with the paraphernalia or the actual drug or not, you went to jail. But they got all these stipulations in place when it comes down to the heroin addict. Oh, well, we can't just arrest them. Well, why not? You just arrested the crack addict. But it's a plague that's affecting white people. So now they want to handle everybody with kid gloves. And I understand with the people that work for these emergency squads and fire departments, you're going out to the same person over and over. I did an article maybe like 2 weeks ago on how they went out for the same person 20 times in 1 week. 20 individual times they went out with Narcan to bring a person back. This is why there was a city councilman that came forward and said they wanted 3 strikes, you're out for these calls, these 911 calls, because they're spending their entire day going to the same people, overdosing over and over and over. And the Narcan, that just brings them back. It only works for like 30 minutes, but it's not curing the drug addiction. As far as I'm concerned, it's encouraging them to do it because they know somebody's going to always come to revive them. So what incentive does the drug addict have to even stop? There's none. This is why this plague is not going anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. I say that on all my videos, and I'm going to continue to say it. And right now, Caucasian society, they're enablers. The ones that are not doing the drugs, they're enabling it because they want these junkies accommodated. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. The new article that just came out on KGW.com, an NBC affiliate in Portland. New data reveals Oregon's opioid plague still dire in rural counties. Rural America right now is struggling bad in this country, not only with the drug plague, but also all kinds of infectious diseases are cropping up in rural America. Okay, Oregon is prescribing fewer opioids. About 280 million pills were still given out last year. Wow, that's a lot of pills. Rural counties struggle the most with opioid addiction, and the state faces a long battle ahead. Last summer, Dwight Holton
started getting fed up. The CEO of Lines for Life, which runs Oregon's drug and alcohol health line and suicide crisis line, worked for years to get the state's doctors to prescribe fewer opioids. I have been working on this issue since 2010, he said. I thought I had been very patient. I started to move from patient to pissed off. Holton watched year after year as doctors across the state kept issuing bountiful prescriptions for addictive opioids, such as hydrocodone and oxycodone. He said since the 1990s, drug companies have touted opioids as a high-reward, low-risk option for chronic pain, while the opposite was true. That sent the state and states across the country into daunting opioid plagues. Hospitalization and deaths from opioids rose, and people struggle with chronic pain, added addiction to their list of ailments. But Holton got surprisingly good news. In 2015, opioid prescriptions dropped in nearly all counties in Oregon. Newly released data from the Centers for Disease Control shows doctors are prescribing fewer opioids in 28 out of 36 counties in Oregon. Many counties saw the numbers drop by a third to half. But that doesn't mean the problem is going away anytime soon. About 280 million opioid pills were prescribed in Oregon last year. The issue persists mostly strongly in rural parts of the state. Oregonians in rural counties are far more likely to be prescribed opioids, with higher unemployment rates, lower incomes, and less access to treatment centers. Those who become addicted have more difficulty fighting back. Okay. A CDC released a report in July that shows opioid prescriptions decrease across the country, about 782 morphine milligrams equivalent per person in 2010 to 640 MMEs in 2015. The CDC measures prescriptions in MME, which can translate across varying strengths of opioid. Hydrocodone is a 1-to-1 ratio. 1 milligram of hydrocodone is 1 MME. Stronger opioids like oxycodone and methadone are higher than a 1-to-1 ratio. 2 tablets of 15 milligrams of oxycodone is equal to 50 MMEs, and 3 tablets of 5 milligrams of methadone is 50 MMEs. A common prescription tablet of 5 milligrams hydrocodone is 5 MMEs. That means in 2010, the average American was prescribed about 156 tablets of 5 milligrams of hydrocodone. In 2015, that dropped to 128 tablets per person. Oregon saw a drop from an average of 1,186 MMEs per capita in 2010 to 972 in 2015, or 237 5 milligrams hydrocodone tablets to 194 tablets per person. That drop was still not consistent across the state. So, it's amazing how people in the urban areas now are doing far greater than people in the rural areas. And it was the opposite way around for many decades in this country. Okay, rural Oregon struggles to combat opioid issues, which is common across the country. I can't believe how many diseases are cropping up in rural areas. Now they got a resistant gonorrhea that has popped up where drugs don't work on it at all. So now you got a junkie with incurable gonorrhea. You really can't touch these people anymore. You really shouldn't. But, you know, the ones that insist on doing the swirling out here, I guess you're just going to have to learn the hard way. But some Oregon counties also have high unemployment rates and low incomes, saw a dramatic drop in opioid prescriptions. Grant County, which has the state's highest unemployment rate in 2015 at 9%, dropped from 882 MMEs per capita in 2010 to just 39 in 2015. But see, those areas also have higher heroin use, which they're not even talking about. So believe me, they are far from out of the woods. Whenever they can't get the opioid, they're going to run to the street drugs, and it's all over rural America. That's why HIV/AIDS is on the rise, because they're sharing needles from doing all of the heroin. And I noticed this article doesn't even touch on that at all. So they're having a big problem in rural America. The doctors are writing fewer scripts, which is really forcing people onto the street to the drugs or the illegal drugs that they can have delivered to their house from China. So I'm going to leave the link to this article in the description box, and you can come out here and read it for yourself. But please leave your comment and subscribe and donate to this channel. Peace, family.
All right. This message is for white America. White America, you are not struggling with one plague, but two simultaneously. One is the opioid addiction, which we already know you can't get any control over. The second is meth. Both of these drugs are simultaneously plaguing the U.S. at this time. Okay? The leading cause of death in the U.S. is from opioid addiction from white Caucasoid people 50 and under. All right, so you can talk about black on black crime and black on white crime, which is all laughable for you to even bring these things up when your community is being completely devastated by drugs. So you can sit there and be stupid all you want, but the bottom line is this whole epidemic in this country, you can't even control it, and nor can you control your people that are running out here after these drugs. So the way I see it, you don't have anything to say to anyone as long as you got this mess going on in your country. But it's amazing how y'all want to open your mouth to black people when you really have no right to do any of those things at all. So really, this plague going on in the country is well known worldwide. There is no one on this planet that don't know about the bad drug addiction, horrific really, in the United States. While the numbers illustrate the magnitude of the problem, they can also mask the ways in which drug use and abuse is subject to local trends. For the Twin Cities, understanding contemporary drug policy means acknowledging that opioids are the beginning, though not necessarily the end, of law enforcement focus. Although the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro area has seen a notable uptick of overdose deaths, the state has yet to see the grim totals making headlines in Appalachia. In 2014, 319 people died from opioid overdoses. Although the number seems low, it marks an increase of more than 500% since 1999. For years, heroin barely registered on law enforcement's radar in Minnesota. In 2008, the state reported fewer than 10 heroin overdose deaths. By 2015, it had more than 100. The scope of the problem has law enforcement on edge. Although heroin use is up nationwide and the supply of the drug in the Twin Cities has increased, the growth in heroin use has been dwarfed by the resurgence of interest in methamphetamines. Admission to treatment facilities for methamphetamine addiction began to rise in 2010 and quickly overtook the previous records established 10 years earlier. What we are seeing in the data is alarming. Methamphetamine's use is now second only to alcohol for treatment admissions in Minnesota, said the Department of Human Services Commissioner Emily Piper. Although methamphetamines has lost the culture cachet it had in the early 2000s, when the health and safety hazard of living in or near a cookhouse where concerns for many residents, it has not lost its popularity. In May of 2016, police raided a home in Brooklyn Center and northwestern suburbs of Minneapolis and seized approximately 140 pounds of methamphetamines. It was the largest methamphetamine seizure in the state history and the result of a year-long investigation by a multi-county drug task force. So in Minnesota, they're getting slammed by the meth, and in a big way, apparently, in this particular state. But meth is actually growing all over the country. It's now right behind opioids as far as a plague is concerned. 488 pounds of methamphetamine seized by law enforcement in 2016 was nearly 5 times the amount confiscated in 2009. If 2009 marked a low point in the methamphetamine trade, 2016 shows that methamphetamines is again becoming a drug of concern. Not only did 2016 seizures set a new state record, they doubled the amount seized in 2015. In fact, in Minnesota, methamphetamine addiction is second only to alcohol abuse treatment admission, whereas in 2005, the previous peak, 6,703 people were admitted to treatment facilities around the state for methamphetamine addiction. By 2016, the number of admissions stood at 11,555, an increase of 72%. Wow, that's a big jump. The 2016 numbers showed the continuation of an upward spiral that began to accelerate in 2015, according to the state report on drug abuse trends in the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro area, although heroin use accounted for the bulk of drug seizures, arrest, overdose, and admissions to treatment facilities. Methamphetamines was growing in popularity. Okay, methamphetamines was reported in 35% of all drug items seized by law enforcement in the 7-county metro area in 2015, and seizures statewide remained at heightened levels, the report continued. So, look like what they're saying is Minnesota seems to be the state that have the biggest amount of methamphetamines as far as a problem with trafficking and addiction to that drug. In the first 3 months of 2017, the same agency seized 118 pounds of drugs, a trend that, if it continues, would put seizures at more than 750 pounds by the end of the year. Wow. During the height of the previous methamphetamine epidemic, the drug was generally cooked up in local labs. So these are homes that they made into meth labs. And you know what the worst part is? Here in New Jersey, they sold these houses. And when people would move in, the whole family would immediately get sick. And by law, they're supposed to tell you if a house was once previously used as a meth house, but they're so desperate for money that they don't even tell these families anymore. And they don't find out until they move in and everybody gets sick, including the family pets. I have read these stories before. So you have to really just research before you make any purchases or even rent a house out, especially a house, because they're more notorious in doing this in a house than in an apartment. Okay. Unfortunately, so the meth is also sold at a very low cost, which is another reason why it's growing in popularity. The state officials are looking into several possibilities to explain this, including the lack of public awareness of the dangers of methamphetamine use and difficulty accessing heroin. People were aware of the dangers of methamphetamines. Brian McCourt, statewide gang and drug coordinator of the Department of Public Safety, told the Minneapolis Star-Tribune. For a variety of reasons, we had other drugs, whether to be synthetic, whether be it heroin, whether it be opiates, come to the forefront, that I think some that anti-methamphetamine messaging has not been heard as loud as it should. Methamphetamines is bad. Taking advantage of federal programs which allow for cooperation between law enforcement agencies and different states, Minneapolis area law enforcement has been able to work with agencies in Wisconsin to shut down a pipeline bringing meth from Chicago into the Twin Cities. However, they realize that the fight is yet over, since new suppliers will crop up to replace those arrested and taken off the streets. And that's the same problem they're having with heroin. As soon as they arrest a whole bunch of people, there's always new people popping up and selling and trafficking the drug. So again, it doesn't matter what they do when they can't even win the battle on the street level. And we already know this from the heroin and opioid plague that's going on. But please tell me what you think in the comment section. Please leave your comments and subscribe. And if you can donate to my channel, please do. Peace, family. Report that just came out on CNN Money.
The opioid crisis is draining America of workers. And this goes back to the video I did on how many people are now failing drug tests. I never thought I would see the day in this country where most of the applicants would fail a drug test and only a handful here and there will pass. But that's what's happening now, especially in towns that have a high population of Caucasoids. They'll come in, fill out the job application, and just keep failing over and over and over. And this is kept silent. This is kept silent, and this is happening primarily among the Caucasoids. They cannot pass a drug test for employment, and it's serious. So serious that many companies are now turning to the Syrian refugees and immigrants coming to this country from Africa, and they're putting them to work because these people can pass a drug test. Where Americans, which they know they're talking about their own people, can't even pass. And a new problem has also cropped up. People that were former drug addicts, did drugs at one time, no longer do drugs, are also having a hard time finding work because people are afraid. These companies out here are afraid to take a chance on them falling off the bandwagon. So you're going to hear more and more former junkies that beat their drug habit, at least for now they did, say they still can't find work. Once people look in their background and see that they had a drug addiction, they won't hire them. So if you had a drug addiction, you better keep it quiet, because if people get wind of it when you're trying to look for work, or you've had some arrest and it was due to your drug addiction, you may have a hard time finding work. No one will want to touch you. So the opioid abuse is also hurting America's job market. The use of opioid has become a factor in why prime age workers, mostly men, are unable or unwilling to find work, according to a new report by Goldman Sachs. Okay, so it's just talking about the Labor Department data that has recently came out, and it shows a shrinking labor force, which is really going to take a major hit on the economy. See, this heroin addiction is going to impact everything. It has a domino effect because you have primarily Caucasoids on the drugs. And they were really the biggest job holders in the country. Now that's all changing. That's all changing, which means economically you're going to bring in the immigrant and pay them less. So although they're making an income in the American economy, they have less to spend because they're not making as much as the white worker would have made. So now the Labor Department participant rate for American men between the ages of 25 and 54 has fallen 10% since its peak in 1954. It currently stands at 88.4, slightly higher than an all-time low of 87.9 in 2014. In addition to opioid abuse, factors such as technology, an aging population, and globalization have also contributed to the declining participation of working age adults in the labor market. But the ballooning use of opioid, whether it is prescription drugs or heroin, is preventing many workers from coming back into the job market, economists argue. Well, there's not very much you can do about that unless you change the labor laws. If you're not willing to do that, a lot of these people are going to be sitting around with no jobs, just like they are now. Boy, I never thought I would see the day where white people would have a hard time hiring their own people because of drug use. Woo, things have changed. the opioid epidemic is intertwined with the story of declining prime age participation, especially for men, says Goldman economist David Miracle. The crisis has created significant costs both to employers and the public sector. All right. So, it's just talking about Ohio blaming the pharmaceutical company for the epidemic and things we've heard before. But there's a video up here. I'm going to go ahead and play this video on how this company in Erie, Pennsylvania could not find workers among their population up there and had to bring in all immigrants to work in their manufacturing company.
Where'd Adam go? This is Ollie. Ollie, he's from Syria.
Hi, how are you? Salam. Salam alaikum.
Sterling Technologies in Erie, Pennsylvania is an American company that needs workers, but has had trouble filling the jobs because local residents are failing drug tests.
I would say we've probably had 20% every time we run a random test. 20% of the people are failing.
It's pretty high.
Yeah, it's pretty high. We're seeing positive tests anywhere from marijuana through amphetamines, right all the way through crystal meth and heroin.
And it's not just here. The percent of employees in the U.S. testing positive for drugs has increased steadily over the last 3 years, reaching the highest level in a decade.
So how many people here are refugees?
Almost everybody that you're seeing here.
At Sterling, refugees have become a hiring solution to the drug problem.
The immigrant workforce that's here has filled a void that we had that we were unable to fill with our local labor pool that we were drawing from.
It's a dynamic that can be seen in many parts of the country, from upstate New York to Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky. But some companies that work with refugees in these places don't want to talk about it.
They don't want to admit that there is a problem when it comes to drug testing, and refugees are filling that void.
With President Trump's executive order putting a temporary ban on refugees and so much talk about the lack of jobs in the Rust Belt, businesses are in a tough spot, especially when they're in need of drug-free workers like Talib Azamel, a refugee from Syria who arrived to Erie, Pennsylvania last summer. Within 3 months, he got a job at the factory.
احنا بالنسبه لحياتنا يعني ما بنعرفش المخدرات ما بنعرفش حتى شلون صورتها او شلون تتعاطى الكحول نفس العمليه احنا ما بنشربش يعني انا عمري 45 سنه بحياتي ما شربت كحول كمان ولا مره يعني.
In terms of business, how important are refugees to a city like Erie?
I think they're extremely important. I mean, they're the one growing group in the city. It's a city that's been on decline with their population, so it's the only growing group.
The refugees in Erie have arrived to a city struggling economically and dealing with a drug epidemic.
Would you like to be a teacher again in America?
The reality is when business owners are telling you that they can't find native residents who will do these jobs, or they can't find enough people in the community to pass a drug test, what are they to do? They need to seek out employees somewhere. And for now, immigrants are a really good source of that labor.
She's from Cuba and had man's from Syria, United States, Indonesia, Vietnam, 5 countries in this one room right here, yes.
In Louisville, Kentucky, nearly 6,000 refugees have arrived in the last 5 years, helping companies fill jobs.
When we work with, for instance, Kentucky Refugee Ministries, we haven't had any troubles at all with drug testing.
So refugees really are filling that gap for you.
Yeah, in this instance, there were refugees who were available, who were ready to contribute, and we were thrilled to be able to give them that opportunity.
What size? Can you check what size you have? We are going to get you some shoes, okay? Okay, good luck tomorrow. Send us as many as you can. I hear this every single day, whether it's a small local restaurant, coffee shop to Amazon. We get flyers, we get emails, phone calls. We need people.
Okay. What do we remember about work shifts?
We usually get someone employed within 3 days. We've had someone start within 1 day. That's how fast refugees are able to get employed. So the refugees are not taking the jobs. The refugees are filling the gaps.
We spoke with locals about the struggle to find jobs because of drugs.
Right now, heroin and meth is one of the biggest problems.
Recently in Louisville, there were 151 overdose calls in just 4 days. And methamphetamine use is so high here, the number of people testing positive for job drug tests is 47% higher than the national average.
I did crack cocaine and heroin. After trying to get jobs and lose jobs, get a job and lose a job, I said, might as well not try, because I'm pretty sure people want to keep their job. It's just not knowing how to stop.
In Erie, Pennsylvania, we hear similar stories.
I'm 36, and my drug of choice was heroin.
What kind of jobs were you looking for in Erie that you couldn't get?
Like retail, either like small corner stores, any stores like that. They don't give someone like me, they wouldn't give me the opportunity. You know, they just see my background, and that's all they see. They don't see me as a person.
I mean, what do you think of the fact that for these employers, they've had to go to new workers because of the drug problem?
I understand completely. I mean, those refugees, they come here with the American dream in their mind. You know, they come to work, come to build their life. You know, they obviously work hard compared to a drug-addicted individual that just scrapes by, does the bare minimum to get by every day. So I completely understand with the business owners.
I know that refugees need an opportunity when they come here, and employers give them the opportunity. But people like us that live here also need an opportunity. And I'm not saying they don't deserve it, but we deserve it as well.
You know what it is. I'm going to stop it right there, but I will leave the link to this in the description box if anybody wants to see it. See, the drug addicts and former drug addicts, the recovered ones, now got that same stigma on them like prisoners do when they get out and that background check is ran. And if they had any drug arrest or any addictions and stuff on their record, they don't get hired now. They don't want junkies. They don't want former junkies either. So a lot of these people are just as screwed as the ones that get out of jail and can't find work. So ultimately, you're going to have a large population of people out here with no jobs. And you notice how Trump promised all these jobs? Yeah, well, there may be some jobs, but they're going to the immigrants. They sure aren't going to these people, and these are white people. Okay, these addicts, many of them are white, and they cannot get employed now. Like I said before, I never thought I would live to see the day where so many caucasoids are unemployable. Now, they know what it was like for Black people. Black people have always had the highest unemployment, and they didn't care. They didn't care. Now they're experiencing it. And I have to tell you, I don't feel bad for them. They have done Black people like this since we've been in this country, since we've been here. They have always made sure unemployment always was highest among Black people than anyone else. Now the tide is turning, ladies and gentlemen. Things are changing so fast in this country. You know, this Caucasoid man, woman, and child, they are really losing their status, their make-believe status of being the best thing since apple pie in this country. But it doesn't look that way anymore. They are definitely a fallen people, more and more each day. Please leave your comments and subscribe. And if you can donate to this channel, please do. Peace, everybody. All right, this story just came out on July 3rd. More Americans are in treatment for opioids, but plague keeps growing. More and more people are being treated for opioid addiction, according to 2 new reports, but not nearly enough to slow the plague down. Medicaid spending on several prescription medicines used to treat opioid addiction more than doubled nationwide in the last 5 years, accelerating between 2015 and 2016. An Urban Institute analysis of federal data found the vast majority of the money was spent in states such as Pennsylvania and New Jersey that opted into the Affordable Care Act, Medicaid expansion, Republican proposals in both the Senate and House would roll back the expansion, but drug treatment spending has emerged as a possible area of compromise, especially for senators in states devastated by addiction. A separate report from the Blue Cross Blue Shield Association found a nearly 400% increase in diagnosis of opioid use disorder in the last 5 years. Both analyses were released last week. Blue companies across the nation collectively cover 106 million people, the single largest chunk of commercial health insurance. But addiction hits the poor especially hard, and the federal government has turned out to be a critical source of funding for treatment. Much of it covered by Affordable Care Act Medicaid expansion. The Blues report also looked at links between opioid prescriptions and use disorders. It found that people who receive high doses of prescription pain medicines, the equivalent of more than 65 milligrams of oxycodone, or 100 milligrams of hydrocodone a day, were more likely to end up addicted even when the prescriptions was less than 90 days. I have never had a prescription for 90 days when I was on those pills. I don't think I had anything beyond 7 days. Only 7% of the prescription regimens in the report were for high doses, but those patients were up to 43 times more likely to be diagnosed with an addiction disorder than patients filling scripts for lower doses. The Blues data also show that women of all ages were more likely to be prescribed opioids than men, with the biggest gap among middle-aged patients. But men were more likely to be diagnosed with an opioid use disorder through their mid-40s. Among people older than that, however, women were more likely to run into trouble. Blues subscribers in New Jersey and Pennsylvania were below the national average on 3 measures of opioid use and diagnosed use disorder. Yet members in both states who got treatment were more likely to receive medication that have been shown to reduce the chances of relapse. Rates of opioid use were highest in the Southeast and in Appalachia. The Blues report found while the use of medicine that helped people stay off drugs was lowest in those regions. The Urban Institute report focused on Medicaid coverage of medications used to treat opioid use disorder or reverse overdose, but it contained no data at all on methadone maintenance, which is regulated separately from all other drugs. Medicaid spending, all right, let me just go down a little. All right, here we go. The report included spending on emergency overdose reversal medication, naloxone, including the brand name spray Narcan, which New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and many other states have made widely available as a lifesaver over the last few years. Medicaid spending on that was up 900 times nationwide. Democrats, moderate Republicans, and a united front of medical organizations have grown increasingly alarmed about the potential impact on addiction treatment and overdose deaths if the Medicaid expansion is rolled back as outlined in both the Senate and House health care plans. The Wolf administration has estimated that 1/5 of the more than 700,000 Pennsylvanians who have gained coverage through the expansion have used it for substance abuse treatment. According to the Congressional Budget Office, spending on Medicaid in 2 decades would be about 1/3 lower than it is now if the Senate GOP plan were to take effect. That proposal from Majority Leader Mitch McConnell had included $2 billion over 10 years specifically for the opioid plague. By the time senators left for a 10-day holiday break, he reportedly had agreed to moderates' demands for $45 billion. But estimates of the cost of treating Medicaid patients with opioid addiction and disease that can help spread, such as hepatitis C, go as high as $183 billion over the next decade. The trajectory is unknown, says Lisa Clemens Cope, a health economist and co-author of the Urban Institute report. Clearly, treatment is not keeping up with need, even given these big increases. Cutting Medicaid, she said, could have really devastating effects for families and communities and states. Well, I guess pretty soon we should know the outcome of what Trump care is going to be like. And these people are scared. They are scared and they're desperate, and they know if Trump cut a lot of money out of Medicaid, you can wave goodbye to a lot of these junkies. They're not going to make it. And it's not going to be enough funding for states to keep treating these people. So that's a problem. This is why so many of them are putting up a fight over, what the outcome is going to be as far as Trump's healthcare bill. So I'll keep you updated. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to this channel, please do. Peace, family. Be happening, everybody. A lot of different communities around the country are now complaining they do not have enough funding to keep a stockpile of Narcan available. And Baltimore is one of the cities that only have like 4,000 doses of Narcan left, and they're not even going to be able to get funding for more until May of next year. And this is really critical because Trump is talking about all kinds of budget cuts, and most of these communities around the country may not even have enough Narcan for the estimated number of heroin addicts that they have in their city. And this goes to show you how heavily they depend on Narcan to counteract the effects of the opioids. So it has gotten to the point where all of these communities around the country are overly concerned about funding to pay for the Narcan. And pharmacies having the Narcan, from what I'm understanding after reading the article, is optional. If they want to stock it, they can. If they don't, it's really not mandatory that any of your CVS or Walgreens or Rite Aids have Narcan available. All right. So it's a big concern. And now they're talking about how Narcan is now $2,000 to $4,500 per dose. Boy, I tell you, these pharmaceutical companies are really price gouging everybody. So now they're trying to figure out how they're going to ration out these last few doses they have. Now, for instance, in Baltimore, they have 21,000 heroin addicts that they're aware of. But right now, they only have 4,000 doses of Narcan left. And they said they know probably by the end of July, they're going to be completely out of Narcan if they're not able to get more funding. So they're spending a fortune on this drug addiction. They are spending a fortune. And it just keeps growing and growing and growing. And of course, everybody is overly concerned about this healthcare bill that's about to come out of the Senate any day now. And it will determine whether it's going to help, which it probably won't, because Trump is talking about all these cuts. And all Trump is doing now is running his mouth about helping the addicts. He hasn't done not one damn thing to help a single drug addict in America. Not one thing. Not one thing. The only thing he did was bring the families there to the White House, just like he did the HBCUs, and did a photo op with them, and then went in there and started cutting all kinds of programs that a lot of these drug addicts depend on, especially through the Medicaid. So he's not really interested in helping anybody. So here's a video. We're going to go ahead and listen to this video.
Makes life worth living, but sometimes life has a plan we can't always see. At South Jersey Radiology, we see what others cannot. The tri-state area's only American College of Radiology Diagnostic Imaging Center of Excellence, SJRA, exceeds state-of-the-art standards for lowest costs, best value, more convenient locations, and care that surpasses university-affiliated imaging practices. Choose SJRA. Get back to living. South Jersey Radiology. Innovative imaging. Radiology reimagined.
And tonight, while we are all watching the fireworks and enjoying them, police will be watching for any threats. Security particularly tight here.
Okay, that's not what I was. That's not what I want to see. All right, hold on. Let me see. All right, let's try it now.
When your doctor prescribes a medical imaging procedure, trust in the doctors and technologists at South Jersey Radiology, because we see what others cannot. The tri-state area's only American College of Radiology Diagnostic Imaging Center of Excellence, SJRA, exceeds state-of-the-art standards. We have more convenient locations with care that surpasses university-affiliated imaging practices. For the best value and lower costs, choose SJRA. Get back to living. South Jersey Radiology. Innovative imaging. Radiology reimagined.
78 people die each day from opioid overdoses. There's a quick-acting antidote to save them called Narcan. This treatment, also known by the generic name naloxone, works in about 5 minutes, but it needs to be administered right away to work. Brain damage can happen in just a few minutes from lack of oxygen. Here's how it works. Narcan knocks out the opioids from the opiate receptors in the brain for 30 to 90 minutes. The victim starts to breathe normally again, and emergency crews can wake and treat them. Narcan blocks a person's high from illegal drugs like heroin and fentanyl, and prescriptions like oxycodone, hydrocodone, codeine, and morphine. By the end of 2016, 1,214 law enforcement departments had naloxone programs. The CDC study finds in 83% of cases, Narcan is administered by other drug users on the scene. It's available as a nasal spray, which costs about $63. It could also be injected into the muscle of the arm, thigh, or butt. The injectable version starts at $15. The drug was first FDA approved in 1971, and the CDC says it has saved more than 10,000 lives between 1996 and 2010. A study in the BMJ shows the drug could cut the overdose death rate by 50%.
Okay. So if nothing changed, a lot of these cities and communities will be running out of Narcan. Please leave your comment and subscribe. And if you can donate to this channel, please do. Peace, family.
Okay, y'all, this is a report that came out of CBS in Pittsburgh. The coroners have seen synthetic opiates like fentanyl mixed with marijuana. Now, in my personal opinion, I think this is from marijuana being sold on the black market. Now, I could be wrong, but this is what I'm thinking, because I don't think the norm going out on the street or buying your marijuana from certain dealers, I don't really think it's them. I really think these are synthetic opioids because, fentanyl and all types of synthetic opioids are heavily sold on the black market. And I think that's where this marijuana is coming from, that's laced with fentanyl. So you can tell me what you think in the comment section. I think as long as you're not buying it from the black market, you should be okay with the marijuana out here. So let's get into this story. Synthetic opiates like fentanyl have been found in marijuana, an Ohio coroner said Monday. Fentanyl, which is 50 to 100 times more powerful than morphine, has been attributed to the increasing number of fatal overdoses across the U.S. The drug has been found in other drugs across the country, most notably in Ohio. We have seen fentanyl mixed with cocaine, and that is, y'all, I'm telling you, I live in New Jersey, and I can tell you up in New York, they are dropping like flies. The cocaine users, they're dying because apparently they're being sold cocaine with fentanyl, and these dealers are not telling them fentanyl is in it. So when they go to snort it, they are overdosing, and in many cases, they are dying. The problem is really bad in New York. We have seen fentanyl mixed with cocaine. We have also seen fentanyl mixed with marijuana, said Hamilton County Coroner Dr. Lampme Sam Marco during a joint press conference with Senator Bob Portman, Republican Ohio. About 300 deaths have already been attributed to suspected opioid overdoses in Hamilton County this year, compared to 403 confirmed deaths through 2016, Sam Marco said. But the Hamilton County Coroner's Office has yet to report any deaths related to fentanyl-laced marijuana. It's nearly impossible to determine which drugs are laced with a synthetic opiate, Sam Marco said. Essentially, the message we've tried to get out there is if you are using any form of street drug, count on them having some form of synthetic opioid mixed in, she said. The U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration spokesman Melvin Patterson said the agency has not confirmed the existence of fentanyl in marijuana. In regards to marijuana, I'm not familiar with that, he told Cincinnati Enquirer. There could be. The Ohio Coroner's Office in Montgomery County previously ran out of space for dead bodies twice this year due to the opioid plague. A record of 3,050 Ohio residents died from the fatal overdoses last year, most of which were caused by heroin or painkillers. Tell me what you think. Personally, like I said, I believe this is black market marijuana that people are buying, and it's laced with fentanyl. But you just tell me what you think. I'm going to go ahead and play this video.
Deaths from prescription painkillers have more than quadrupled since 1999, according to the Centers for Disease Control.
Health reporter Stephanie Stahl is here now with what experts say could help lessen the opioid addiction.
That's right, guys. 91 Americans die every day from an opioid overdose, according to the CDC. Doctors are looking at alternatives to addictive prescriptions for treating pain. And with medical marijuana legal in many states now, advocates say legalizing it across the country could help curb the nation's drug crisis. Christine Stenquist suffered through a brain tumor, fibromyalgia, and debilitating headaches, chronic pain, which led to 45 different prescription drugs.
Migraines were just constant. So they started me on a lot of pharmaceuticals, and that went on for about 16 years.
Between the pain and the opioids, the mother of four was left bedridden. Eventually, she decided to give medical marijuana a try.
This is just a whole different lifestyle. I'm eating healthier, I'm more active, more alert.
Stenquist is one of a growing number of Americans who've traded in their powerful and addictive painkillers for the green alternative. Research in the Journal of the American Medical Association shows in states where medical marijuana is legal, opioid overdose deaths are down as much as 25%. The DEA still warns of a high potential for abuse, and Attorney General Jeff Sessions has described marijuana as only slightly less harmful than heroin.
I reject the idea that we're going to be better placed if we have more marijuana.
But Carla Rosati Vasquez treats pain patients and disagrees.
I've had patients that since they have been using their vaporizers with cannabis, for example, they've decreased their use in Ambien, they've decreased their use on clonazepam, on Percocet.
Within 6 months, I was driving. Within 8 months, I was trying to figure out how to pass a law in my state.
Stenquist knows in her home state of Utah, that could be an uphill battle. Now, medical cannabis is legal in 29 states, including here in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Those programs provide access to patients with a legally approved serious medical condition, and they have to have a prescription.
Okay. Tell me what you think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. I personally, like I said, I think this is
just an hour south of Pittsburgh in the Laurel.
That won't even turn off. Okay, just tell me what you think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Please leave your comments and subscribe. And if you can donate to this channel, please do. Peace, everyone. You know, I had a troll come to me recently and said, why don't I talk more about black-on-black crime? Because black-on-black crime is not the leading problem in America. Although you caucasoids in your propaganda machine, the mainstream media, try to make it appear that way. But some of us that are way, way more awakened and we are aware of what's going on in America, you're not going to pull that one over on us. So if you need to hear about black-on-black crime, I suggest you go to another channel. On this channel, we are going to focus on what the biggest problem is in America, and that is your opioid plague. Not only is it a problem, ladies and gentlemen, in America, it is the biggest drug problem on earth. America leads the world in drug overdose deaths by a lot. And this article came out on Vox.com, June 28th, 2017. America has about 4% of the world's population, but 27% of the world's drug overdose deaths. That, ladies and gentlemen, is pretty sad. America has the biggest drug overdose deaths in the entire planet. And these are mostly caucasoids. Black people are not leading in drug deaths in America. Not even close. We're not even close to you. Although you're trying to make the 4% of the Black people that are on opioids a big deal, but we know that's not a big deal. Your deaths have far exceeded that. That's one of the startling conclusions from a recent report by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Statista charted the results, and as you can clearly see, the U.S. is in the lead. North America, so this now filters in Canada because the Caucasoids up in Canada are also having a problem. And as you can see, all the way down the chart, do you know South Africa is also having an opioid problem, ladies and gentlemen? They deserve it. They deserve it. Okay. The U.S. has always been ahead of much of the world in drug overdose deaths for a variety of reasons. For one, Americans are relatively wealthy, so they can afford to buy drugs. But there's also appears to be a cultural and socioeconomic factors at play, driving a broader increase in deaths of despair, such as suicides, alcohol, drug overdose deaths in recent years. And we know all this stuff. Oh, jobs went overseas, poor healthcare access, that kind of stuff. We already know that. But recently, America has gotten much worse in its massive opioid plague, which has contributed to a huge spike in drug overdose deaths over the past decades. In 1999, fewer than 17,000 people died from drug overdoses. In 2015, that grew to more than 52,000 people. This is why I don't talk about black-on-black crime, because black-on-black crime is not the problem in America. It is the Caucasoids on drugs is your biggest problem in America. Not only are you the biggest junkies, you are the biggest nuisance out in society. Your drug addicts are causing all kinds of car accidents. They have killed people out on the road. They have injured people. They have jumped the curb and ran people over. Your junkies are robbing pharmacies. They're robbing banks. They're robbing people's homes. So you're not just being a drug addict, but being harmless to everybody. You are being a complete nuisance and also a killer as a junkie. That's the problem, not black-on-black crime. This is, for now, largely a white American problem. Okay, I'm going to throw it in there because that's what it is. After pharmaceutical companies heavily market their opioids in the US and doctors followed through with massive numbers of prescriptions, America became the world's leader in consuming opioids, with UN data putting the US at the top of the opioid consumption. And as you can see in the dark blue on top, America just trumps all other countries on earth when it comes down to drug overdose deaths, including Canada. Canada's right behind because they're part of North America. The same drugs that are being trafficked into America is being brought into Canada as well. Okay, these folks have no right to talk to any black person about black-on-black crime or this fabricated black-on-white crime and all this other stuff that you could try to put on the black community. Okay, calling us niggers is not the worst thing that can happen, but your drug deaths are certainly far worse than being called a nigger, okay? So all of your little bags of tricks that you got is just simply not going to work. And I laugh because, see, these Caucasoids are also upset because the world don't like them like they used to. Not only are they taking a lot of criticism here in America, they're taking a lot of criticism outside of America. They're getting called out on a lot of things. And they are so fragile. They are upset that the world just don't love them like they used to. and it serves them right. What have you done to deserve to be loved by everybody? Not a damn thing. So what you're getting, you deserve every ounce of it. Okay, America leading the entire globe in drug deaths, ladies and gentlemen. Pass it on, ladies and gentlemen, pass it on. But don't let them get in your face again with no black on black crime. That's not leading in anything in America. I don't care how much they keep trying to fake it up on their media. All right, the two charts then are closely tied as America consumed more opioids and the drug overdose deaths climb. So it began to dominate the world on a very grim statistic. Okay, so in 2015, Americans died of drug overdoses more on that year than, any other time, which was 52,000 deaths. And that same year, there were 38,000 people that died in car crashes, 36 died from gun violence, 36,000 died from gun violence, and 43,000 and HIV/AIDS during the epidemic's peak in 1995. So they have far exceeded any black on black crimes that another black person died at the hands of a black person. Black on black crime deaths have pretty much been leveled for the past few decades. The last time I looked, it was like 4,300 black people died at the hands of another black person. And they got the nerve to make a big deal out of that when 52,000 of them died in 2015. And they got the nerve to come and talk about some black on black crime. These people are a joke. They are so stupid. This is the latest drug plague. However, is not solely about illegal drugs. It began, in fact, with a legal drug. And we know that. The doctors prescribing the opioids, and then they turn from that to the heroin and the fentanyl out on the street. We know that. That's like old news for people on my channel. Painkillers proliferated, landing in the hands of just not patients, but teens rummaging through their parents' medicine cabinet. You know what? When I was a teenager and my parents were on medicine, because I had both my mom and dad in the house. I didn't grow up in a single family home that a lot of you caucasoids also try to imply by black people. We all have fathers, okay? We couldn't have got here without a father. I never thought of rummaging through any medicine cabinet looking for drugs to take. I just never did that as a teenager. In fact, I hardly wanted to take a pill. Okay, I was not one of those people I barely want to take one now. I would prefer to use a natural remedy over taking a whole bunch of pills from a doctor. So that's their teens doing that. I don't believe it's a lot of black teens doing that kind of stuff. Other family members and friends of patients and the black market. As a result, opioid overdose deaths trend upwards, sometimes involving opioids alone, other times involving drugs like alcohol, benzodiazepines. By 2015, opioid overdose death totaled more than 33,000, close to 2/3 of all drug overdose deaths. And you can see on this chart from New York Times how it's trend upward. And they're now projecting that 65,000 people have died from drug overdose deaths in 2016, but those numbers will not be